ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everyone and good day. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters. I'm Wardy and I am not currently joined by Zombie Grub. I didn't want to call her out, but her name's on the screen anyway, so you guys would have figured out who it was that wasn't here, and when she shows up later, you would have also figured it out. So, ZG is not here right now. We're hoping she's okay. We think she's just got a time zone mixed up or so, but she'll be joining me later on. I did think about kind of doing a little like, oh, hi, I'm Wardy, and I was going to and keep over here and be like, I'm ZG. Didn't think it was going to work out too well. So right now, you just got me. But that's okay, because it's me, along with a whole bunch of awesome StarCraft 2 action, if I do say so myself, here as we enter Day 3 of the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals for the summer season. It's been really fun, and Day 3 especially is actually really cool, because today we actually wrap up the first round of the Swiss group stage, which is very exciting, because then we know everyone that's 1-0, everyone that's 0-1, and we begin to get a look at our new matches heading into round 2, and so on, which round 2 I guess will be played over the next few days as well, and we'll wrap up at the end of this week. So that's all very exciting if you ask me. We're gonna, first of all, before we do anything else though, thank our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. Thank you so much for helping to make the ESL Pro Tour and this season of the ESL SC2 Masters possible, because we really couldn't do it without you all. So, ZG, what do you think of that? You think that's great? You're really excited to see the schedule for the day? Go on then, let's have a look at the schedule if that's what you want to look at, ZG. We have got 11 best of 3s packed in tight over the next 10 or so hours of StarCraft 2. We're going to start the day off in Asia with Mio-Mika versus Nanami, Cyan versus Firefly, and Nice versus Orianna. We're going to sink our teeth into 6 matches from Europe, and there's only 2 matches left to play in North America today. That will be rounding out, as I said before, Swiss round 1. Swiss group stages, the way it works, everybody, is that, first round gets seeded, and then as you move into round number 2, you are playing against someone else that's got the same score as you. So if you're 1-0, you play against someone else that's 1-0, and that continues in each round until you either have 3 wins, which means you advance through to the playoffs, or 3 losses, which means you are eliminated. So obviously, we're still in round 1 after a couple of days. We can actually have a look at the standings here from the Asian region to show you everything that's going on. And obviously, with the 3 matches we've got coming up, this is going to tell us everyone that's on the left is going to be 1-0, and they will all play against each other, or, some order of each other when it comes into round 2. And then on the right side, everyone that's been losing will also end up going against each other as well. And like I say, it's the race to 3. 3 wins to get through, or 3 losses to get. I guess you're not racing to 3 losses, yet it's the avoidance of 3 losses on the other side, I suppose. You don't want to hit 3 losses, because that is when you will get knocked down. So yes, obviously we've got 6 players here that have not yet played. A lot of 2-0s in the Asian region. Really, we kind of got it best when we opened up the show 2 days ago with XY versus T-Ball. That match was freaking awesome. And that really set the stage, and the rest of the matches haven't quite felt like they've lived up to that, I suppose, especially as they're all 0-2s or 2-0s. But kind of exciting, because then you got T-Ball in there, who might be looking good going into that second round, even with a loss on the board. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff to look at there. Let's have a quick peek over here then. Back to me and my fantastic co-caster, Blackbox, who is going to sit and stare endlessly into the void, apparently. We're going to start the day with Mio-Mika versus Nanami. I think it's fair to say that Nanami is a player that not a lot of people know. I don't really know Nanami. I don't see Nanami in a lot of events. They are just a player that's, like I say, very unknown, someone we do not know a lot about. And so that's kind of what this event's about, is, right? Figuring out who some of these players are, getting them to show their, whatever they can on the big stages. Mio-Mika is someone that we know a lot about, though. He's the king of sea over the last year. He really started to dominate the Oceanic and rest of Asia region. He's been around for a long time, but getting those wins last year really started to kind of put him up on a whole nother level again. So that was very exciting to see, and excited to see how he starts off, because we're expecting him to come in as a pretty hefty favorite in this first match. That's going to be our storyline as we go on into it. Let's jump into some action, as in the top right-hand corner, our red that's not Protoss, that's a Zerg. Our red Zerg player is, in fact, Mio-Mika. Repping Team Gosu as we get into this first best of 3 of the day. In the bottom left-hand corner, repping Mystery Gaming, it is Nanami. who maybe is also known as Chiaki. I've never seen the double name on the bottom there before, but there you go, Nanami Chiaki. I'm going to call them Nanami because that's enough of a mouthful for me to say every single time already. As our spawning pool comes up first here from Miomaika. Well, Miomaika. If you are not familiar with Miomaika, if this is your first time watching one of these regions from the, what we now call Asia, beforehand it was Oceania and rest of Asia, I suppose, that Miomaika played from. He was in, he's a Vietnamese player. He's weird. He's aggressive. He will do things you don't expect. It's very hard to be well prepared against Miomaika because Miomaika will show up and Miomaika will make your life miserable because he just, you're not going to get to plan against Miomaika. You can try. You can say, oh yeah, generally I want to do this, that, and that. But if that doesn't really work out, then yeah, you can be in a whole lot of trouble very quickly. So yeah, that's the issue, that Miomaika is just able to sort of bring whatever and undo a lot of your planning, undo a lot of the work you want to set out to kind of, set in place, set in stone and everything else. So yeah, he's a crazy player, and already like pool, gas, then the hatch, that alone is already maybe signs of how Miomaika wants to play today. He's sort of saying, hey look, I'm going to come into this, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive, I'm going to get lings out early, I'll have a faster gas than usual, and these are all things I can use to my advantage over the next few minutes here to try and put myself in a favorable position, to try and really knock your confidence, I think is what it is, especially at this sort of level where, when you're not talking about the very top of the top, it's very easy to kind of see a lot of these players and they're like, oh, well, he likes to kind of do this build, or he likes to do that build. In this situation, you kind of get that, build taken away from you in a pretty big way. So, yeah. A couple of adepts, by the way, just going to move on forward and see what they can do there. Some extra lings on the way from Miomaika. I wouldn't even say this is too weird yet, just going up to 8 lings, 19 drones, but we've got more on the way, so this is not a pure ling flood or anything along those lines. Couple of adepts coming through, just going to knock down a creep tumors. That creep will be taken out, and we just have our adepts up into the high ground to again try and see if they can do some damage. It would be nice if you can come through and get a couple shots off, get a little bit of pings and pangs and all the rest. Knock a couple of drones down early, but we don't find anything. I mean, I'm fine with us keeping the adepts alive. I think that's very valuable as well, naturally, but I will say that, yeah, I feel like Nanami is the one that has to do something, and the Twilight Council opening is going to suggest that Nanami feels like that as well. Feels like he got to be the aggressor early on in this game. Those two adepts will be forced to recall home. Obviously, with the Twilight coming up, expecting this to be Glaives, if that is going to be the case, you want to keep these adepts alive. You want to see these, coming out a little bit further down the line a little bit later on here as well. So, as our Twilight comes through, adepts are kept alive. We're actually going to see the Overlord Scout coming in. It's already seen a Twilight. Now going to see the Twilight researching as well. There is not an anti-air unit here, not a single Stalker in sight. So nothing that can ping this Overlord away or ping this Overlord back. The Overlord just going to have to take a couple steps away and just gets to live, which is obviously amazing. We drop down the Robo. And of course, there's so many different ways to play Adepts in this day and age. I do wonder what exactly this one will be. Are we going to Robo Bay follow up? Because this is only 3 gateways. There's always potential to add on 3 more gates and try and do some kind of 6-gate aggression off of all of this too. There's that Overlord. It's kind of funny. We got a second Overlord popping in. He's like, haha! Yeah, you thought my first one was going to die, but it didn't die. And, yeah, slightly awkward. A little bit weird. But yes, this Overlord gets to show up, gets to pop in. The extra gates coming out. Robotics facility producing. Like I said, there's always the potential of taking this up to 6 gates. Because this Overlord came in, instead of the one that was more to the left, we actually do not get the Scout on these 3 gateways. Which I think is a real shame. Because if this wanted to come back in, I think you actually do get to see at least the pylon there and the gateways coming down. Yeah, I think that's a mistake from Miomaika in terms of the Overlords he sets up, because there was no reason to send that one in compared to others. We have another Overlord here, as obviously at this point Miomaika is setting up roaches, also a lair. The question mark is going to be, can he figure out just how many gates this is? Can he truly prepare for how aggressive this is about to turn out to be? These few adepts already going to have to shade back and back away. Our lane is continuing through to the south side, the lair continuing up, extra adepts continue to build. Our lair is moments from finishing in the main of Miomaika, and this hallucination just going to fly on by into the natural, in toward the main. Obviously getting some good info, but the thing is, info isn't really necessary for you. You're building 6 gates of adepts. You're going to go no matter what. It's almost like pretending like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to scout, I just want to know what's going on, don't mind me. A nice normal game on my part, but in reality it's not like that at all. You know, this scout is just kind of faking the idea of wanting information, because you just don't want that information. You want to just go, go, go. There's going to be an Immortal behind this. I mean, maybe you pick up some info as to whether or not you're going to go for the Immortal phase straight away or what. I mean, right now, there's units here from Miyomaiga. He's not being caught off guard at any point. His defense is absolutely solid, and there's just no breaking it down so far. Even the Prism can't get in with these Adepts, so this is a real shame. No damage done at all, and that's got to push Miyomaiga into a favorable position early on in this game. We see the Assimilator coming up from Nanami. We see the Blink now producing on the Twilight Council as well. And the rest of these Adepts just shading through the third base. The other Adepts just unloading on the Natural Expansion, picking up one drone, looking for a second. And Ling's getting a little wraparound as well, just to force those Adepts back up into the high ground. And they are going to drop into the main base, where we're going to get rid of a couple more drones. Spore Crawler still firing, the Prism loading up once again. The rest of our Adepts here will just make their move, heading around the right-hand side. But this Roach is already counterattacking. This is where the Immortals are going to be very important, and this is the problem, is obviously you've tried to go 6-gate Adept and you didn't really do much. I mean, yes, now we've killed 7 drones, but that's a very late 7 drones to be killing. The Prism's pinned into the corner. The Adept's on the wrong side of these Roaches as well. And don't get me wrong, the Immortal should help, but it's a numbers game. And right now, Miyomaiga is playing with all the numbers. He took them all. If this was bingo, he would win everything, because he has them all. Does that make sense? That how bingo works? I think so. You have all the numbers, you must get everything, right? Alright, well, I'm sure ZG would enlighten me, but unfortunately the enlightenment part of this half of this duo is not with us just yet, as Alan Roach backs away. Our Adepts on the other side try to go for another couple of dronies. Queen Roaches continuing to ping. This Prism is going to go down. That's nice to see, as Miyomaiga is being slowed down a little bit with these Adepts, but now that the Prism's gone, do we not just get the chance to go straight across the map and just apply a ton of pressure and really push Nanami into a very difficult position? Stalker's knocked down an Overlord to start things out. That Blink is about to finish as well. We've got the Roaches still pushing across the map, catching the Stalker here with these few Zerglings is always a great catch as well. As we come on forwards, those couple force fields are going to go down. Roaches are still coming through. We're going to have that Immortal going to get picked up. Another Immortal is going to go down. Super Battery didn't quite get enough of a heal on that Immortal to keep it going. And as you can see, Miyomaiga just has way too much. This didn't need to be anything fancy from him. He was just safe. He got the units out in time to defend. And from there, he's just kept on building units, because Nanami didn't do enough with the initial investment. You need to kill drones early if you're going to play 6-gate Glaives. And this is why, because otherwise the Zerg economy allows you to overrun anything the Protoss can afford in comparison. Obviously, the Protoss on a very late third base. This was never meant to be a game where you go Blink, not unless you did serious damage first. That's obviously not the case. That is going to be GG's. Miyomaiga picks up the first game of the day. And he's going to take that W, a 1-0 lead. I'll be rocking that 1-0 lead into our second map here in just a couple of moments. Get that ready to rumble. Alrighty, friends. We are just going to wait up for game number 2 to get hosted here. We are going to have to swap server, though, so we will just be right back with that one. The first match of this was played on Korea. The second match is going to be played on Singapore, and the third map as well, which just means we've got to go. The Singapore server is hosted on the American server, so we have to swap on over to America, which isn't difficult to do or anything. Just letting you guys know, it might be a moment longer than you're used to when it comes to these games, when it comes to this little bits of downtime, because I know we've been pretty swift the last few days, just kind of going game, game, game. Obviously, server hops are the one thing that do slow us down a little bit here and there, but we're on the new server. Just waiting for our admin to join us, host up the lobby, and game number 2 should be upon us. I even have, at least I thought I had, the map order here, but apparently I am on the wrong page or something. I do not have it. I thought I did. I will try and open that up again later then. We'll just wait and see what map number 2 is going to be when it gets hosted up. That should just be a couple of moments. And we'll dive our way into our second game in just a couple. As, yeah, Miyomaiga just looked good. And I like when Nanami chooses something aggressive, something that doesn't necessarily need the game to go long, right? This is very much so a case of, oh, we can just play like a very comfortable early game. We can just play a very comfortable kind of like early few moments. Get aggressive and just try and deal mega damage, get ahead and just go from there. Obviously, that doesn't quite how it turned out in the end. It didn't unfortunately work out like that or anything. He didn't do the damage needed in Miyamaika, like I said. He didn't have to get all flashy and fancy and everything that sometimes Miyamaika likes to do. This was just plain, standard, normal stuff. Very simple, just he defended, he built the units on the follow-up, and he just went. So very cool in that regard. As we will get ready for our next match very shortly. Oh. Nanami said, ready, go. Everyone was ready, and then Nanami was like, wait! My hotkeys! He's going to have to find those in a couple of moments as we get our admin to not start the lobby. It'll just be a few more moments here, Nanami getting this up and running here on day 3 again of this Swiss group stage. Again, obviously, tomorrow is day 4 of the ESL Masters, day 1 of round 2 of Swiss, though. And it gets more exciting. I actually feel as though, right, like, every round you advance in Swiss, in theory, you have players better and better matched up against each other. And that works in both ways. Just because you're watching the two players who are 0-1 battle against each other, in theory, they are more similarly skilled than when they were playing their original opponents as well, right? So I think that's the big thing that's really exciting about Swiss. As the days go by, as each day passes, we are going to get better matches. We are going to get more exciting matches with way more on the line as well. If someone goes 1-0 now or 0-1 now, you know, we've still got a couple matches to go before anything really exciting happens. But think about the final ground, guys. We're going to have a bunch of players on 2-2. Do or die. I mean, even when it gets to the point where someone's 0-2 and they have to win every match to make playoffs, every match just can be like elimination setup as well. It's not like, oh yeah, you get to play like, you know, how do I say it, right? It's not like you're like guaranteed to play the rest of your matches. Like, you might be out, but you still get to play for some more money, you know, the extra best threes. No, that's not how it works now. Every match you play is for playing in the tournament. It's either working towards playoffs or staying alive from elimination. Once you reach playoffs, once you get eliminated, that's it. No more games for you. It is possible to only play 3 best-of-3s in this group stage, so that is obviously pretty heckin' notable as we ready ourselves up into Babylon for map number 2 of this best-of-3. Thanks for a little bit of patience with us there as we got this set up. And here we are, as we have got in the bottom right-hand side our red Zerg player. This is Miyamaika. Taking on the blue Protoss on the top left from Mystery Gaming, we have got ourselves an Nanami. Game number 2, Nanami. What are you going to bring out then? Because Miyamaika kind of opened Pool and Gas before Hatch, but didn't really do much with it, so I wouldn't really say he set the tone of the game or anything. It was Nanami that really chose, right, let's go 6 gates, let's go in. As our pro, just going to go wandering, just checking out the main base for a couple moments here. Spawning Pool is on the way up, bringing that into play. And, yeah, just Pool. I mean, honestly, for Miyamaika, I don't mind it. If you feel like you're the heavy favorite, and you're kind of used to playing weirder builds and not always playing, like, hatchery first anyway, why not open a Pool and a Gas early, be very safe, limit the way your opponent can win in quick, kind of cheesy manners. So yeah, I like Miyamaika, what Miyamaika's doing. And it's not necessarily even Miyamaika saying, oh, I want to play safe against this guy. I would think that Miyamaika would play this way if he was playing against someone of his same skill level. But that's a benefit of how Miyamaika plays. It's very hard to cheese out a guy that's very likely to be building units and to be kind of attacking you aggressively at any point anyway. So it actually becomes quite difficult to kind of be the underdog against Miyamaika, I suppose, in that regard. Because, yeah, just kind of getting that cheeky cheese off, he's not prepped for it. I mean, maybe something like DT's where he doesn't build spores, right? But anything where it's like, oh, I'm going to overwhelm you with units or do something super fast, those kind of things just don't really work when he's likely building units anyway, right? Yeah, not really, as our Overlord is just going to go for the scout into the natural. And, yeah, just a little bit of a look to see what's going on early. Not too much happening. As our Warp Gate, Adept, all of this coming up. Get this underway. A quick note on the format, just in terms of kind of when those kind of maybe more exciting matches start. I'm not trying to delude any or take away from any of the matches happening right now, but when we talk about kind of players advancing to playoffs or players being eliminated, that starts in round 3 of Swiss. So, obviously, that is sort of beginning of next week, we'll start to have some 2-0s and 0-2s playing against each other. And that's when we're going to start eliminating people. And obviously, from there as well, as players get eliminated or advanced, there's less matches in each kind of round needed. Because if you're already 3-0, you don't play another match, right? So while we only get through 2 rounds of Swiss in this first week, we do get through 3 rounds of Swiss in week 2, and that is why. Because there's just less matches for each round necessary. So it should be the beginning of next week we really start to eliminate or advance players through the tournament. Again, this first week, just the groundwork, the foundations being made. As our depth shading up in toward the main base, not really much going on there. There is link speed finishing. We've got 6 links though, 8 links total, pretty much the same as last time. We are going to mix it up, by the way. We're going to see the Dark Shrine being set up from Nanami in the back of the main, so that's going to be a starting point. Get that Dark Shrine started. You know, the gateway going down, robotics facility being built here as well. And a couple spores coming down across the board as our lings are going to knock on the front. Our Adept already taking a little bit of damage. Spores continue through. Hatchery and Lair all producing. All of this coming in. For the moment, our Prism also just on the way out. And our Dark Shrine about halfway done. More lings continuing through the Lair builds in the main base, so just get that started up as well. 14 extra lings continue to produce. Miyamaika is one of the players that loves the Hydralisk as well. Not a lot of people love the Hydras in ZVP, but Miyamaika does, and it's very possible this fast lair is for something like a super fast Hydra Den. Just play Ling Hydra into the mid game. One of the big benefits of having this fast lair is that you're going to be able to make Overseers, and Overseers are fantastic use against Dark Templar. You might already have the spores in position, but the Overseers then mean that the DTs can't like camp out over here. It just limits how long they can stick around on the map. It forces them into the Archon phase a little bit sooner as our couple of DTs warp in, and they are going to reveal themselves on these lings, which I kind of hate, because honestly that just feels as though, I mean, did we have a full-on scout against this? I mean, maybe Miyamaika expects it, but now you've just revealed these DTs. It would have just been a heads up to start building spores. In this case, an Overseer can come down a little bit more quickly as well. That Overseer just morphing right overhead is going to finish up. And now the Lings can more easily chase down this group of units as well, because they can actually work against the Dark Templar. We kill off a few of the Adepts, and already I feel like Miyamaika is edging ahead in this game. And Nanami has a worker lead, but he's on a couple of DTs only. There's roaches now being built for Miyamaika. I think a big part of the worker lead is that Miyamaika didn't continue building drones because he didn't want to. Miyamaika is building roaches because he wants to build a crap ton of roaches. You know, he wants to get across the map and he wants to go and attack. So absolutely expecting that to be the case in the next few moments, that he's just going to rally across, because of course you can't use the DTs defensively because it's such a fast lair as well. So that's one of the benefits of this Overseer. It actually allows you to be aggressive with your roaches, where usually DTs would stop a lot of the early attacks pre-lair. But yeah, the lair's quick this time, so it's not going to matter. Still only 39 drones. We just killed one of the DTs as well, and every DT that's lost is a pretty big cost, because, well, that could have been, it's essentially half an Archon. And have you guys ever seen half an Archon wandering around? No, you need a full Archon to do damage, guys. Half of this thing, there's just no movement involved. It's unbalanced. Balls of energy need 2 halves to be secure. Something like that, physics. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a physics thing, trust me. Prism lifts up the 2 Archons, and like I say, you had to open an extra DT to be able to do this, but again, that's just the cost, right? And now you've spent more on getting these 2 Archons up that should have just been here anyway, and it just means that overall there's less to defend against this big roach attack, as Miyamaika tripling the army supply. Roach is going to arrive onto the 3rd base. A couple Stalkers warping in. I would just insta-kill these ones warping in. They can't be healed by a battery while warping in. We have enough Roaches to one-shot Stalkers. Well, the battery's not going to last long anyway, is it? Blink finishes. That gives us a chance to micro around. And hey, he kills off the Overseer, which means you can now warp in a DT against this. And Miyamaika should be careful about getting another Overseer up. It's a very obvious move as well. The Stalker's just target firing that. It should be very apparent that this is happening, unless, I guess, Miyamaika was still kind of dealing with the Archon drop over here. The 2 new Overseers are going to go down. Nanami's going to stay in it because he's denying the detection. He's actually going to give his DTs a chance to do a lot of damage. I mean, there's a lot to be done, don't get me wrong. They've got a lot of roaches to clean up, but there is a hope. There is a chance that there maybe was never meant to be, if nothing else. I think this time around we'll probably see a much more careful Miyamaika when it comes to these probes. You don't think they would have talked to each other like, hey, we're under attack over here. No, we're over attack over there. Okay, maybe let's go somewhere else. Instead, they just trade which units they're being attacked by. Silly probes should have communicated That's why you should always talk to your co-workers, guys. As our roaches continue to knock down a few extra probes. 27 workers already killed. Obviously, this damage is racking up to a whole new level, a whole new extreme. 30 probes killed, 31, 32, 33. I mean, I can count all day if Mio Mike wants to kill probes all day, and I guess he will kill probes until pretty much his opponent has none left. There is a lacking army supply now for Mio Mike. Like, it's not as overwhelming as it once was. The DTs honestly got a lot done at the end of this, but I mean, resources lost is even as well. But now Mio Mike has had a massive round of drones. Now Mio Mike is working off of a 20 worker lead, and it's going to be down in Nanami to defend. And I will say that Nanami's also lost 12 Stalkers. You know, units that are meant to be supporting here. So if you look at what he has right now, 2 Archons, 2 DTs, and 1 Stalker, it's not really going to cut it if Mio Mike is going to make a massive round of roaches. We're actually going to add on a Hydra Den as well. Another Overlord going down. The one thing that Mio Micah has been a little bit not so great with, right? I mean, this Overlord was just in the middle of nowhere. Previous Overseers flying over Archons obviously wasn't super pretty either. That wasn't exactly great. As our Prism works around this right side, and a couple of Archons will just go to the far right and see what they can get up to. Like I say, I mean, you've got to do some amount of damage. If you're not doing any damage at all with this Prism, you're still in a lot of trouble, right? I mean, there is a playable situation here from Nanami. The worker count is coming back online. The 3rd base was kept alive, so you can build those workers more quickly. These Archons need to keep Mio Micah busy to give you a chance to get something good up against Hydras, because Hydras are the new big problem. When it was just roaches, you could argue that, you know, eventually these roaches really do wear down. They don't do enough DPS at a certain point, and, you know, the game really kind of gets slowed down in a big way. In this case, a couple of Archons, they're not really going to do it against Hydras. Hydras just have too much DPS, so you kind of want to stop Mio Micah from hitting you before you have a bit more preparation made. I feel like Mio Micah might just be able to swarm with a bit too much. He's cutting drones again, so Nami is back in a worker lead. It is just a case of defend this, and you should be fairly good to go. Stalkers and the Archon gathering between the bases here, and we will see the roaches turning back around. Open up some rocks, just speed up the process of Hydras moving across the map. Muscular augments the first upgrades, again, that Hydra speed to get them moving more quickly. We could have kind of guessed that simply for the fact that he hasn't been droning. If Mio Micah wanted to play a more macro-focused game, it probably would have been A, drones, and then B, group spines first, just a bit better defensively. Obviously, the Hydras don't need to have that speed to just run around the bases defending at first. It's, no vision on these roaches moving out, which means that the Stalkers are out of position, the Archons are not here. Now the Stalkers turn back around. Well, there's an initial Archon that just gets killed off. Super Battery's a bit late. And the roaches, I like it. You force a recall and you just leave. It's very conservative play from Mio Micah. And it's because it's not like he wants to be conservative overall in the game. It's just he's waiting on his Hydras anyway. This little roach attack wasn't meant to be the big attack. So, you know, continue to attack in there would have made no sense. You're giving up roaches. It just wouldn't have made sense at all. It would have been a complete disaster, if I do say so myself. As our roaches, our Hydras continue to gather up. A couple DTs going to get picked away at as well. Probes also going down. Sal's getting picked away at. Overseer getting knocked down as well, as roaches and Hydras continue to move on through into this base. And I don't think with triple army supply, Mio Micah is going to have much trouble. I mean, we've got probes running away to the 4th location, which isn't exactly ideal either, because, well, now they're just stuck over here. They're going to run back through. Roaches and Hydras get rid of a lot of those. The stalker count is being decimated. And, well, 20 plus workers all going down. And that is going to be a pretty sizable lead, obviously, for Mio Micah at the tail end of this. He is going to be in a very comfortable spot. 2-0, and really just rounding out the first day of his ESL Masters with a bang. Just looking very solid throughout these games. Good defense and all the rest of it. Mio Micah is able to get through to, like I say, the 2-0. And, yeah, a good result to start things off with, right? So, Mio Micah gets a W, gets the win on the board, and that is going to be us for our first match of the day. So, with that first match rounded out, Mio Micah is, going to join the 1 and 0s. How many 2-0s are going to happen in the first round of Asia? Because it's getting a little bit ridiculous now. Like, every match in Asia, apart from the very first one, was a 2-0. I do think if there's a chance to see some non-2-0 action, it might be with the next match coming up. Because up next is Cyan versus Firefly, and I really think that Cyan Firefly is actually a very good match. I actually sort of surprised it's a first round match. 2 Chinese Protoss players that are actually very good. Firefly has been an amazing player on, in World Team League and everything, being an amazing ace for SSLT for a long time. I actually think this PvP up next could be an absolute banger. I even am hearing rumors that ZG might be here for it, so maybe ZG just doesn't wake up for ZVP 2 series. I don't know. Either way, we should be back in just a few moments. More StarCraft 2 is on the way. I'll see you guys very shortly as we continue with the ESL SC2 Masters Asia. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL SC2 Masters. ZG is here. Where are you? There you are. I found you. And we're ready to go for more StarCraft, ZG. You had a fight with the time zones.
Yeah. Yes. I figured it would inevitably happen. I thought I would just be confused as to what time zone is what, but I did not adjust my time zone on Team Liquid, my holy grail, my Bible, my whatever you want to call it, of checking schedules. It doesn't auto adjust. So I did move recently. So it's not Eastern, it's Mountain Time. Which, by the way, no one cares about. No one cares about Mountain Time. But I'm here now, so
maybe that's why
we're
Team
good.
Liquid didn't auto adjust. They're just like, Mountain Time doesn't count. Just stay on Eastern. Just work with this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true, actually. Eastern is much better. But yeah, I'm here now, and apparently we have at least like 10 more best of 3s to go.
Honestly, you're basically here at the start still. Considering we have 10 to go, we've got plenty still to come. You didn't really miss out, CG. I think we're going to be okay. We do have 10 best of 3s. This is our schedule. Obviously, we've got a couple more still left in Asia with Cyan versus Firefly and Nice versus Oriana. We're about to kick off this Cyan versus Firefly series, and I was saying to myself, CG, I think this is one of the most exciting first-round matches in Asia because to me, Cyan and Firefly are both very capable players, and to me, I would say they're top 8 players in this group.
Yeah, I think so. I also just love PvP. I think it's going to be fireworks. So that's always fun. And I do feel like even though it's a long time from like the 2013 era where the kind of like non-Korean like East Asia scene had its own thing going on, like a very unique play style, I feel like for Protoss players, it is still kind of unique. The decision making is, well, unique is the word I'm going to use. But they've certainly gotten very, very good. So I think we're about ready too. So... yeah. This is going to be my wake up, so I'm ready to go, man.
Yeah, you don't get a whole desk segment anymore, ZG, to actually get started and to warm up or anything. You just get thrown into the action in this new season of the production. So it's just go,
amazing.
Go. StarCraft. I mean, what better way to wake up than PvP? Because, yeah, there's probably going to be, like you say, some fireworks going on when you have Cyan and Firefly. I expect aggression, even on a map like Altitude. It's got a ramp, it's a big map, but I expect something aggressive to then set up into maybe even a longer game between these two, and maybe some disruptors, some real explosions. I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah. It's kind of what I'm expecting. But I'll let you lead, because I'm fresh here, man. So you go ahead.
Absolutely. In the top right-hand side, we actually have teammates as well from the SSLT. I like to call them the Hungry Camels. In the top right, our blue Protoss player, it is Firefly.
In the bottom left, as the red Protoss, it is Cyan. I had to wait for the dramatic zoom.
Yeah, sometimes I forget I'm the observer still. You're like, Cyan, I'm like, yeah, cool. I'm like, oh no, that's my cue as well.
Yeah, well, you know, it's understandable. You're only doing everything an entire production team did. So just round of applause for Wardy. Thanks for covering for me for the first best of 3 as well. And sorry to chat for missing out. Apparently it wasn't too much of a best of 3. But apparently I hope I came here for the good one. Because, yeah, PvP is very enjoyable. And while Altitude does tend to lean more into the late game or mid game at the very least, I also find that enjoyable. So, yes, we do have the gateway expands coming down and the typical probe scout to try and block that out. But, I mean, we can still get aggression, actually, shortly after. And, in fact, Firefly's still working off of only 1 gas. Cyan went up to 2 already.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference between the two. I mean, Firefly's also only mining 1 work on 1 gas, so he's going absolutely all out, just eco, ready to drop this Nexus, but it doesn't exactly help when you're getting blocked, and Firefly finally going to decide, oh, I guess I should drop the Cybercore first, but that was a bit of a delay on what could have been an earlier Cybercore here, because he obviously wanted the Nexus, now he takes the gas, now he takes an extra pylon, and this probe block is actually just throwing Firefly completely off, I feel like.
Yes, I do feel like that is true, which is quite unfortunate. I mean, maybe not as practiced in the gateway expand shenanigans, because this is kind of It's kind of par for the course, isn't it? The probe scout should come in to make sure you don't just get a Nexus down as soon as you want. And then the shenanigans ensue. So I gotta make a Zealot, maybe I'll fake out that Chrono, maybe I won't. And then the dance, of course, of the probe. But yeah, it is finally gonna come down for Firefly. Cyan's still working on that block back on his side of things, but the Zealot is out, and it should be clear momentarily.
Yep, this pylon's going to drop low, and now you have freedom to expand if you want to, but Cyan has put down a Stargate first, so we'll have that little bit of tech on his side, he'll be able to do something with that. Stalker pops out, helps to kill off this probe, make sure there's no more blocking. And of course, this Nexus can still drop, and that's the expectation. With the faster Stargate and the ability to have an Oracle so.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Who would do that? Who would do that? Cyan does that. Okay, changing out the Stargate for a Robo. I mean, I was already going to point out that Firefly hasn't gotten any technology at all, just adding on that second gateway so far, but are they going to get a follow-up scout? I guess Cyan was able to scout that they obviously didn't go into an Adept, it was Sell at Stalker, so figuring that they're going to be clear to kind of hide this for an extended period of time, that is weird.
Yeah, that's very fun. What do you think we get out of this Robo? Just a Prism, a bunch of units, and we just go and attack and just sort of catch your opponent off guard. He's maybe playing a bit greedy, expecting a Stargate, battery and a mineral line, but then can kind of just tech up otherwise. Like a couple Stalkers should deflect an Oracle, and we're good to go, so the Prism might be able to punish. An Immortal even. Okay,
yeah.
Wow. Even more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly what that plan was, but if you just think it through, if the plan was to get ahead a little bit economically, like in a macro game, like a typical game, let's say, then a Twilight Council is generally that option. So, exchanging it for a Twilight Council and being like, aha, I got 30-second faster blink or something, could have made sense, I suppose. But the Robo tends to lean towards aggression or safety. But if you're the one that's kind of mind gaming and you got such a good scout, then I'm going to lean towards aggression. So the Immortal coming out, potentially a War Prism afterwards. I love the Hallucinate Oracle, and then not using it so that it doesn't get damaged, I mean, is a little sus, but Cyan's control of the Oracle has so far, I think, avoided getting hits, but still making sure that it was appeared in Firefly's vision.
Here we go. There's the scout. The hallucination gets to see the sentries and Immortal moving across the map, and now you're just going to be like, okay, well, battery time. Didn't have a battery ready in the front before now starts up 2. There's only, I guess, the panel in the top left will at least power one of them, if not both, so that is a little bit of an aid. Otherwise, that panel in the front, though, powers 2 gateways. If that goes down, you're losing production. That's a big deal as well, as we hallucinate the Colossus for high ground vision.
I saw laser beams initially, and I was like, wait a minute. Am I still very groggy? That's very confusing. But yes, that is a Colossus. Well, there's no observer, so again, of course, Firefly figures that it's not actually real, but the AI cannot determine that. So it will tank a couple of extra shots if you don't focus fire. But so far, Firefly with the focus fire at least tapped one of the Immortals. Second one comes up too, however, and this is, well, a long drawn-out battle, because again, that Colossus is not real, man.
Yeah, Colossus isn't really doing much. The Immortals obviously pack a punch. We have not used our super battery yet. Going to pop it now to save the gateway, which I do like. You're going to see a force field on the ramp there. The Prism here now to reinforce. We're going to get extra sentries, really reliant on these force fields to be able to dictate what's going on. But Stalkers are about to have Blink on the side of Firefly, and that should help him a lot when it comes to defending here. We'll see what he can do. Loses a gateway, however, so that's going to limit his production once again. Still has 2 gates up, though. That isn't kind of completely doom and gloom. I guess losing the Cybercore would be very painful, though. No more Stalkers if that goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. No more sentries either, in case that is necessary for time buying. However, that hallucinated Phoenix, I think, really just saved Firefly's life as he blinks forward, grabs the Warp Prism, and of course the 2 Immortals that have lost their Hardened Shield. And this will be a cleanup here for Firefly without the Cybernetic Score. Still had enough units at the very last second to push this entirely back. And then where does that leave us, Wardy? Is this a macroable game for both of them?
40 to 45 workers? Yeah, I mean, I did like it a bit less for Cyan because Immortal can't reset, and obviously Blink Stalker's coming across the map. Now he's got to be a defender, so I feel like Firefly gets into a better position overall, and yeah, we'll control the map. And even if you don't do anything here, just having your opponent penned in is already allowing you to take a third base versus no third base, right? So yeah, I'd say macroable for both, but definitely with Firefly maybe on the edge. That defense was big for him, and especially not just the defense, but the cleanup, right? Getting rid of the 2 Immortals, getting rid of the Prism, removes so much more of what Cyan could continue to have done otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would have been dangerous for Cyan to hang around with the War Prism and 2 Immortals because Blink was finished, but I mean, at least it would have been something a little bit longer to potentially get something out in the map. As we are on a big map, Firefly's going to take a long time to get across, which it still happened fast enough to, as you were saying, contain Cyan. Firefly even is still rallying across the map as he catches 2 Adepts. We're definitely supposed to sneak across the map. Now it's just the 1, and that's found as well. Firefly does seem to be all over the follow-up, ensuring his lead when it comes to that 3rd Nexus. But Cyan probably just going to go for another all-in, right? Just add on gateways, other Immortal and Blink, and just go for it?
I guess so, right? I mean, you're stuck on two bases. It feels like the more you stay on two bases, the more you've just got to go. Because obviously that third base is up for Firefly, but it's not really being too useful yet. It's only just given a little bit of beyond two base saturation, so I wouldn't say it'd be terrible. And if you go soon, you do have that immortal advantage. The longer you wait, the worse this gets for you, 100%. And maybe you could kind of take a Robo Bay and just start Disruptors and just play from that little bit of a deficit and know that you need to get at least a Disruptor shot or two to help you out. I just don't like that as much as just kind of pulling the trigger. I think you should just go, even on this bigger map, just commit. And there's a lot of power in this army. He is going to start going, but there's also a Forge on the way down, so Cyan isn't even fully committed to this. He's got kind of a backup plan as well. I wish he'd just full send it one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, total agreement. That Forge is a little bit weird, I guess, as far as a backup plan. It's not the most expensive because it doesn't cost any gas, but certainly don't start an upgrade. He basically just said, no, he starts an upgrade, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think the all-in is the good choice. This still has a lot of heat on it, even with that shield battery. Just wait it out, not targetable. Firefly noticing actually gets a second one, that's a good idea, and a third one, that's an excellent idea. If he holds here, he is going to be ahead, so just put all your resources into holding.
Yeah, you just defend right, and we've got Zealots as well, which are a great buffer usually. If they can absorb some of the immortal shots, you do take away a bit of the power from Cyan, who has got a lot of those immortals, but he's also got sentries to help dictate how this fight might go, where this fight can happen. First immortal taking some heavy hits is going to go down. That's already a big loss here, as one of the big firepower units is removed early in this battle, and just going to see another one going down very quickly as well. It looks as though Firefly is all over this push.
He's got his own immortal coming in, which is going to be big. That War Prism of Cyan could be trying to save him. There we go. Other immortals are just a little bit out of range. But Chardlet's coming in as well, taking away the micro ability, and there's that blink forward to really seal the deal. Firefly takes game one, and a very amusing game. I'm glad it lived up to my expectations.
You know, it was definitely a wake-up call, CG. You had to be awake to to see everything that was going on in this series, because it was just wild. I mean, you cancel the Stargate, you go Robo, you have that full attack, and then you actually get cleaned up on the end of it. Like, it felt like Cyan was doing everything well, just didn't get away soon enough. The blink from Firefly obviously gave him so much potential to chase and clean up, and yeah, in the end, Firefly just able to kind of get the win. I still don't know what this Forge was for, though. I just got to bring it up one more time. Like, why did we have this Forge and +1 starting? Like, was this not obviously an all-in? And to the point where by the time +1 finishes, the game's either won or lost. Like, this isn't like the fight might last a while. +1 at that point is not going to be making the difference. A little surprised about that part, I guess.
Yeah, I can't really explain that one. I don't think it's realistic that he would contain in this situation, considering, I don't know, it's really difficult to contain your opponent on that third base particularly. The natural makes a lot of sense, but the third base, unless you're already ahead, which it was still a very close game, yeah, I don't think you're gonna get a contain. So trying to kind of like fake aggression into some good macro, it would have had to last the entire time of a +1 upgrade and a third Nexus, right? Because that's something he didn't have. So very unlikely. But yeah, I think the real kicker, the culprit of why Cyan lost is that hallucination, or Firefly. Wait, it's early. Forgive me. Is the hallucination, right? It came across the map, so perfectly timed to still see the Robo units on the way. I mean, it would not have been surprising for the hallucination not to come out, the Sentry not to be built, because the Oracle was so expected. Yeah,
no, that's actually a very good point. Like, you got that scout like last minute, but it was still a scout and able to kind of really start responding from there. I mean, in a game that, you know, it was close, right, as well. Like, if you were just that little bit less prepared, if the batteries don't come down as soon, maybe it's more than just chipping away at the gateway to start. Maybe you just wander up into the natural, and then that's obviously really troubling. So, yeah, Firefly being able to just have any extra moments to prepare for that, really got to say that would have helped. As we have game 2, going to happen on Grezfan as far as maps go. This is a little bit more aggressive because you've got no ramp on the natural, so it does open up some more things. We're likely going to see 2-gate expands or 2-gate base builds here rather than 1-gate expansions with the ramp. So, yeah, we're going to be continuing through that, as we will hopefully be in game in just a couple of moments. I think the admin was just taking a moment to let me know something about our next match.
Oh, all right. Well, I did check the results between these two. Obviously, I didn't have much time beforehand. They play a ton of best of 5s together, man. Best of 7 as well. Jeez. They were playing through all these Sunrise Cups. Anyways, Cyan has won the last 4 times that they met, but it was all super close, 3-2, 3-1, 3-2, 4-3. So they are very evenly matched, I suppose, overall. But it is Cyan favored, and obviously he gets the W, so that's what's most important. So, I mean, he tries a bit of a sneaky sneak in the first game, might find it more effective on the second game, and we are going into that type of map that does encourage the 2 gateway openers, which I'm not gonna say can like result in more tricks, because obviously last game had a trick, but I think can move into like a lot more early game aggression and all-ins, such as the proxy robo.
No, that's definitely true. Yeah, you mentioned the history of these two. It's kind of funny for me. I guess we'll do intros first. Go on then. I'll talk, even because I'm the observer, so I'm on edge waiting for the intro, even though I'm gonna do it. Intros first. In the bottom right-hand corner, our red Protoss player is going to be Cyan.
And in the top left, we do have the teal Protoss. No, that's blue. Firefly.
It's definitely not teal.
No, it's not teal.
I have to disagree on that one. But yeah, for me, these two players were actually like kind of the rising kind of star from China for, in different periods. Like Cyan back in, I think, 2015, 2016, had like a really good run at kind of an international event that was held in China, but had like Parting there. I think Parting won, and he put up an amazing fight against Parting in like the semis or so. And then he kind of just fell off. And then Firefly was kind of this player in 2018, 2019. He was like, hey, look, I'm the star in China. I'm kind of the rising player. And then he kind of just hit a wall and kind of fell off, and they've both kind of like fallen off and then risen back in the last year or so, especially to be at the level they're at today. While basically Oliveira has obviously dominated the Chinese region since then. So, yeah, just kind of funny how these two have almost had such similar storylines in StarCraft, just a couple years apart from each other.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. That's a nice parallel. Obviously not getting as much, I guess, light shined on them due to, of course, some of the inaccessibility of the foreign events, especially lately. But yeah, different time periods where they were really the rising stars of their regions, and now, well, Oliveira is expected to dominate in, for instance, this tournament. Cyan is going for that, just hidden pylon and is not keeping their probe next to it, so this isn't going to be a full-on committal. But considering what he just showed, I mean, Firefly should be really paranoid of not seeing the second pylon.
Yeah, I mean, missing a pylon is obviously a pretty big deal, and Firefly has that info. It's just always a question of, is it real, is it fake? He is on the way to scout it. If he keeps on in this direction, he is going to go past it, so that's just nice to know that you don't actually have something proxied coming your way, and now you can just breathe a little sigh of relief here.
Yeah, it's actually fantastic. It doesn't seem like very much, like it doesn't scout something important, right? Like a Robo or a Stargate, but having that knowledge of what it isn't is big news. Probe in the main base of Cyan finally gets taken down, but not before it does see that it was at a depth opener. Firefly is going to go ahead and opt for a 1-base Twilight Council, so jump-starting his technology, potentially turning into aggression, but we'll find out. Actually set his Stalkers all the way over here to kill this pylon. That's risky, no? That's a very far distance away from his base.
Yeah, because you're just out of position, so this pylon, in a way, I guess, is almost a bait in this regard. It's like, oh, well, if you do want to come clean it up, opportunity for me. These Adepts have a chance to shade on by. There is a probe in position. The Adepts will not even get up the ramp, so we won't see anything happen. In the end, it looks like Firefly gets away with it. It's going to continue these Stalkers, though. A couple more of them already heading forward through the bottom, a couple in the top. And Firefly, yeah, looking as though he wants to come across the map and at least poke and prod. He does get the faster base down, but it's a Robo and a third gateway out of Science, so he's going to keep the aggression up going into this game, too.
Ooh. Yes, he is. So he doesn't end up proxying with it, but he absolutely is going to go into 3-gate Robo all in. For Firefly, I guess basically saying, I know I can block my high ground. Well, he failed on that one, so I just... All right, so I think what he wanted to say, right, is I can block my high ground, so I don't mind sending my Stalkers out to supply block you. But he doesn't block the next Adept shade in, which I believe killed the probe and then just skedaddled because it didn't get anywhere close to the mineral line. Yeah. But that now makes me a little worried. Those Adepts are going to get in the mineral line. And even if they don't, they are a big distraction. Firefly, maybe he doesn't realize what's going on quite yet. Oracle is flying across the map, once again faking that out. And then Firefly also proxying a gateway. But, I mean, he has a Nexus kind of weighing him down. Cyan is just full on 1-base committed.
Yeah, there's absolutely the big difference, right? Just the one base commitment. We're going to see now Robo. We're going to see a third gateway. The Adepts do commit in. They're looking for the sentry, and they do get it. So taking away some of the defensive capability here as well. And obviously, Cyan is about to hit at the front door. So there's nothing on the low ground. This Nexus, a lot of the time, just has to be sacrificed here. I mean, Firefly is going to come to the low ground too. We do need the Prism. We do need more warp-ins. We're not far from Firefly having Blink, though, which is really a massive turning point in this game because Blink will allow these Stalkers to trade so much better against their counterparts.
Is he trying to buy time? This is a very dangerous thing to do, but it is working, and Blink is going to finish, so he can hopefully get back up on his high ground through maybe the left ledge.
Yeah.
Or he's going to try and dive on the Warp Prism, but that dive would cost him a lot of his Stalkers. I don't think that's actually a good idea. They're coming in from behind. That could snipe the Warp Prism without having a Blink.
Yeah, I kind of liked this if he still had a sentry to make sure these units don't get up into the base. That's going to be a little strange. He pinged the Prism a little bit. He's just trying to do this in what I would call the most difficult way possible, right? It's extremely fancy. It just doesn't feel like it needed to be quite this fancy. He is going to get the cancel on the warp in, but he's obviously used Blink on these Stalkers over here, and he doesn't really have the numbers. This might have been more okay, obviously, if he just hadn't lost so much up until this point. However, Cyan has to finish the Nexus, so doing that costs him a little bit of firing time, and with reinforcements, Firefly pushes it away. And we are going to be sitting with, what, no base on either side of the map. Cyan now able to build an Immortal defensively, but Firefly having the Blink. Two very different positions.
Yeah, but I do like Blink. I mean, PvP has moved over into basically 95% of PvPs having Blink for a reason. Over that Immortal, which, you know, that stay at home has to be really well controlled, really babysitted, actually. And of course, Firefly also has the Proxy Gateway, which is encouraging him to do go for a counterattack. But once again, even with Blink, the numbers aren't really there to make it a totally convincing fight. And now we have Daddy Immortal over here. That's definitely going to push this away, even with the reinforcements coming in. That just, again, was not a convincing fight. So it was kind of a wash, basically, in which I think Firefly could have used the Stalkers before he lost them to do a bit more of a contain, not a direct initiation.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just feel like, yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Just one of these situations which is just so... Turned out to be so strange to see Stalkers and the Immortal actually going to come through, knock down a pylon. However, now the Immortal is going to get picked off, and again we're going to see the power of the Blink being able to kind of jump on a fight, and, well, being able to trade here a little while longer. Still just going Stalker for Stalker, but now has more. He should be able to get everything. There's nothing on the natural still defensively, and we actually just warped in a couple of Adepts across the map to try and make something with those. Sentries are going to have to try and save the day, but we're going to lose 2 pylons. I guess that's not an immediate issue for Cyan, but it is adding up.
It is, but I don't think we're necessarily wrong to be like, oh, Firefly is being a little over-aggressive, as that two Adepts get into his main base again, force a recall. It's just that Cyan also made a mistake, right? Going so aggressive as to go and kill that pylon, when the second option was building a shield battery and then having his Immortal up against that. Now, it wouldn't have an overcharge because there's no Nexus, but... a shield battery is still a very difficult thing to bust when you have one Immortal working on a second that's now even closer to reinforcing, and then, whatever warp-ins you're doing as well. But the way it went that it did. And so Firefly does, I think, take back a little bit of that control after winning kind of the fight around the Proxy Gateway, and, well, certainly is winning now with the Nexus finishing up, but Cyan maybe just, again, going to go super aggressive. Just build units and then go across the map. No, okay, he's going to get a Nexus. It's so late, though.
Yeah, it's extremely late, especially in comparison to the Nexus over on the side of Firefly, finished up on location and, well, already mining. So just away we go. Firefly will start to take a little bit of an edge, get his own Robo up, and of course still has Blink in his favor. Is just an absolutely massive advantage as well in my eyes. It's, yeah, 3 Immortals just, you mentioned babysitting them. How do they ever move across the map safely against Stalkers? Well, they just don't really. I mean, you can, it can work, but it's just such a dangerous affair, and the problem is then you're being the defender with the less eco-focused position. It should have been Cyan that dropped the expansion first.
I think so. Yeah, I really think this could have gone the opposite way, considering their respective positions. But then they both were aggressive at perhaps odd times, and, well, that has obviously put Cyan very far behind. You know what I kind of like him to do, which he's not doing, so... Well, here's an hypothesis that's not really important. I kind of almost wish that he went into charge and just went like charge that Archon Immortal all in on 2 bases.
Yeah.
Because basically, I just want him to all in is my stance. I don't think he's going to recover if he tries to play out the long game. Although their probe count is very similar, so it's not as terrible as it felt with the Nexus timing. But yeah, it is going to go into Blink versus Blink with 3 Immortals, I guess, on the side of Cyan that maybe could make it across the map depending on this game went.
Yeah, but I mean, as we continue through, now we're talking about Immortals on the side of Firefly too, so even that being an advantage is dissipating quickly. Firefly with 1 gateway on the map that's still not powered up, of course, denied earlier. And the Cyan gets the Prism, I guess it might be time to go. Extra sentries are generally used offensively in this matchup, so as you warp in a few of those, I really believe we're about to just send it across to the other side, and yeah, away we go.
All right, yeah, so he's got his 2-base all in. It's going to be with Blink and Immortals and Sentries. Not the Charge Archon, which is totally fine, by the way. Like, Charge Archon, there's a reason why it died down, and again, has a lot to do with having to babysit and get across the map. Because, you can only do so much against the Blink Stalker mobility. But if he is going to have Blink, he's going to have to actually get Stalkers, so that count is only just now increasing. Firefly currently at 11 Stalkers, Cyan at 5, but of course 3 Immortals to 2. Warp Prism juggling also going to be a big factor, but going to be difficult to crack someone who has a bigger army supply and shield batteries and an overcharge. So yeah, good luck, Cyan.
He's put down the Forge, this is it. The all-in's confirmed, CG. Don't believe his move back. This is his signature move. You build the Forge and then you all in. I'm not convinced Cyan's not going to go for it. In all seriousness, though, now he does back up, right? And it's just even... I don't disagree necessarily because Firefly had every advantage you could think of, and it didn't look like it was going to work. But you're playing from behind, Cyan. You've got to do something at some stage that improves your position. And, I mean, there's a Dark Shrine, and I love that, but maybe that should have been a priority rather than a, oh, well, now I guess we're going to add that on and just see what we can do with it, because he needs something, right? I mean, worker count is even, yes, but the upgrades, +2 already starting, charge are going to be done. These are things that Firefly can use massively in the next few moments, I think, to really,
yeah,
take this lead and just push it further.
Right, exactly. Immediately starting up that +2, getting in the charge. I mean, could add on some Archons if he wanted and try and just literally go for it. He doesn't really have to move over into Disruptors, for instance, which might actually slow him down if he waits for Disruptors when he could probably have a killing move on Cyan. So I like that Firefly is going to position himself. I think he's the one that can start moving his hands around the guy's face and be like, I'm not touching you. And then if he wants to, he could punch him. But yeah, initially just be like, yeah, I'm around, respect me. But it is funny how they keep on having such similar economies, because the game it's one of those games where it was 1 base versus 1 base for a long time, right? So Firefly literally doesn't have to build so many more probes because he transferred them from the main base because he was already out of minerals there. So that's why they keep on matching each other's probe count, is they're staying on the bases so long, I suppose, even if the bases are faster. Now that the 3rd base is up and there's still a lot of minerals to saturate, you would expect Firefly to get ahead. But again, Cyan seems pretty comfortable on his probe count, maybe only going to get those minerals up and then just full send it. But he doesn't have charge, so he can't do that, actually. No, he should get any gases. Well, that might happen eventually, maybe not. He's not producing all 3 probes given the opportunity. He is producing those DTs, however. And where do they get warped in?
Yep, up on the top side, going to grab a couple of these DTs already and send them up through towards, I guess, the main base. Could obviously drop one off and just wander it into the 3rd. And hey, these DTs have a lot of potential. We are chrono boosting out a Observer, though, so that should give you a little bit of a better chance to deal with this. Stalker's getting in position. The Prism gets punched away for the moment, so nothing too exciting just yet. And this army of Cyan begins to move toward the upper left-hand side. Stalkers, Sentries, and Immortals all together. But are we ever going to actually go? I don't think so. Cyan is just so... I just don't feel like he really knows what he wants to do in this position. He's still figuring it out.
Yeah, I think that is true. I don't think this is some 1,000 IQ, I'll move and then back away and then I'll move and then I'll back away and then he'll be confused. But I do think it's probably confusing Firefly a little bit too. I think overall Firefly is playing the cleaner game. Cyan has had more problems with being convinced it's going to go one way and then it goes another way. So he has fallen behind, but I wouldn't be surprised if Firefly is also yeah, you're going to attack. Wait, hit. No? Okay, all right, so I'm going to continue on, right? And then what is also confusing me is Cyan going for this TT Blink. But it looks, Wardy, like it's really going to go into a long game, right? Even after everything seemed to be going Firefly's way, I still think he has the better army, right? With the upgrades and the Archon count and charge actually being done. Cyan is figuring that he can get to a 4th base and harass with mass DTs and DT Blink, and he's not actually wrong. The DT squad is in the bottom left, and with Blink, that's going to be a real bother. And Firefly just showed that his army's still like all the way to the top right. Cyan, that was probably the time to go. But the DTs, not his army.
Yeah, DTs, go. It's finally time to do something. They just sat there, finally they're on the move. I mean, there's a second cannon building. Go! Stop stopping! I mean, maybe the Observer sees the armies here as well. There's no reason for these DTs to keep on delaying. As, yeah, this army's an issue, but these DTs got to get started. They're going to blink onto the cannon in the natural. Finally, we're going to start dealing some damage. Immediately kills off the Warpins as well. Well, now it's kind of down to Firefly to get something done. He does at least have an obs with this army. Can he deal with the DTs at all? He's going to recall. Oh, that's bad.
He got the Nexus, amazing. However, that's still a bit of a problem, to be honest. I actually kind of wish that a recall would go off. Like, weirdly enough, that recall probably should have happened, and then the DTs could have blinked out, and then Cyan doesn't have a gigantic army entering into his natural, but now he does.
Yeah, I actually think it was better for Firefly that the recall got cancelled, because now, like, it was horrible, the split that he had as well. It wasn't like all of his army, it was like half of it. It was a real mess. Now, he actually has a pretty good shot at just winning a fight. He's going to stay in the natural. He does not have a way to reinforce this army. I think it's his biggest issue. Good force fields, going to keep some of the Immortals in the front so he can chew through those. And he just has so many tech units that has got to be making a big part of the difference right now.
But he also, Firefly just lost his third Nexus too. He's on 2 Nexus, well, 1 really mining. Wait, is there an observer? Wardy, there is an observer. It's actually out of position a little bit. He has to bring it forward. There he does bring it forward, but the DT's
go behind.
They're doing so much damage in the back. What the heck is happening?
Oh, that was just funny because the observer just sieged. He was like, okay, I'm fine, like, you know, DTs, and then they blinked back behind the army, and it was actually an awesome play, whether Cyan realized it or not. And did you still see? I mean, this is finally going to be just too many units. Firefly has to get out of here. He has got an army lead. He's actually got reinforcements showing up, so this blink forward may not be as good as it seems. He didn't get the prism either, so reinforcements may still continue through. Of course, we've got no tech units pretty much on either side. 1/2 Archon here from Firefly at this point is just going to save that, take it towards the main, and I guess we just run into this main where all the production is, force the fight. That's going to do it. GG. Firefly is going to take game number 2 and the series ZG as he comes out with a big win. He did not get the better of Cyan recently. It's been close when they've played, but today he gets it. And like I say, this is going to be a hotly contested first round. I'm pretty sure he'll be very happy with that. And Cyan will have to fight from an 0-1 start in this event.
Yeah. No, it is a little bit of an upset, but it is kind of funny because their record for this year, nothing but best of 5s. Isn't that weird? And that's like 10 games, like 10 series, guys, but they're all best of 5s.
They're all best of 5s?
Yeah, seriously. From January 15th, 3-0, 1-3, 2-3, 1-3, 3-2, 3-1, 3-2, and then a best of 7. Like, so maybe Firefly is just really, like, maybe Cyan was doing a lot of comebacks. I, of course, didn't watch all these games. And Firefly was actually quite happy. He's like, yes, finally a best of 3. I can actually kill this guy.
Maybe he always starts like 2-0 or something as well. At least like 1-0. It's like, yeah, man, if it's a best of 3, like, I've got this. Yeah, awesome for Firefly. I think he's really come into shell again the last year or so, and just really cool to see him getting a good start here. I think he can do cool things in this event. I think he can really push it here in the Asian section of the regionals, which we have not yet finished up. When I was here on day 1, we only did 2 matches in Asia, but this time we do 3, which means we've got 1 still to come, which is going to be Oriana. I'll bring up the schedule here in just a sec, actually. We'll just have a quick peek at this. It's going to be Oriana taking on Nice and TVP, where obviously we've got Nice from the old Taiwanese region, ZG, who's definitely going to come in as a favorite against Chinese Terran here.
Yeah, I'd say so. But I don't know much about Oriana, so I'm very interested in seeing what's going to happen.
Me neither. That's why I kind of believe it's going to be a... That's why I kind of believe Nice is going to be favored, because like we know Nice. We've seen Nice a lot. He's been, you know, the winner in Taiwan time after time. I find it hard to believe Oriana, who didn't make a splash in China the last few seasons, is going to put up too much of a fight. But you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be proven incorrect as we get into these next rounds of games. It might be a little... Okay, never mind. I was about to say we might have a bit of an extended break, but we will not. We'll just have the usual break. So we'll be back in about 6 minutes where we will return with more StarCraft 2 action in the form of Nice taking on Oriana. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ESL SC2 Masters Summer Regionals. We're here to wrap up Asia for the day, but also round one of Swiss. So at the end of this, we will have everyone that's 1-0, everyone that's 0-1, and we will roughly start to know what those matchups are, perhaps. I actually inquired as to when it might be that we actually find out what those matches are specifically for round two. But I did not get an answer just yet, but I'll keep us up to date. If they get announced, we can obviously discuss them and have a chat and get excited about what may be to come in the next few days as well over the weekend. But before then, ZG, we do, of course, have our match still coming up here, which is going to be nice. The Taiwanese Titan taking on Oriana, who neither of us really know that much about. You know, a bit of a performance here and there in the Chinese regionals, you know, in the past maybe, but nothing really like noticeable. Nothing, you know, not a player we've been keeping our eyes on for sure. So going to be kind of an interesting series to see if he can put up a fight against Nice.
Yeah. I even am looking up what Oriana means because I was like, isn't this like a League of Legends character?
Oh yeah.
So I literally looked it up, and it's just is a given name primarily of a female that is widespread in Europe. I have nothing. Nothing to contribute here, but I mean, he is an active participant of the scene, is all I can, I guess, contribute, actually, right? So as you said, like maybe some results in the regionals back before they were condensed, but definitely not a favorite coming into this series. The only match that Oriana has played against Nice was a 2-0 2 years ago, or 0-2, I guess, in Oriana's case.
I don't think that's necessarily going to change going into this series. I think Nice has been, if anything, improving as of late, right? We look at Nice as someone who really took, you know, big control in the Taiwanese scene. He used to be dominated by Haas, and we're like, oh, Nice is like a mini Haas, you know, he's kind of cheesy. And then Nice got a bit more well-rounded while still improving that macro game. And suddenly Haas just could not beat him. Suddenly Haas was not, you know, the winner of Taiwan anymore. Nice was. You know, it happened one time, we're like, oh, cool, go Nice. And it happened again, we're like, is Haas ever going to win again? Because it just kept on being Nice at that point. So very, very cool. And we'll have Nice versus Oriana coming up for PVT as a matchup as well. Very fun, very versatile. Lots of different openings and so on ZG for this matchup as well. So maybe some options there for Oriana to mix it up, get spicy, and to try and be a bit weird to take a lead.
I suppose so. You know, because we're all just guessing right now. For Nice, you said, like, became a more well-rounded player. So even though maybe PVT is a bit of a struggle for some Protoss, I just feel like the skill gap is going to be there enough that it's not really going to be a concern. And then Nice, I mean, you could even start tripping Oriana up, is my guess. You know, a little bit of early pokey poke, a little bit of early aggression, and then the Terran player might fall apart. But we just don't know. I mean, in this case, they also don't play against each other very often. So often what was happening in those divided regions, like Nice versus Haas, was a lot of mind games, especially in PvP, of course. But, you know, a lot of knowledge about each other's playstyle. But apparently, according to Aligalak anyways, they're going to know very little about each other, I guess, on a personal level. I suppose, if anything, Oriana might have a little bit more of an idea of how Nice plays and vice versa, but I don't know if that's going to give him enough of an edge.
Yeah, I feel like you need more than just info on how Nice plays, because this is going to be... Nice can just play very standard. You know, that's the cool thing. It's not like Nice nowadays. It's like, oh, I am the cheesy guy. I only do these kind of builds. That well-roundedness should give him the chance to just play. If he wants to be standard here and just say, yeah, I'm the favorite. I'm just going to do my normal thing. I don't have to be too fancy. We just sort of go from there, and you're going to have a good time. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. We're going to be starting up on Raw Blood, which pretty typical map, right? Especially in these best of threes. We see this a lot when it comes to TVP. So really nothing too surprising about the map either. Maybe some gold-based shenanigans, but that's, I think, as crazy as it might get, and I really don't think anyone has a need to kind of take it to be that wild.
No, I mean, Hero would, so maybe Nice is really a fan of Hero. Already sitting on a super fast probe, so perhaps, but let's go into the intros. Top right, Fred Terran, it is Oriana.
And in the bottom left, we are lagging.
Okay.
I love that. Azura
I was
just joined us as an obs for this match. Instant lag. That's a great one. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player representing the Starlight Twinkle, right? It is going to be Nice.
I was really looking forward to going 0-2 today, being late and lagging out. So darn. But have to try again later. So yeah, the early probe scout. I don't know. It actually seems like a lot of Protoss are doing this. Because Hero definitely does this like instantaneous probe scout. You know, I'm not saying early probe scout isn't pylon, guys. It's like literally as soon as you spawn. And Hero loves this, but someone else was doing it in the like European regionals. Probably not Showtime, if I had to guess. But someone else was doing it, and I was like, oh, is this like picking up? And now Nice is doing it too, which it is a huge hit to your economy. This is a really fast probe, but I guess the theory is that if you're really good microing, then it's going to hit the SEV economy as well, right? Constantly pulling on and off.
That, and I think as well, you're going to be able to get that guaranteed scout of a proxy or not, right? Because you're going to be there soon enough to see the barracks either going down or not, and you can either begin scouting super early nearby to see if it's a fake proxy or to see if it's a real proxy, and maybe that's the case here, because I think that's what happened in the European regionals. I'm blanking on who it was, but it was like the second game, and they sent this probe super quickly, and it was like, I do not want you to be doing that again, because that was a little bit too crazy. You got way too much done with the Reapers in the first game. It might have been, was it not in America? I think it happened on day one with one of the NA players, I think. But, yeah, I think that was, it rings bells. There's a lot of games that day. We've got a lot of games today too, so I'm sure Roddy will tell us in a couple of minutes in the stream delay. But yeah, one of those scenarios where you do just get good information off of this, and you can really use it to, you know, then adapt as necessary based on what you see.
Yeah, it does definitely guarantee. Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, unfortunately, the case is if it was going to be, for instance, a factory expands, then, you know, you might not see if it actually went up all the way to a starport, for instance, which no one really does, but just as an example, or well, popped out of the factory. But with the probe scout seeing that it was in fact a one racks expand, you know, they saw the lack of second gas, saw the actual barracks, which was positioned very oddly, by the way. Talk about the Protoss could or could not see, and it's not anything drastic, so we haven't really touched on it. But yeah, Oriana put his barracks all the way back, and I don't actually know why. I guess it will safeguard the reactor a little bit more.
I guess so, but then do you not have a tech lab that gets exposed at the front? Is that not an issue as well? Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's definitely interesting. You know, sometimes in the past it would be like, oh, well, if you build like your depot behind the mineral line, then your barracks over here, you're saving a little bit of mining time. The SCV doesn't have to run to the front, but SCV was there to build the depot initially anyways. His first adept gets 2 SCVs, so already having some pretty good damage here so far. These couple of adepts going to turn back around, and a couple kills, not bad. A couple shots in the bunker, and already feel like Nice is doing pretty darn good damage. Already up to a 7-worker lead this early in the game. Well, you've got that chrono boost to help you, but it's starting to be a lot.
It is, and I think Oriana also is a little more suspicious that this is a Stargate opener than a Twilight Council opener, because his Wood of Mine placement is kind of referencing that. And then the Adepts being so far what's been shown, only 2, not 3. But we know like the Adept opener so nicely goes into a Stargate follow-up, right? So there's a little bit of a misread perhaps happening, but regardless of like misreading Stargate or Twilight Council, the big problem of a misread is not realizing that it's a 4-gate blink build. You know, this was just like 2-gate into 3rd Nexus, so I'll figure it out eventually that it was Twilight Council, but this is going to be really aggressive, and Oriana, I don't know. They don't know it is on the way. I can only assume they'll go ahead and get some safety tanks, but I'm like waiting for the factory to start one up, you know.
Yeah, I mean, do anything with that factory, please. We got the gas, we got the minerals.
Come on.
I mean, this is going to be bad. It really does. The Raven's obviously one of those things that I just don't feel like helps too much against this 4-gate blink. There's a siege tank. Hurrah! We're going to get that started, but this could be a half a siege tank already, and then you know, so much closer to siege tank 2, and that's usually one of the big things here as well.
Yeah, well, that like it could have been so much faster too. I mean, if you know for a fact someone's gonna go for a 4-gate, you could literally go right into a tank. But you know, Wood of Mine into Wood of Mine for a Wood of Mine drop that has to change its mind. That's even less time, right? Because Wood of Mine produces very quickly. But in this case, it was Wood of Mine, then Cyclone, which isn't really gonna help against the Blink Stalkers all that much. Then into a delayed tank because he was just late to building it, and then he swaps.
No. Please stop.
Oh boy.
Pain. Stalker's going to jump into the main to start off with as well. Well, at least the tank is positioned to deal with the main and natural location. So that's a benefit. Up we go, and well, immediately that's going to be a stim cancel. It's not that far along, but it's still going to be then a delay. The Raven goes down with, okay, an auto turret that bought a few moments. We kill one Stalker, but this is already a good start because, again, it's that knock-on effect. You're not building a second siege tank here. This bunker's likely about to drop, so then there's not much to defend on the low ground, and this really feels like it's just going to be pain all around for Orianna.
Yeah. I can't believe how blind, sure. Like, as we see Terran sometimes play blindly, they go into a Raven and 2 or 3 tanks, and then they see 4 gates on the way, so they keep producing tanks. But this was optimistically blind. This was, I don't have to worry about anything, right? It's like, well, there's a really popular build. I don't know if you had to deal with it lately. It's called a 4-gate, and it's like pretty potent. And Nice isn't max pack, so I think we all agree is kind of the best with it, but I'm sure Nice can go ahead and execute such a slam dunk build order exchange as this, and already, as you said, getting so much damage done.
Yeah, I mean, not really much else to add. 8 SCVs dropping. The Marines do not have an upgrade in sight. They're getting picked away at. Now you just kind of control this natural expansion. The single siege tank on the high ground still has not been killed off this entire time, as we do scan to get rid of the obs, to get rid of some high ground vision. You can use the prism if you want to, though. We're going to pull SCVs in. This is just going to be nice. Blinks for the tank. He can take on everything. Gets the Cyclone. Marauder may be a good target, but he's just going to let his Stalkers take whatever they want to. In the end, there's going to be plenty for him, and even if he does have to blink out for a moment, the damage he's doing is going to keep on adding up. There's a new siege tank finally, but I mean, now we've got to actually defend the natural from stopping the orbital going down.
Yeah, that actually looks like it might go down. No, it's actually healthy enough. Healthy enough to be saved, but still in trouble. Actually, the blink forward was meant to grasp a tank shot, but it actually saw that the tank was just unsieging anyways. So, yep, blinks forward, takes that down, and that is game. Orianna playing with fire and got burnt. Just total disregard of it potentially being a 2-base, a very dedicated attack, shall we say. There was a 3rd base if Nice hadn't just ended the game right there, but it was still very dedicated 4-gate.
Yeah, extremely dedicated, just committed, lots of Stalkers, loads of units, and, well, hey, why the heck not? Because it absolutely worked out. You just can't be that unaware as to what's going on, otherwise you're going to end up in a lot of trouble. As this is obviously going to be very good so far from Nice. I mean, just solid, easy, simple. It's the kind of way you want to start your series, especially if you feel like you're coming in as, you know, a bit of a favor and stuff. Just like, okay, you know, so far it does seem that easy. Let's just keep on with that kind of train of thought today and just get the W. Orianna just needs to know what's going on. You know, it's not about how you play or what you do. It's just know what's going on, and then you can make your decisions, because everything he did was just too late, uninformed. You know, a tank started when it could have started earlier, and he only built one. You couldn't have basically picked more problems with the build of Orianna, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it was strategically incorrect, and it was even mechanically a little bit incorrect, if we're being like really harsh, but we kind of have to with the quality of play that Nice brings to the table. You know, being 75 gas late to a tank is a pretty big deal. Or, of course, prioritizing a barracks with the minerals over that tank is also a big deal. Something else he did. So, yeah, it was overall not a good look, not something that we go, oh, but this happened and that happened, and maybe he could use this to then propel his advantage forward. No, that was a complete 100% victory for Nice from the get-go. We saw the signs. There was humongous red warning signs about a 4-gate potentially coming, and Orianna didn't even look up from the phone, you know? Like, he just didn't even want to look on the road, which needs to be fixed. Now, however, it's really difficult, I think, as a Terran player to, I don't know, to not be scared of it now, right? Like, scout, of course, scout first, and then that will probably fix some of the problems. But then I'm thinking Orianna goes directly into a 4-gate counter, you know, like instantly into building tanks, and then Nice just, like, I don't know, builds DTs and the guy doesn't get a Raven, or you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be so much of an overreaction to the 4-gate now.
Yeah, no, I can see that. It's just playing color swaps before we get into game 2. Dragon Scales as a map is, I feel like, meant to be kind of nice with Terran, although Pros players have let this map kind of come through a little bit more in best of 3s lately, so I suppose we'll see what comes out of this one as we get ourselves ready for Dragon Scales. It is a short map, though. Usually Terrans, what I see here is, you know, you push across the map early, you get tanks in position, and if you can just kind of shut that down early as a Protoss, you're generally in a good spot, right? Because if the Terrans commit into that kind of damage and you just shut it down, then you can find yourself in the lead. That's more easily said than done, but if there is a skill gap between these two, maybe Nice can just do that, and boom, there you have it. So we'll see what happens. Nice just needs a moment or two longer before we jump in. And yeah, potentially the last map of the first round of the Asia region. I did have an update that we're going to have matches for the next round, not necessarily the order they'll play in, but the matches themselves will be given to us pretty much when this match ends. That we'll already know what those matches are, so we might even be able to discuss those a little bit before we get into some European action a little bit further down the line today. So holding out, hoping for that, and yeah, excited to jump into Dragon Scales as now our players are ready.
Great. Yeah. And of course, we're ready. We're always ready.
I told them this 3 days ago, ZG. They still want to check.
Every so often, a player asks, ready, and I'm just like, oh, sweet child. Like,
Yeah.
it's been so long since I've seen a caster hold up a
Like
lobby.
if I wasn't, I would have told you, right? Like, sometimes
True,
I'm like,
true.
I'm like 1 minute, but it's like my own tournament and stuff. It's like an event like this, like you good, man. We're good.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. So I don't know if you heard, but I got locked out of the Open Cup this week.
oh yeah.
Didn't make it into the lobby.
Oh,
Yeah.
been there.
Clem DM'd me to apologize. What
Aw.
a sweetheart.
That was nice about
So
that.
cute.
Good
Okay,
guy,
we can go
Clem.
into the game.
All right, into the into the games, and we in the bottom right hand corner, our blue brawlers play, who is up by 1. Nice.
In the top left, as the Red Terran, he is Oriana.
Super early probe again. As Nice comes across. Roddy was in fact in chat and did in fact confirm it was Trigger against Massa on Babylon. And it was after a game 1 where like Massa had some really cool Reaper play and stuff and did like a good amount of damage. Trigger was just like, nope. Straight across the map. I am making sure you're building this barracks in your base.
If you had given me a minute to think about the North America region and what Terran would have cheesed to make the Protoss paranoid, yeah, I might have actually gone eventually into Massa.
We also had
Massa likes his aggression.
we also had Future versus Disc. In fact, maybe it was the Future game that had the Reapers, but yeah, Trigger did do it against Massa. Either way, there was some combination of North American PvT that was full of Reapers and aggression, and Pros players wanted to make sure they knew what was going on. So it made sense there. It makes sense here.
I do think of a lot of the North American Terrans as aggressive, and I also think of them as people who are they're kind of like, I don't know how to say, like they aren't full time. I mean, you can just say that because that's no longer like a secret or anything like that. Like many of them, almost all of them, are not full time. So they're kind of like going off of strategy and mind games almost, more than necessarily like I can just 3cc and build, mechanically and work out. So they're usually aggressive. Oriana is coming into the underdog, just to kind of vaguely tie it into the current game, is the underdog, and yet is determined to play out a very macro game with absolutely zero confusion whatsoever as another 1-Rex expand comes down. I do feel like Nice just looks at this and licks his lips and is like, great, I can do whatever the hell I want, which is pretty true for the early game, but might change. I don't know, maybe Oriana's like a 2-base SCV puller, but we don't know because he died too soon.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? I mean, maybe the aggression here from Oriana is planned for later on, but I do think Nice has got to say, cool. Nothing weird, nothing crazy. I get that information, I can do as I wish, and this time it's going to be a Stargate. Very possible we see Oracles or Phoenix, right? I mean, Phoenix have been an absolute standard, a staple in PvT as of late, and just getting a lot of Phoenix playing into the Colossi. Sometimes Charge as well, if this does turn out to be like a more aggressive attack. Phoenix into Charge could be quite cute as well, but either way, Phoenix have been such a dominant force in this matchup. We'll see what he wants to do first, because even just one Oracle into Phoenix has been quite potent.
Yep. I have seen a lot more Phoenix Colossus builds than I feel like I was seeing a year ago. Which is weird because we were kind of at a period where it felt like the Protoss leading the charge on Protoss victories were the aggressive ones. But then it does seem like we're adding in more of the defensive play. But for the Taiwanese and Chinese region, but particularly Taiwanese, I suppose, I do think of them as Phoenix charge lot players. I mean, just thinking about some of those Katowicas and the really wacky games that would occur. But it's not going to be that. It is going to be Oracle into Blink. So the Oracle is going to reveal itself, take down that Howling. Howling did its job, which was to scout, basically. And it killed a probe, didn't it? Yeah.
Good Hellion. Oh, what was that? Just a Widow Mine? Blown
What
up
was
an
that?
Adept.
That was
There's
an
an
Adept.
Adept, and a Widow Mine blew it up, and we killed a couple SCVs. Okay. That was not what I thought was going to happen in the main base of the Terran at 4 minutes, but there we have it.
right? I'm also just kind of like, I'm catching up here. I'm rebooting. The Oracle, yeah, now, well,
I don't
that
like
might
that.
have,
Yeah.
what, to use the Pulsar Beam on the Widow Mine?
Okay, I said I don't like that, thinking there was a few more hurt SCVs in the main, and I thought he was going to be able to like zap down a couple one-shots after the Widow Mine splash, but that's actually not the case, so I actually am fine with him killing the
Okay,
Widow Mine.
okay. Yeah, no, I think you're right. If there was like 5 SCVs who were in the orange or red, then definitely go for it. But I was going to say that the Adept kind of helped the Oracle, right? I was like, that actually worked out kind of nicely for Nice, who now doesn't have to worry about the Oracle. I don't know to the extent of which the Adept really got a full scout on what's going on. Yeah, the scouting information is really weird now for Nice, but might realize that there's not a second Adept. A second Widow Mine. There we go. And certainly sees that it is a medevac hovering over Marines. No Widow Mine in sight. I don't think it quite caught that Cyclone. Nice is proxying a gateway, guys, but also getting a third base. So
third base, proxy
Okay.
gate, 4 gates of blink. It's like, hey, what if I take your biggest fear from the last game and just meld it in with kind of a more normal game? He's like, 4 gate blink
Right.
worked really well, but I also want to play something a bit different, so I'll go Stargate third base while 4 gate blinking. Okay, nice. I mean, not what I've seen every day of the week, but sure, why not? He's going to have a lot of pressure to apply, and it's going to start kicking off very soon. I mean, this time there's a lot of units out from the Terran. Should be able to hold, but obviously that's with the power of 4 gate blink. You can do a lot of positional things to really take an advantage and an edge as well.
yeah, and the bunker comes down as an afterthought, which would have been helpful if it was done. It's going to get canceled. This hasn't really... I don't know if you could tell, like, this is dedicated, right? It's such an odd timing for it. So Oriana, probably just figuring it is going to be a light form of harassment. Suddenly 4 more Stalkers show up, though, and now it's a little bit worrisome. I don't think you're going to blink on the tank right here, right now, just reflexively blinking to tear down as many Marines and supply depots, which does supply block the Terran. And Nice will continue warping in as much as is possible while getting little bits of macro into it as well. A couple of probes, charge, forge, but still a lot of Stalkers to be worried about.
Yeah, back into the natural. Oriana's moving towards the main base, trying to guess where Nice would go next, but unfortunately guessed wrong, then had to turn back around as Nice was on the natural instead. Charge on the way up, we're not far from all those bio upgrades. If those bio upgrades can complete, I don't like this Terran army at least a little bit, as Nice, you know, very Stalker heavy still. Yes, charge on the way, but when will we actually start building those zealots? That's a question that remains. Oracle and Cyclone have a bit of a dance as we do get the Revelation down just to keep track of units. And this time Nice is poised to go into the main.
Well, presumably there's no tank. Oh my god, he got combat shields. That was like 2 seconds away. 1 second? Half a second?
catch.
Jesus. Yeah, nice catch.
That is brutal. I thought it was completed, honestly. It was so close to being done. We instantly restart on the other tech lab. I mean, it doesn't take as long to build as Stim, so it's not as devastating as losing the Stim pack upgrade. And a lot of the time, Stim is maybe the more important upgrade as well. It's obviously nice to have combat shield, but Stim usually makes or breaks a lot of the fights that we see as Stalkers just continue to harass. And I got to feel that over time, this is just going to wear Oriana down. And Nice now adding on a Templar Archives +1, teching up still back at home. Veranda Zealot's just got set up as well, as maybe time to get away from this. Would have liked to see the Raven go down sooner, but yeah, Nice still just disengaging and just trying to find a couple units here and there. This time he does get the Raven, which is a nice catch too. And that's a massive win.
Yeah. 8 Stalkers went down. Like 6 of those in the last 10 seconds, I think. But yeah, that's still, like, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good for the Terran player. It's not terrible, I suppose, but it doesn't feel good. The scan to determine what the heck is going on is kind of indicative of that. That really is a what the heck am I up against? Because I've been contained for so long, and fortunately a Terran on 2 bases contained can still just kind of do the thing, build bio and medevacs, and probably have an okay mid game. But you don't know if you're going to Colossus, you don't know if you're running into storms, you don't know if they're about to attack you with charge lots, which are all viable options, actually. But the scan did reveal a robo. So to Oriana, you might be thinking, oh, I have plenty of time before, Colossus are an issue, which would be true, but I figured Storm would be here, and it's not, Wardy. Like, a Templar Archive's just chilling.
Yeah, we built an Archon. It's not very exciting compared to what I imagined it being. We put some shots in this third. I don't think that's going to matter too much, as Nice should just be able to blink away. And Oriana is able to chase those Stalkers out of here. There is a gateway on this left side, which does spot the medevac drop heading out just before it gets taken down. Stalkers really shouldn't be fighting this. They should have blinked to get rid of the Widow Mine drop. Maybe he just did not notice it with so much going on and so much around that gateway. We do see the rest of Nice's army up the right side. Looks like he is aware of the mine drop. He is going to go hunt it now, looking to try and catch it. He saw it again for a second. He sees it one more time. It boosts away. It saves itself. Cute little save.
Yeah. All right, so that maybe does a bit of damage, which would impact the economy, no doubt about it. Their economies aren't that badly matched. In fact, they're even favoring the Terran a little bit. Third CC's down location. Double upgrades for the Terran as well. Looks nice. And damn it. But nice. He really could have gone, I think, faster in a Storm, and then actually could have pushed with that push out onto the map with Storm. And I would have been terrified for Oriana, who again might be under a very false pretense that this is going into Colossus, and then like boom, suddenly Storms hit your army. He's got a chunky army. He's got a lot of Marauders. I guess a good number of Medivacs, could definitely be higher, but surprise Storm never feels any good. And I still think that is a fear. War Prism in the main base, apparently dropping off some Zealots. Nice, he's going to play with the army a little bit more, and then I guess drive up the middle eventually.
Yeah.
No? All right, just chilling.
Still just going around with the Stalkers, right? And I feel like this point is maybe being so long that Nice can't necessarily go for a large fight. Like, he's just waited too long with what he has. I mean, I guess now with Storm, I think there's always potential, but I guess with it being Zealot Stalker, maybe he just waited a bit too long, and that's why he's kept on waiting, but he's just constantly been poking around with the Stalkers more than anything else. It's been kind of a wild time as our army goes back over to the right, and we will see Nice positioning to maybe get a jump on this. Like I say, we've got the Prism now with the High Templar inside. That should have an impact. We're expecting those Storms to hit. Let's see, as we pop a Guardian Shield, we are this time 100% committing.
Yes, definitely. A couple of force fields could be good as well. Not going to slap those down. Focusing on the High Templar micro. A couple of Storms hitting a decent chunk of the army. That army on the right side does not have a Medivac helping out, so this Archons actually do a ton of damage. And the War Prism available for the warp in. The Storm just conquering that ramp. I do believe we're out of Storms at this point, but so much Protoss army is left over.
Yeah, at this stage, right, you're just going to run up here, and there's just too much Protoss to really deal with as the Terran. When you eat Storms like that, that's what's going to happen. You just lose out on your army, and then the Protoss will have a lot more than you. It's kind of obvious, kind of self-explanatory, and that's pretty much what happened. You just can't eat Storms in that sort of way. And yeah, I mean, Nice took a long time to attack, but Oriana took even longer to get any sort of real tech up and running in this game. Obviously, as you can see, was still just now about to have Liberators, Ghosts taken to the field, but that just needed to happen so much sooner than what it did. And that just means that that is going to be Nice taking and confirming our 2-0 here. So getting that victory, going to be a big one. Just like I say, nice start. We expect Nice to be doing well in this event, and just getting a comfortable start is what you expect when you've got an opponent like this. And I will say in that second game, I kind of enjoyed seeing Oriana a bit more, like, you know, kind of held his own. Supply was similar, just maybe missing a bit of tech and bit of timing. But, you know, with macro like that, you can be dangerous in some of the matches that are still to come. As we've wrapped up this round 1 of Asia, obviously now he'll be 0-1 facing off someone else that's 0-1 a bit further down the line.
Yep. Really enjoying the Swiss system. I think it works out. But yeah, this is I want to kind of get a little bit of positive reinforcement to Oriana. Be like, you got this, man. But there really wasn't any bite. Even the macro wasn't, I think, like so astounding that I'm just like, he's an innovation, you know. That didn't that didn't look good even when I look at like some other opponents. Like Nice, one of the favored to get like top ranked. But even against some of these other guys that I'm looking at, I'm like, I don't know if Oriana beats a lot of them, but we'll see. Maybe just PVT, maybe just Nice. Kind of a unfortunate matchup.
Very possible, as that does bring us to the end of our Asia matches here. We'll take a little look at our schedule and where we are at. 3 matches out of 11 completed. Everything in the first round of Asia was a 2-0, apart from the 2-1 that was at the very start of the tournament, which was XY and T-Ball. So actually, don't have updated standings just yet, but that is going to be obviously Nice, Firefly, and Mio Micah today, getting to 1-0. Like I said, some point, maybe not right now, but maybe when Europe starts, we can have a quick mention of what the matches will be for round 2 of Asia and what you can expect from there, and maybe a couple things we get excited about. Europe is coming up. ZG, Christiana versus Petit Drogo, Clem versus Strange, Lambo versus Milky Cow, Skillus versus King Cobra, Mana versus Hellraiser, there's a lot in Europe today, and Hero Marine versus Night Phoenix. Anything in particular maybe a little bit excited for coming to Europe up next?
I need to hear that again multiple times.
There's a lot, right?
All I can see is
I'll give you a teaser.
Christiana versus Drogo. So.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a teaser. A couple that might be good. Lambo, Milky Cow, Skillus, King Cobra.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
ones are my favorites. I'll let you look
Okay,
at those.
I can see why. Yeah, Skillless King Cobra.
Yeah.
Expecting some
Yeah,
shenanigans.
I just think it's going to be
some
fun, you know.
shenanigans.
Just some PvP
Mhm.
fun, you know, we're going to have a good time. I think it's one of those ones where, like, Skillless should win, but then King Cobra is going to make
Yeah.
him sweat a little bit because he makes everybody sweat anytime you play against him, so yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's why it's one of my favorites today. Because I think the
Yeah,
rest
yeah,
of them
oh.
do have, like, a pretty hefty favorite, quite frankly. Maybe not Christiana Drogo.
Yeah, I was gonna say PvP can still be weird there, but I managed to pause the stream exactly on the schedule. Amazing. Yeah. But yeah, I see you're talking about Lambo versus Milky Cow. Milky Cow, for those who don't like pay attention to every single regional, they really had a couple of good runs after bottoming out like 6 seasons in a row. Like that's the negative part. Finally, for like the 7th season or whatever it was, had a pretty good run, got some upsets as well. And Lambo hasn't looked all that great in ZVT, but he is like that's up against like Clement here, Marine basically, so that's not super fair.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a difference in what we're actually going to be seeing. All right, well, as you can see, Europe is up next. Christiana Viz Petit Drogo will be our starting point. The European matches are officially scheduled to begin in 45 minutes, which means we will be having a slightly longer break here in the ESL Masters. Of course, brought to you by Blizzard, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and ESL Shop. So yeah, CG, we're going to take a little bit of a longer break. We come back, Europe will begin, and then we're going to have a slog. 6 best-of-3s in a row in Europe. Should mean that we're having a lot of fun. This should be the biggest downtime we have all day. We should just be able to go from here. So don't go too far, everyone. We'll be back very soon. More StarCraft coming right on up.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are readying up for another region here in the ESL SC2 Masters Summer. We've wrapped up Asia. It's time for some Europe. Wardy and ZG coming at you. ZG, you feeling fresh now for a second group of the day, I guess?
Yeah, totally feeling fresh. Actually had some time to get coffee. Successfully woke up everyone in the household as well. So, I'm nailing it today, Wardy. I'm really feeling pretty good about it.
Nailing it. Love it. All right, let's have a quick peek. Just first of all, we're going to just see where Asia rounded out at and where everything stands after the first round of Swiss. Oliveira, Haas, Yeshi, Coffee, Nice, Mew, Micah, Firefly, and XY are all at 1-0. T-Ball, Cyan, Nanami, Oriana, Gogo, Joey, Rex, Maxed, and SCV at 0-1. I think a few of those names in there, Rex, Maxed, ZG, names we're used to seeing do well in their regionals, so there was bound to be some at 0-1, but obviously their players definitely keep an eye on as they look to try and steer away from those elimination matches.
Yeah, I mean, particularly Cyan, because he lost someone that he's generally favored against.
Yeah.
Was surprising, so I'm sure he's already kind of unfortunate starts, but I think he can actually recover, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the end of round one. We don't actually have the matches yet, but obviously they'll be available soon because they are going to start playing tomorrow. So we'll have more information on that a little bit further down the line. For now, we are going to start talking about Europe, of course. So we will, as soon as I actually find out where my everything just disappeared for a second, but it's back. Let's have a look at where Europe Group A is at going into today. There's actually only one match left to play in round one of Group A ZG. That's Petit Drogo Christiana. That's what we're starting with today. Otherwise, Cyril, Harston, Wayne, Spirit, Aleza, Shadone, and Battlebee up with wins. I think the biggest talking point still is Showtime took a loss to Wayne. That was a shocker for everybody. Yes,
lovely Wayne. Gotta remember the name Wayne. That was the biggest shock. That was the only shock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Goblin Gung Fu could have gone either way, so that's not really shocking. Yeah, no other big surprises.
No, not really at all. We'll see what Christian and Drogo comes out. I think that could go either way, right? And obviously, as these groups advance, we'll have more and more to talk about with each and every one of them, so that'll be very fun as well. As we have ourselves also Europe and Group B to talk about. So we're going to be jumping mostly into Group B as we obviously go through the day. Just that Petit Drogo Christiana matchup between us and that. So as we have a look at Group B, this one less played out, but it's all the kind of usual culprits at the top so far. Reno and Max Packs. I'm sure Clem will likely join them today. Goblin also getting a win over Gung Fu Bandit. That's an important one for Goblin for sure.
Yes, yeah, it is. I mentioned that earlier. It could have gone either way, but it is an important victory as you start off with some momentum. And, I guess if you really break it down, these Swiss groups, right? Win 3, go advance, lose 3, you're out. That feels very tight, I suppose, compared to the groups of the previous seasons where basically up until the last second, many people were kind of, biting their nails, waiting for their opponents to lose that one map that was necessary. So, yeah, this in that context, I wonder how stressful this is for all the players.
Yeah, it's definitely much more do or die, right, from the very start this time around. It's every match is so important because it's possible you only play 3 matches and that's it, you're done. There's no dragging it out and, I was meant to win this one. Let's make up for it next time or something. Yeah, this format's a bit brutal in that regard. Obviously, less matches overall for every player to play. And then, therefore, naturally, you just have to make each and every single one count, which I completely believe is going to be the case here for Christiana and Petit Drogo. Because as they wrap up Group A, this is a match which I think is a little bit kind of 50-50, and I think in the past we'd always have said Drogo. Drogo hasn't played as much lately, perhaps, though, so maybe now we're like, okay, let's do Christiana, put him as the favorite. The reality of it is it's PvP between 2 competitive players, so yeah, I just think these are 2 players that could really see this go either way.
Yeah, it is a pretty big issue that Drogo isn't so full-time committed. I do think Christiana is going to be very favored. The last time they played was 7 months ago. Obviously, on ladder it could be different, but Christiana did win that one even. So I think Christiana should be mostly happy with how this is going to start off, but it is PvP, and Drogo is certainly capable of knocking someone on their butt, kind of getting the edge early on with some early aggression, and then it can spiral out of control really quickly.
All right, well, let's see what exactly is going to happen. We're going to kick things off to the top right-hand side of the map with our red Protoss player, a legend of our regionals. As he goes for the double GLHF. The strategy already coming through from Petit Drogo.
Coming out of the gate with a haymaker. In the bottom left, it is Christianer. Not making any mistakes.
Not making any mistakes. Capital GLHF, just all caps. Do you like that one, CG? What's your go-to GLHF?
Well, usually it's lowercase GLHF, only if my opponent does it. I'm rude.
Oh, I see.
And then I often, if I'm on like the second game of the day, like after the first game, I'm often accidentally hitting caps lock. So unintentionally caps.
Unintentional caps. If I start typing in caps, I see it, and I have to cancel out and uncaps it and just go GLHF.
Really? You're that much of a
perfectionist? It bothers me. It does. It really does.
I like when I start chatting to the guy. The guy's like, oh, like, well, since I play random, the most common thing that happens to me is they just start off everything with race ?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I usually type back something like, I don't know, depending on what chat tells me to do. So I'll type like undead or human or it's not about race, man. Something along those lines. And they'll be in all caps. So I look really aggressive. Like, oops. Now I'm rude as a random player and a rude random player.
You are giving the random players their names. CG, you're giving them their standings, their reputation. That's the one.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's so funny. I do face other random players, and I deal with it, all right, before anyone starts complaining. Random players are so bad. I deal with random players, too, all right? But I love that I basically have almost never gotten 2-raxed, even when I, like, purposefully play, like a race that could be 2-raxed. But I am 2-raxed all over the place, man. Doesn't matter what race you are. I live up to it, man.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're on different servers, CG.
We almost had that show match set up by Roddy, right? And then I was moving, so I couldn't do it. But I was like, I'm literally just gonna cheese every game, and just have some fun, right? Make everyone laugh, because tryharding is for tryhards.
Yeah, no, tryharding is for tryhards. But I think these guys might be tryharding here in this series because this one, as you mentioned, is quite important. Definitely two players who can definitely see themselves winning against the other, and would love to have that just a little bit of a buffer on the start of this group as they take each other on and hope for a win. There is a little bit of a different opening on both sides. We see Stalker Sentry versus Double Adept, and even more Adept still from Christiana.
I do feel like if it's 4 Adepts, it's always 6, you know? It's like no one stops at 4. So we should be having some early Adept aggression. Ideally, Christiana doesn't really reveal that, though, because 2 Adepts can easily go into 2 Stalkers, so that's not a reveal as of yet. Now the pylon has been killed, the Nexus can be put down, and the Adepts can be hidden for a little while longer. Drogo is actually going to send his Stalkers out, leaving a sentry back at home. No probe as of yet on that wall. Makes me a little concerned. Drogo's trying to plan something a little bit, well, not cheesy. He is getting his own Nexus, but he's proxying a gateway.
He is. Yeah, at least sees the Adepts coming, so he should have time to prep the probe in position if he feels he needs it, which you do. Although, if these Adepts get in, that ain't good. Especially if they get on top of sentries. 4 Adepts, one-shot a sentry, and you're losing sentries very quickly. That ain't great either. So, lots to look at there. Robo from Christiana should keep him pretty safe as, yeah, like you say, proxied up a gateway. And a couple of Adepts from now, but you expect that to be something more to go through the, entire hassle of proxying a gateway.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, Christiana knows something is up. Okay, well, I checked at the very last second, so he didn't have time to cancel the shade to take care of this, but now at least knows it's on the way. But this is really weird, right? Because Drogo with a, well, I don't know if it's a minimal investment because there's a proxy gateway too. He's the one that's keeping Drogo or Christiana at home and doing damage. Like Christiana's 6 Adept, 8 Adept opener has yet to do anything.
Yeah, which is really rough because Adepts are not the kind of units that scale well later in the game. He never saw it was a gateway on that left side, by the way. He just saw the Adepts, so he definitely knows a pylon, maybe a gateway. He doesn't quite know. 2 more Adepts coming in. Drogo, man, he's really putting the pressure on Christiana. A couple force fields to buy some time, but that also works against his own Adepts, which get stuck. Oh, no. And now these Adepts are going to have a great time finding a couple more probes. And, man, check out Drogo having a fantastic start.
Yeah, just Adepts, man. This game's easy. Just build Adepts. But it's like opponent build Adepts too, and he's the one struggling. This is hilarious. Dude, Drogo is like... Dude, I almost feel like he's trolling, man. Like, he's building more Adepts, and then he went into an Oracle. He went to a Stargate after all of this shenanigans. figuring, I guess, that there'd be so many adepts that there's not a lot that shoots up, and he's right about that. There's a robo, by the way, from Cristiano that has yet to do very much. It was scouted by Drogo, by the way, so he knows that much. I mean, this is a wacky PvP, man.
Wacky is a great word for it because it's just, yeah, Robo that's done nothing. Now Twilight Council starting, you got a ton of adepts still, but again, the longer you go, the less likely these adepts are to find anything. See what they can do here, but with an Oracle out as well, Oracle can also sort of zap down adepts if you want to, and might even just activate here to force the shade. We do have the wall off, the adepts are going to shade anyway, we pop the Guardian Shield up, it's not going to change too much. Here's the Oracle back to help out. We are going to lose all the sentries, so at least the adepts find some value, but that is Cristiano's majority of his army at the very least, if not everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, fortunately, there's no proxy gateway set up anymore that Drogo can immediately counterattack and really do something. You know, you could counterattack with the no reinforcements, meh. But that was all of Cristiano's opening, now gone. But I guess since... this is just a weird game. Because the adepts are gone doesn't necessarily mean that his army's all that small, actually, especially since Drogo's not actually committing to anything. Drogo's going into a third base. Obviously, he had the delayed Twilight Council with the Stargate opener, and his delayed Twilight Council actually starts up Charge, not Blink. So he's going to go maybe a bit more old school and go into Charge on Mortal Archon, which might just surprise Cristiano. Fortunately, Cristiano did get some Stalkers to help out against the double Oracle, so that Stargate kind of gamble hasn't really paid off yet for Drogo either. But 2 Oracles always have potential, right? It's just that they're not doing any damage right here, right now.
Yeah, very much so. An entire game of just damage not being done to the extent that we thought it would be. And I even thought these 2 Oracles, because it was just such an adept-heavy opening, you would have thought they would have found something, but yeah, very limited. Now going to start using some stasis wards around the map, as looks as though Drogo's current plan is to maybe launch an attack toward this third base, try and get a cancel there, but I just don't see it happen. He doesn't have that many units. There's an Immortal in position. Maybe we can bait a lot of stuff into a stasis ward, but it seems crazy that Cristiano would potentially chase that far.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to at all. Adept from Cristiano does get into the main base, so it's going to do a little bit of scouting, but you can't tell that's Charge being produced. It's going to get a couple of probes, actually. Drogo really needs to skedaddle. I think he's trying to distract to get some of his own clever micro... Oh, the stasis trap worked to the right side. Okay, so Cristiano saw the first one, but not the second one. Still, though, the army size is so small, and Immortal really does matter, and both of them are dealing the same amount of damage with very limited adept counts. About 6 to 6, almost. Yeah, 6 to 5. And then, does Cristiano have Blink? Yes, he does.
Yep.
He could go across the map and start controlling, but again, he doesn't really know what his opponent's doing.
Yeah, just lack of information to really decide, right? So you're in a little bit of a weird spot, you're in a bit of a tough place. It's, again, a wacky game to start us off with here, because Cristiano should be able to get a bit of map control at the very least, but Drogo's done such a good job of any time Cristiano wants to go out, he's got adepts moving in, he's made Cristiano feel threatened to actually move out and do anything at all, so it's a very powerful kind of advantage to have your opponent kind of running scared. Now Cristiano's going to come up with some Stalkers. Obviously, we'll see what he can do with these once he finds a stasis wall to clean out to start.
I can't see the one on the left, though. I mean, he might see it, but he can't see with the Observer. Not quite. Drogo thinking the Observer is over there. Actually does catch the Observer with his own reinforcing one, so that's nice. But that Observer already paid off for Cristiano. I think that was the first time he really figured that this was not a Blink build from Drogo, right? With the number of Stalkers versus the number of charge lots. A couple of Zealots early on might just be like Panic or something like that, but as the game goes on, it becomes increasingly clear. The amount of adepts in this game, by the way, Wardy, kind of reminds me of like 2015 Legacy of the Void, where people were just like lol adepts and like no one walled or anything like that.
Yeah.
There's been so many adepts and they've killed a decent amount of probes, I guess, but like Drogo's 9 adepts have killed 17 probes. Cristiano is much worse.
Yeah, it's you're right about Legacy of the Void when it first came out, because no one knew how to deal with adepts, right? There was like they were much easier to use than they are to defend, so it took a lot of time to figure out and to practice. And yeah, there's been just so many. I couldn't believe you went up to 8. You know, when it was 4, you're like, well, there's always 6. I didn't expect we'd see 8 from Cristiano to begin with as well. That was a bit of a shocker. There's Drogo, by the way, on the map. +2 about a finish. His opponent's +2 way off. A chance here maybe to get aggressive, of course. We'll be attacking into the defensive position. That is important for Cristiano. Expect that battery to have a big role to play, but there's so many Zealots here out of Drogo. And he has more tech units too. In general, I think I like it if Drogo can take a fight in a reasonable spot. The problem is a reasonable spot doesn't include running up the choke point of the, of a ramp or so. That is what's going to make this tough, as the Archon will stay alive against the Stalkers.
Yeah, not really any room for those Zealots to get a wrap around, too. It's not the Stalkers wanting to, go after the Warp Prism. Nicely done. It's not that the Stalkers want to create a barrier against mass Zealots, but they kind of can, and it's a little bit more effective than just letting them get surrounded. But Christiana was able to fit in Archon technology before Drogo was ready to push, and that really also takes the wind out of the sails of someone going for this charge lot style. The Stalkers are so mobile, they can do so much, like killing a War Prism, for instance, which now affects this battle. Going to blink over the rocks, have Drogo's half, like, quarter of his army not really impacting the fights. And the biggest deal for this, I guess, for Drogo is that he does have +2, but the reinforcements coming at the last second, Zealots and Archons doing their job against the Stalkers might actually be good enough. Nah, Drogo needs more reinforcements coming in. They're coming in just now, but one or more Archon gets taken down. Christiana still has the closer warp-ins, and it was a battle of positioning and warp-in potential versus Drogo having that very sturdy army with the better upgrade. That is about to change in like 25 seconds.
This was a just great movement from Christiana, identifying his advantages, moving around in a great way to make the most of those and to limit what Drogo could do. Behind this, Drogo also lost a few probes as well, so Christiana harassing throughout this. And Christiana has turned the supply on its head. He might be down in workers, but he is up 20 army supply. Let's see what Drogo can do with his own harassing Zealots showing up. There's also the Stalkers to the top left Drogo will have to deal with. It's just going to have a bit of warfare just in general breaking out across the board. Good recall from Christiana, just a little clump of units, but more than enough to deal with this. He's also trying to get a Prism into the natural to deal damage to.
Yeah, Christiana is really playing nicely now, really controlling the scenario. Drogo's defending perfectly fine, certainly fine enough to live on 4 bases, 4 versus 4. But now here's the weird part about going into Immortal Charge Lot, or just Charge Lot Archon at this point, is that you don't really have, like, what is the next transition? Can you also get into Disruptors? Yeah, you could, but then it doesn't have that same type of mobility factor with the amount of Stalkers that the Blink Stalker player has already built up, and it doesn't just gel really nicely, right? It doesn't mesh very well moving over into Disruptors after such a long period without Stalkers. Christiana could go into Disruptors, and then the worst thing about Disruptors against what Drogo's doing is maybe they miss the charge lots, right? But they're almost guaranteed they hit the Archons. And if the charge lots are clumped, they're all goners. But just thinking about the future, right? Because most of the time, after 4 bases, we do go into some type of Disruptor play. One does the Disruptor, the other one goes Mass Gateway. In this case, they both currently are still in Mass Gateway, but does Drogo actually have it in him to transition out? He is starting to blink at least.
I think Drogo's is in trouble. Losing all this map control, having Christiana control the game, has allowed this to happen. Stalkers pull everything of Drogo around the left, and Christiana just moves straight up the right-hand side. Recall available if we've got NG on a Nexus. He's just going to start running back. I would have loved to see just a few Zealots left behind from Christiana in that mineral line. A few Zealots could have easily gotten rid of the cannon and just kept on, keeping on, right? Just put a bit more damage out. Maybe a missed opportunity, but yeah, I feel like Drogo should have been in way more trouble with how out of position he was there.
Yeah, it's almost like Christiana gave him too much credit. Like, oh, he can't possibly be totally out of position. I need to worry about something, which he really didn't have to. Once again, Drogo taking an engagement when he does have an upgrade lead for another 30 seconds. This time his War Prism is intact, but he's trying to charge Zealots up a ramp into his opponent's Archons. That's never going to look very pretty. And the time is ticking on that upgrade lead. Their supplies definitely favoring Christiana after this warp in. And the compositions... well, it's massively more Stalkers for Christiana. Let's see how that actually does in the battle. Upgrade still in favor. Nope, not any longer. Now Christiana has everything. Higher army supply, more mobility, and decent upgrades. +1 armor? I don't know if it's really going to affect the battle all that much, but DT is definitely going to affect this game. Getting into the natural main base and 4th base of Christiana, doing a lot of economic damage.
And again, a lot done as our Zealots going to charge up this ramp. Archons keep on busy. Big fight right now. I mean, Christiana's losing a lot of supply, and a lot of it is in the workers. But his standing army is so much larger. Drogo needs to use the defensive advantage to use some batteries or anything. These Stalkers putting in some work, just lasering down Archon after Archon. And yeah, okay, Christiana might be on 25 probes, but he is going to win out on the army. And it's going to be impossible for Drogo to ever clean this out unless he can snipe the Observer.
He did.
He did?
The DTs, I guess so. The DTs are just, chonking away here, getting a ton of swipes. Where the heck is the Observer for Christiana?
It's coming across the map. It's only just coming in from the bottom left-hand side. So, yeah, maybe we just lost one of them that was with this army. And Yeah, I think he did, so that's allowed Drogo to buy a bit of time, get a little bit closer in army supply, a much more manageable position, and he can give up a base, run away, and then just get another warp in or two. That's all he needs to even this out, as the DTs are causing so much chaos on the other side. Here we go again, as our DTs will lead in. The Observer a little late to the party once more. ZG finally showing up and finally able to make a difference to clean up here.
Shout out to the one High Templar adding in little bits of damage. Way to go, buddy. Way to go. The Zealots are actually a little bit tankier, right? With that +1 armor in their direct engagement being up against Stalkers. That did contribute, but not enough Zealots to really overwhelm. Again, the microability ability of Stalkers is just so great. There's a reason they dominate this PvP, and it is shown here as we enter into basically full-on base rate territory. Christiana working with a very, like the same army that happened 30 seconds ago, despite all this chaos, and it's mostly just Stalkers, but they are showing their power, or of course Drogo is showing the power of invisible men, still hating away on the Nexus, the production, the pylons, and Drogo needs to rebuild his production. He's already on top of it, but he also needs to rebuild his army, and there's only so many places he can do that at this point. Gonna lose access to his third base, but his fourth is where he's gonna try to defend.
Got Zealots going to charge through the front. That one Archon already here. It is just Zealots versus Stalkers at this point. There's one Immortal of Christiana, single Archon here from Drogo. As Drogo just gets a little bit of the damage done. Super Battery to keep his Archon alive. Still the DT is just unanswered over on the other side. And still just Christiana working with a single Obs, but there's now no Obs from Drogo. So he doesn't even, he has a couple cannons up. That's what you would kind of need to have happen to go, you know, clean that out. Immortal just going to go down. Christiana not paying attention to this. Could have lifted that into the Prism. It's just going to be game called, and that is going to do it. Drogo is going to win game number 1 in a pretty amazing fashion after it really felt like Christiana had everything in his favor apart from a defense against Dark Templar.
Yeah, no, he was definitely winning. You know, the upgrade advantage didn't really push Drogo's army, I guess, over the strength of Christiana, especially if you microed Christiana's army very well, which he was doing, you know, up until that last second when he was pretty much dead anyways. And so that looked like such a great thing for Drogo, but then I guess the composition and the engagements didn't really go well for him. He was definitely on his back foot. He was desperate. He needed those DTs to force basically a base race scenario. It just must be so frustrating for Christiana, who really could have felt it, right? That he was winning. He knew that he was about to take down that fourth base, and if that went down, it probably would have been the domino that started the collapse of Drogo in game 1. And then Invisible Men, man. That is the most frustrating way to lose in any matchup. So hopefully Christiana can recover mentally. I mean, I'd be worried, but maybe he's, you know, less bothered by DTs than I am.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those ones which is just, you have it in your grasp. You lose it to the DTs. I feel like Christiana joins this lobby immediately. He's like, ready, go. And the moment they have to switch colors, and he's like, go again. He's like, super ready.
Yeah. Definitely let that one go a little bit. But it was not a clear-cut game from the get-go, was it? Like, very much Christiana was ahead. He was winning the battle. He was pushing into the fourth base. No doubt about it. The DT saved Drogo's life. But all of that game was all over the place. Very, like, to me, reminiscent of the early stages of Adept Wars, where people just let them do a bunch of damage and no one really controlled the situation. And because they did damage, like, the people kept making them, well, Drogo in particular. And then the adepts of Christiana really didn't do anything, yet he was fine after they didn't do anything because of other factors in the game. It was just kind of all around a bit crazy. And then we got an old school Zealot Archon Immortal style from Drogo, which I'm sure also kind of offset the usual pacing that Christiana is used to. So just a lot of interesting things. But at the end of the day, DTs, guys, they're pretty freaking good.
DTs are pretty freaking good, and unfortunately Christiana now currently probably knows that better than anyone else. As in the bottom right, he is down a game. He is Christiana.
In the top left, kind of snatching that one away, right? He is up 1 now. It is Drogo.
You know, even with the DTs, I wasn't quite convinced for a while he was going to have enough. It just looked as though his army wasn't quite going to win through, and man, it really was the DTs on the army of Christiana that made it manageable for Drogo. Otherwise, if there was always an Obs there, that army would have never been stopped. Drogo would have never just been able to get enough stuff up. So, yeah, it was a great catching on an Observer at some point too, and it definitely helped out. Give Drogo that 1-0 lead, and again, a matchup we've talked about a lot. It's very close between these two. and it's going to be extremely important because you can absolutely imagine either of these coming down to the wire. These players kind of go into like 2-2 and kind of win an in situation, get to 3 wins, you're in, lose that final match, and you're out of the tournament. And I feel like just getting one of those wins already is always just very nice. Just makes things that much more manageable for the next week or so.
It certainly does. And just thinking more about Christianer's mental coming into this. That first game, so frustrating. Maybe he's really good at just forgiving and forgetting games. Certainly a quality pro gamer needs. Just move on to the next one, refresh. But I wonder if he also came into this thinking that he was favored, right? Because I was saying I think he's favored because he has, at least to my knowledge, been putting in more hours compared to Drogo. Now, everyone, I think, did take some, they relaxed during the offseason and then boom, suddenly qualifiers. So there is that. But I do think that, Drogo, he officially retired, basically. He went officially part-time, whatever you want to call it. He's in school, actually, and having a good time, apparently. So I'm gonna guess, I don't know, that he recently ramped up his practice. And this is not even the, I retired 3 months ago, but my mechanics are still good, like he was not playing a lot a while ago. So sorry, TLDR summary is, I wonder if Christianer is kind of frustrated too, because he's losing against a guy who wasn't putting in as many hours. Like, that must also be very frustrating, right? But Drogo, he's got that natural talent. He has been a champion in the past, and he's wily, man. As soon as he kind of like laid back off of StarCraft 2 and stopped being so upset about it, he really opened up his playstyle to be more fluid, and that was shown in that last game.
Yeah. I think a lot of the pressure came off Drogo, and when the pressure was off, he was like, man, just playing for fun. Let's have a good time. And he really has had a good time with it since then. And I feel like this happens so much in StarCraft, where it's like, you're under more pressure because you're the one that's trying harder. These adepts shade in. I mean, they get a probe. I thought initially they might go for 2 rounds of shots on the sentries, but I guess they're going to get 3 workers here, and it's still going to be decent.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to go for the sentries too. But got 3 probes. I love the 1 probe went to go taser the weekend adept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drogo now behind 5 workers though, so other things I guess impacted the probe count. Literally a chrono boost could have impacted the probe count to begin with, but added on 3 more probe kills, and suddenly that is a big difference. So Christianer, maybe you're right to go for the probe kills. Should be fine defending, right? Shield battery covers a lot of supply gap, and there's only a 4 army supply gap. That's nothing compared to a shield battery.
Yeah, 4 army supply is made up very easily with defender's advantages. Obviously, both players have a nexus here as well. What's most notable is the tech. Blink starting, and Drogo still waiting to start that blink. Which you expected to be, but...
Is he, though? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. Or you think he was going to sneak some DTs in?
I wondered. I mean, it was so effective, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. But yeah, he gets blinked, but that little bit later really has an impact, no? Right? I mean, it does give some time to Christiana potentially just to start taking the first fight, perhaps. Let's see how aggressive he wants to be. Obviously, if he just sits at home, it's not going to matter too much at all, but just one thing to keep our eyes on next few moments. Robo starting from Christiana, and a couple of adepts from Drogo on the map. He was really good with the adepts last game. He definitely had the better adept play than Christiana had, and the fact there's even just 2 on the map, if I'm Christiana, I'm a little bit, I'm sweating a little bit, because, hey, he did a lot with those adepts last time, and they're back again looking for more.
And I think Christiana is also going to be sweating DTs, honestly. Like, you don't really want to get a robo particularly quickly in a normal PvP, a macro PvP. You basically want to wait as long as Drogo is waiting. So that's the easy example. Christiana, you could say he could do something with the robo, like pump out some immortals, and that's a good addition to your army. But Drogo has the more streamlined build order if we're going to go into 3 base versus 3 base, which basically is being shown. Christiana's build is showing he's going to go into 3rd base. There it is. It's just later. And the robo is it looks a bit awkward, basically. So it felt certainly like he was a bit paranoid of another Dark Shrine problem.
Yeah, another Dark Shrine problem indeed. There's no reason to get that robo early unless you want to be safe against DTs. As Debs do get in for a couple of workers. Going to get into the main base. No block there for Christiani. He recalls. I mean, that's just painful because that's 50 energy. That's a possible chrono boost right now. Yeah, loses a couple of probes anyway, so that's just, very, very annoying. Drogo really finding the value, and his own blink about to finish, and yeah, now there goes the robo, and he's not going to suffer from it at all. What's missing? An observer? Well, that's fine. He got information just now with the adept, so he's not missing out on having the robo so far. And like you say, streamlined was exactly the word I was thinking as you're trying to find it. And it's exactly the right thing, because now Drogo gets onto 3 bases way more comfortably. He was behind in work this entire time, yet it still looks better for him. Now we've gotten to this point.
Yeah, and he really peaked on that income advantage on the graph, too, after the probes went down to the main base. So Drogo is in a great state. As you said, there's just no downside to delaying that robo. And even with the timing currently, he's going to probably pump out an observer first. And so that one observer from Christianer won't have a lot of time. But I guess with the time that it does have to stick around, it saw a vulnerability. Christianer blinks forward. I love the hallucinated immortal. I don't know if Christianer saw that was hallucinated, but his observer's still over the army, right? So his AI certainly would have. No target fire on it. Still, I love the idea. Like, Drogo had enough army to defend, and that was what most important about it. Christianer now won't, well, I was wrong about the observer first, actually, but I was going to say won't have that information in a couple seconds, but he actually will. Drogo goes for a warp prism. If he's going to send that warp prism forward and then move out, that observer from Christianer is going to really pay off, because it sees everything, and it really shouldn't.
Yep, you're just getting so much information. And there's just no detection in comparison. And there's the prism coming around the side. Observer might not quite see the prism. It's taking the route to the left, but the stalkers are here, and they're just going to walk straight into it anyway. Who needs the observer?
Drogo really should have gotten the observer first. Fortunate. Well, I don't think he knew that there was a... Well, he got the depths in, didn't he? Did he see that there was a robo? Yeah, it was right in the natural, of course, yeah. I guess he figured maybe he didn't go across the map. The point is, he does not know he's being watched. There we go. Now he can be a little more secretive about his army movement and his army placement. That's what Christianer was taking advantage of, just seeing the army and where it was, and then got lucky with the War Prism. But yeah, Drogo does have a Dark Shrine about to finish up. Christianer, ditto. Both of them have observers, but we know that it often comes down to where their army is. And it's Christianer getting those faster cannons down to deter like 1 or 2 DT run-bys. So far, Drogo not doing the same.
Yeah, he gets 1 cannon on the way now, so maybe starting to make that kind of move, which will be important here, because if his own DTs gets, swatted back, he needs to make sure he swats back the DTs of his opponent. Otherwise, this can get very messy very quickly. He's on his way to his faster 4th base, but of course, Dark Templar damage can really undo all of that very quickly anyway, so lots to be careful of. DTs again working around the right for a couple moments, seeing where they can get to. There's a couple on the left as well. That's exactly why the cannons are nice, because it can just buy you time, work at the DTs until you can respond properly with the rest of your units. So, yeah, DTs are going to walk maybe all the way up into the main, though, and that's going to be most annoying just for the fact that Christiana's the most out of position from that. It's a long way to pull back.
Yeah, it does only do 2 TTs, though. I love that he goes after a pylon, maybe seeing that the cannons are in place. And it's kind of typical to have cannons, I think, around the time you take a 4th base. But again, notably, Drogo did not do that, so he is more vulnerable as a DT sneaks into his 4th base as well as his natural. Can't at the 4th base, but no army, has to warp in. Drogo just found Christianer a little out of position, not paying attention, and that's why Drogo is so committed to still moving across the map, but his Warp Prism's not here. Defender's advantage is going to kick in. No shield battery on that 4th base, but Disruptors are going to be able to buy some time. I'll kill your own zealots at the same time. Oh my god, Drogo actually blinked after the Disruptors. That was kind of insane, man.
That was kind of insane, simply for the fact that I wasn't even sure he had the Stalkers to keep on fighting, even if he got the Disruptors, which maybe still is the case. He's got a couple of Zealots coming through. If he had a Prism, if he had reinforcements, then sure, he's still losing probes back at home, though. He's going to start killing a few probes himself right now. He has been working with these DTs. He's just got the Cybernetics core off, and at this point, he might even be able to get this. Okay, super battery actually right next to that cannon, so that will not go down. I mean, Drogo, if he hadn't lost so many probes, would have been in a great position. It's the worker count that's his issue. Still has an army supply lead, but again, needed a Prism to make sure he could reinforce on the front lines. And this time he's got it if he goes again.
Yeah, not only just general reinforcements, but he made sure to snipe the Observer after he sniped the Disruptors too. So that would have been a perfect time to warp in DTs, but he didn't have warp ins. So Drogo's behind an economy, not by that much. It's actually not that bad, despite losing 20 probes. But I'd say most importantly, he's behind those Disruptors. He's not catching up anytime soon on that. He actually very much intentionally went into a Templar Archives instead of the Robotics Bay like Christianer did. And so he's going for just a punch in the face. Cristiano has to be a little more nimble, make sure his disruptors get some good shots, which is absolutely possible. And he's about to have 7 disruptors. That can hold any place almost indefinitely. But the 6th and 7th aren't out yet. It's already firing all of his disruptor shots. That's not a great idea. One more left over, doesn't even get that much. And Drogo does have an opportunity. I didn't think he would. Looks like a shield battery overcharge is going to deter him from hitting that 3rd base, but the 4th is up for grabs.
Yep, and now you've got to move forward into this is Christiana, and those disruptors just sitting back, waiting for their cooldowns. He fired, like you said, too many shots at once and just didn't find anything with them. Like, Zealot here, Zealot there, right? But very meaningless units all said and done. 17 probes and a 4th base down. It's a massive win from Drogo. He's still playing on the edge of a knife because those disruptors can change everything in an instant. He's making the right moves and the right plays, and I love that he's not getting overly aggressive, just going to set back. He's killed the 4th, reset, go again maybe. Gonna have another round against those disruptors. That's gonna be terrifying. We'll see if he can do it. We'll see if he can keep on playing as he's been playing, and if Cristiano can sharpen up his disruptor play, because if he doesn't, I mean, he's leaning on those disruptors heavily. They've got to hit.
Well, he spent so long not rebuilding his Cybernetic core, by the way. Like, he did not immediately rebuild that once it was target fired by the Dark Shrine. It only just finished, so he was literally relying on only disruptor production. Finally, it's built back up. He is about to have his +3, but it still, as you said, is all about the disruptors. Upgrades are no! Good lord, the disruptors! And a blink forward into more disruptors. Drogo just hoping he has enough supply. I don't think it's true. This time around, Cristiano not making the mistake of sending all of his disruptor shots out at once. Does handle it like a pro, and yet Drogo still has a decent army. He is going for the mass amount of gateway units versus the quality disruptors, which can be played out, but you have to be so much more careful with what Drogo just showed right there. He lost so much.
Yeah, the disruptors just hit so nicely too, right? It was, you know, Drogo split away, and then the disruptors still found 4 stalkers, and then they found that massive clump of zealots, and you can't let shots like that go off. That is exactly where the disruptors are going to do major work. It's going to be where they find so much value. And yeah, you just, like I see, you just can't let that happen, right? If you want to make plays like this, that was not the way to do it. And do you see our Stalkers blinking in or blinking down the right-hand side? Stalkers coming back over the right here from Christiana too. Bit of back and forth between the two of them at the moment as Drogo ends up backing away back around the top.
Drogo faster into the DT blink, but Cristiano's right behind him. Drogo also figuring that he has a little bit of time to actually go into disruptors, because, you know, masterful mass gateway play can be a real treat to look at, but it is absolutely the more dangerous way to play, I would say, especially if your opponent's disruptor count's already above 5, right? Like, with the beginning stages, have fun, but eventually you just cannot break that many disruptors, so you got to go into your own. And finally, Drogo decides he can do it. He's still going to keep up the pressure, though, not let Cristiano just walk across the map with his higher disruptor count. And he still have the faster expansions. 1 DT going to stop a 6th, but Drogo's 5th is already up and running. I think it's even a little bit static defense. Yeah, so he is still very well off economically.
He really is. A Shadow Stride is kicked in from him as well, so we will see his own DTs maybe being a little bit more influential in the near future. Just waiting on those disruptors. He's building 3 at a time, so it doesn't take too long to play catch up when, you know, to the overall disruptor counts here, and then it kind of becomes a game of, well, bowling balls, right? Just who can hit that strike and knock the other one down so that they can't get back up again. Cristiano, his own DTs, his own Shadow Stride. Funny just how different a game it's been from both of them, only to end up now essentially being both players trying to match each other with exactly what they're trying to, you know, going to do.
Yeah, finally coming down to that mirror matchup, well and truly, Stalker Disruptor versus Stalker Disruptor. Both of them thinking the same thing as far as the late game PvP, Stalker Disruptor anyways. We might actually get to late game PvP. Oh, nice snipe. Which is carriers. But did he almost hit his own army with a Disruptor? I think he did. Drogo, that is. But he didn't, so it's fine.
Yeah, I missed that.
I heard the Disruptor shot, so I was like, what happened?
Yeah, very possible. As Drogo, it's just, I mean, Drogo's always ahead on supply, I feel like. I guess he's got 20 more workers, which is a benefit of just having had those bases sooner as well. He's had somewhere to put these workers this entire time. Income graph has been all about Drogo for pretty much the last 10 minutes. There was a little blip where Cristiano was favored, but yeah, I mean, Drogo, he loses a pile on a little supply block, but he's got the ability to rebuild so much faster than Cristiano does, and he just has the numbers too. As long as he doesn't take big disruptor shots, that's still what it's going to come down to. That's going to be the core and key of this game. Disruptors here. Drogo gets a big one around that left side.
He was just late to blinking, right? It wasn't even that it was on cooldown. Oh, boy. Yeah, Christianer, he just looks a little shaky, to be honest. Drogo looks like a stable pro, you know. Oh, my God, so many DTs caught out. Oh, my God. Well, this is a funny battle, as always. Both of them have observers, but one person had way more DTs, so okay, then never mind. Christianer also with an upgrade lead. He had +1 shields, which is very effective. With DTs and the Archons, right? Not that we're going to see Archons anymore, but +1 armor just finished for Drogo. What was I talking about?
Yeah.
DTs captivated me.
Yeah, they captivated me too. Disruptors went down there as well for Christiana. It was a bit rough. Stalkers still dueling with DTs in the top right, by the way. Eventually might work their way through them, but it's going to be a dance and a duel. Stalker's actually going to blink after the Observer. But then there's another Observer showing up, and now Stalker's actually from Christiana working up this side. And it's going to be Drogo that has to pull back across in this direction with the main army and get in position as the first Disruptor shots. Again, he's so free with firing those Disruptors. I really feel like he's not getting enough out of each and every one. Stalker's blinking forward, maybe a little bit too soon. Now the Disruptors of Drogo are going to go. This is where you want to start firing all your Disruptor shots at once because the blink was used. Oh my goodness, just absolute chaos. I mean, PvP kind of happens like this sometimes, EG, but it's still never quite prepared for it.
This is like the Jackson Pollock, is that his name? This is like that of PvP, man. They're just spraying paint on the wall and like hoping something turns out that is pretty. And weirdly enough, they're both doing a decent job at it. The army supplies are still similar enough that Drogo can hold, especially because he has the economy still up and running, but he does need the help of some static defense. That was just all over the place. And Christianer finally finds some momentum, and he's not willing to give it up. Going to continue reinforcing from, well, of course, his Nexus, right? They expanded right next to each other. The Disruptor's not going to get the hits. Christianer was paying attention this time.
Wow, just utter chaos as obviously now Drogo playing defensively a little bit, trying to keep Christiana at bay. These bases being right next to each other just encourages these constant fights, which is very high stress. You know, you've got Disruptors flying at every single moment, and if you're the one that takes your eye off of the game just slightly, that's when you take a Disruptor shot, and that could be the one that turns the entire game around and decides this game number 2. So they'll continue to taunt each other as that Observer didn't fancy living, apparently. Stalker goes down from Drogo, and Christiana, maybe a good shot here, does grab a couple Disruptors. That's a nice catch.
Oh my God, Drogo! He box selected his own Disruptor shot! Oh my God.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
GG, okay, cool.
Oh.
Yikes.
Wow. Drogo, I was trying to say he looked so professional, right? He was like on top of things. He was all over the place. He was really aggressing. And then as soon as Christianer finally got up and in his face, Drogo folded, man. He was clearly not getting his ducks in a row. And then to finish that game off with his own Disruptor hitting the majority of his army, I mean, that actually is like the opposite of the last game and the way that you feel after losing the game, I feel, right? Like Christianer gotta think that he's just like frustrated, like freaking DTs. Drogo hits his own arm with the Disruptor and is probably laughing his ass off. He's like, oh my God, I'm so stupid.
He's like, oh my God, man, I'm so... I can actually imagine Drogo doing that as well. That or the desk just got a new hole in it, one or the other. But I think nowadays, maybe a bit more of the, God, that was silly, wasn't it? After such a close game and it being so back and forth, and it's just like boom, boom, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that was that. Yeah, a little bit of almost a sad ending from our point of view, I suppose, as we do get to go to a game 3 for the first time today, which is obviously very fun as well, especially when these two are playing such fun PvP, chaotic, all over the place, leads changing hands multiple times. DT's definitely having a major role in this matchup so far. Yeah, it's been a big one so far from both of them, and well, one of them is about to move to 1-0 in these Swiss groups, while the other is going to be 0-1, and we'll have some work to do in the coming days.
Yeah, I'm having this is peak PvP, man. I love it. It's not what I expected either from them. I mean, I don't know really what I expected. This could have been under the umbrella, but it is so chaotic. It is so just all over the place, in different ways too. You know, the Adept reminiscent of 2015. Then you have Disruptors being controlled like it's, you know, Protoss's first time. Disruptors, what do they do? Oh, I'm rewatching it on stream. Of course I am. Beautiful. Good lord.
It was right in the corner as well. I didn't even really notice it until you saw screen. I was like, oh, that's what just went down. Like it was crazy. Just because there's so many other disruptor shots going on too, right? Like it was easy to get lost in it completely. So yeah, just so much going on. I mean, that's the beauty of PvP. There's a lot happening in a lot of different places, and that was very true across both the games so far. As in the top right-hand corner, our blue Protoss player, it is Christiana tying this series up.
In the bottom left, hopefully just chuckling after that one, he is the red Protoss Drogo. Amazing, amazing. But he was already fumbling anyways, right? Like, I know it's that was pretty much game ending, because we know disruptors can make up for, I would say, even upwards of 50 supply differences. 100, a little less so. But he was already crumbling even before he made that huge mistake. He was already getting pressured too much and losing out. So it really flipped. It really flipped. As soon as one person really got up in the face of the other, you could feel the one person crumble. It's just that Drogo crumbled harder at the last second.
he crumbled real fast. And even smaller pieces as well.
Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant, though. I love it. Drogo not going to be deterred from playing out the macro game still, because he really did play a great game.
Oh yeah,
he might be a little more deterred from going into disruptors, since his mass gateway momentum still felt like it had a little bit to go, but you can't avoid the disruptor game forever in PvP.
At some point you gotta do the disruptor thing, right? Like there's just a stage where like there's always going to be defenses. There's too much stack defense. And at some point, just too many disruptors on the other side as well, where you can, realistically split them in very comfortable ways. So yeah, I'm with you. I don't honestly like it. Just even the disruptors part of the game was okay for him. Just we'll see what he ends up doing. I mean, obviously we may not even get there. Very possible this is our PvP game, which does just end early. Someone decides to really get aggressive off the one base while the other expands. Again, that's the beauty of PvP in this day and age. There really is an endless amount of possibilities. There's just so many different things you can do.
It's fortunate that it is such a wide open matchup, because it happens a lot.
There's
a lot of PvP.
Half of our matches in Europe today are PvP, especially in Europe. I think is probably the biggest culprit, right?
Yes, 100%. That's like most of what I'm talking about. I guess China still has it, or all of Asia. I guess now we call it Asia, has some Protoss players, but enough Terrans really sprinkled in there. Zerg is just underrepresented, isn't it?
Yeah. You try and get Zerg to play a tournament nowadays, it ain't easy.
Yeah, they get to the top. It's the opposite of Protoss. They get to the top, but there's not many of them in kind of the mid-level for Protoss. So many fighting for rank, number 3 Protoss to number 20 Protoss. Like, they all can combat each other in PvP. But Zerg, it's like there's only the top 3. Not quite that extreme, but top 6, I guess. Anyways. So fortunately, it's a good matchup.
Yeah, no, there's definitely there's a reason these guys don't practice EVZ so much anymore, put it that way, right? Like, there's not a lot of need to play it, so... PvP very different.
Yep, true that. Well, we once again have an expansion game when Adept gets into the main, but just seemed to be just the one. Didn't do a whole lot of damage. Drogo went for a fake pylon on the map. Christiana was actually able to scout the probe, which in the timing that it happened was really indicative that wasn't going to be a pylon for anything suspicious, because the probe would have stayed with the pylon if that was the case. So this actually has been a very clean game. I think both of them are kind of under the correct impression that it's going to go into Twilight Council and it's going to go into a third base, where the only thing that could trip that up is, consistent warp-ins. One person saves up for the Nexus, other person doesn't. That could be a change. Christiana, for instance, already with 3 more stalkers trying to go across the map, trying to actually take advantage of the exact thing I was just discussing.
Yeah. Let's see. He's got the numbers for sure right now. Third Nexus drops down. The hallucination spots it. Well, congratulations. You see what's coming at the front. Bet you wish that was a force field right now, because that evens up the sentry count in a way, as we do not drop the force field soon enough there to block that stalker in, so we don't get the kill right away. And I think that's a little bit fumbled, honestly, from Christian. I felt like that maybe could have been a bit smoother. Probe pull from Drogo just helps to ensure he's okay. That is one thing Christiana gains, that he gets to mine a little more during this, and he's got a little bit of a worker lead too, so overall Christiana coming out ahead, but he doesn't have the third Nexus. That's still a difference between the two of them. That will be one advantage Drogo has to claw back a little bit of that worker difference now.
I want to shout out that one probe, man, in that fight. Yeah. That actually tanked the entire volley of shots from Christiana. It was totally accidental, but Way to go,
hero.
Probe. Way to go.
You were
did.
seen.
Absolutely did.
You were
Yeah,
seen, you were
witness
noticed.
me.
I will be the probe of no other. He's like the probe from the trailer, the one that walked in the pylon.
Oh, yeah.
He's
yeah.
that probe,
I
only he actually doesn't see the end of the fight.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't get to see the epic, warp in. But
Just as
I
cool.
want StarCraft 3 to have a probe spray, or instead of spraying the ground, it sprays its face with the white chrome from Mad Max, and then it dives into the Terran's base. I think that'd be awesome, guys. Let's get it done.
I'm living for it. Let's do it. The third on the way from Christiana, his army moving across the map as he will be the aggressor. I don't think there's any surprise about that with the fact he made more units initially. He had the later third, so I don't think there's anything wrong with poking, at least, and just seeing if there is an opportunity. If there's not, just back away. You don't lose anything from being out over here. Maybe sometimes you get caught out of position, but in this case, it's not going to be true, so yeah, just poke around, see what you can do. Force fields from Drogo. He does start to work his way through the sentries. Having the Guardian Shield helps a decent amount to absorb some of the damage off those Stalkers. Unfortunately, it doesn't last forever. And it is still a good Stalker count here from Christiano. About to be reinforced, and Blink finished up on both sides. It's going to increase the amount of micro available to both of them now.
Yeah, shield battery is really going to always be something that Drogo can walk back towards, so he was playing a bit dangerous outside of the shield battery range. Thought he could do it, but it's a little sketch. A couple of probes go down as we have the engagement over the third nexus, but Drogo still leading by 1. Actually has that faster +1 as well, which will impact the game, I think, a decent bit. That's going to be a big upgrade difference, assuming that Drogo doesn't get caught completely out of position. Once again, that faster robo giving Christiana a lot of vision over where the army is, so then he can try and take advantage of that. And this time around, Drogo's getting an even later robo. In fact, he's just not going to get a robo. He's going to go for a proxy gateway and kind of not all in off of 3 bases, but dedicate to an attack, that's for sure.
But it's a ton of gateways coming up. This observer was sitting overhead on that third for so long. It'd be nice if it could get a little bit of a scout through. I mean, I guess the Adepts are seeing the natural, seeing the gas count is obviously good right now. I'm going to get into the main to see just how many gates there are. Obviously, the third base building some gates as well. So, you're getting the information right now as Christiana. You're putting together the pieces. You should be able to really know what this is. And, I mean, he's getting his own gates up to start matching. And a couple static defenses would definitely go a long way as well.
Yeah. It's not the most popular attack in PvP, I would say, what Drogo's doing, the Roboless proxy gateway attack, but Christiana definitely picking up on what's being put down, so he knows he has to be careful. Although doing this is not a map that has an exit to the right side, my dude. Kind of, but not a whole lot. That was very dangerous. He just lost army that was not only going to impact the direct battle, but was hopefully going to buy a little bit more time, right? Now Drogo knows that he's kind of in the clear to to engage. Okay, maybe Christiana did not pick up what was being put down.
I was absolutely with you. Like, everything said, oh yeah, buddy, you know what's going on, right? And he's like, yeah, I know what's going on. It's like, oh, a bit of a mistake with the Stalkers. Maybe he did not see G, because that fourth base should not be here right now if he knows what Drogo is up to, and Drogo's going to come full force. I mean, straight blink up here. Oh, he stopped targeting the pylon. No, that would have stopped so many of those Zealots warping in. Oh, I feel like that was a bit of a mistake. A missed opportunity, perhaps, as now he takes a step back. Letting those Zealots warp in after half-targeting the pylon is really a bit of a shame. Now Christiana turns back away, and Drogo's going to go back to chasing. The base cancels, and Drogo comes out ahead in army. Let's see if he can keep on pushing that issue.
He's got that upgrade lead for another 30 seconds at least, but pushing a defensive Protoss player using their high ground and having shield battery overcharge is difficult to do. Christiana continues to play with fire, however, by grabbing a fourth base and sending his Zealots off to the left side. That is a chunk of his army now no longer available, and Drogo isn't actually stopping. He's taking a breath. Well, maybe he is. He is transitioning, getting gases and Templar Archives, but his army is still on the front lines.
Oh.
Not anymore, just kidding. Recall, a bit awkward now.
Yeah, he obviously, with the Stalkers moving over here, there was a weird amount left behind, and yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be worse for Drogo. He's going to lose the pylon in the gateway, so that really should signal an end to the aggression. Now you don't really have much of an option to warp in on the other side, so that should stop that, although we do have a bit of units moving up the left side from Drogo. Has the +2 attack advantage, but there's so many Zealots there. I don't think it's a fight you can take, and I kind of wanted him to just keep going, honestly. I feel like if he kept going, there was more potential.
I'm definitely with you, but He did stall out. He wanted to transition, and he just wanted to posture, which I think would have been fine, but that made Christianer's gamble to send those Zealots across the map actually perfect. That just really lined up nicely for Christianer. If he was being pushed, that might have been a different issue. But now Drogo is the one that's later to the 4th base, because Christianer did sneak his in. Yeah, I thought that was quite optimistic, but it turns out fine. And Drogo is the one that's in a little bit of trouble. They both are getting the Dark Shrine around the same time. Drogo will continue having an upgrade lead when upgrades still very much matter, right, before Disruptors. But with the economic deficit turning into an army deficit eventually, is that upgrade going to matter the most?
No, probably not, right? The upgrade definitely fizzles out a little bit when there's just so many units, and Christiana is getting caught a little bit here. Drogo getting to give chase. You could argue, is this Christiana buying himself a bit of time? A few Zealots from the other side going to try and buy some more time too. Help just grab some of these Stalker kills. The more of those you get rid of as Drogo, the better, but there's also the counterattack setting up on the other side. Got to be careful of that too. Drogo is the first to get his DTs on the map, and they are going to make their way up toward the natural. And you know what? There's not a single cannon in the natural. And the Robo's there. And one observer only.
That would be good. That would be a good snag. Drogo still has yet to have a Robo, by the way. I'm just noticing that.
Yeah,
and there's Dark Shrine availability.
There's a cannon.
Please get a Robo now. Did he even notice? Did he even notice his units took care of that?
I actually don't know. I mean, he's not starting a Robo, which would be the obvious choice. He has denied his opponent's Robo. The one observer showing up. We're going to recall with an Archon morph, so this is going to be another observer out soon. We'll repower that Robo. And Christiana manages this.
Probe's going down to the main base. That's what it is. I was like, where? The count keeps going up. Where is it?
So much going on. DT's everywhere.
Yeah, no, PvP. It's amazing, isn't it? Fortunately, those probes going to drag that one DT into the cannon, because that could have actually stayed indefinitely in the main base. Robo might actually be built finally. But Drogo, you know, his tactic didn't work out. His aggressive build didn't work out. He fell behind because it didn't work out, and he still was in a recoverable position afterwards. But then to still not get a Robo, to still not prep for DTs as we head into the mid-game, where DTs are common in PvP, that was a huge mistake. One that is probably going to lead to his death.
Yeah, no, this is going to be really bad for him now. A DT in the middle of all of these Stalkers. I mean, just a massive surround from Christiana in general, and he has taken this fight easily. The Archon number is good from Drogo, but I just don't think that's going to be enough to save you here, as we just have so many Zealots, so many Stalkers continue to rattle on through. Christiana could do with some reinforcements, and they are on their way across the map, but
dude,
yeah, he's fine. Oh?
Well, the upgrade, I think, really kicked in right there, and 4 Archons, or 5, was it? We're actually right up against only the Zealots. Like, that was probably the most perfect engagement that Drogo could have had with the upgrade lead. But Christiana just had so much, right, that he still ends up pushing through and taking, ultimately, the victory. If he breaks the 4th base, Drogo is dead.
And that's a gun, so... yeah, Christiana just going to knock that down. May take a few moments to set back up at home and just reinforce a little bit. There's going to be a DT attempt from Drogo. Moving toward the natural again. He definitely needs to find some amount of damage just to draw this back. And, well, once again, there's nothing in this natural immediately. Probes started to pull away very quickly. That was an instant response from Christiana.
He was probably wary. He was like, well, I'm clearly winning, so let's go check my bases for DTs. And that was a good call, because CTs were going to try to once again change the game up. But Christiana has got enough observers. He's spreading the observers around. Could maybe do with a couple more cannons just to ensure victory. And once again, Drogo with the save. And say at least he saved it. But at this point, Drogo is going to have to go for the Hail Mary dive towards Robotics Bay, right? Like, there's no other choice to try and come back in PvP.
Yeah, it's, you know, 2 comeback units, DTs and Disruptors, and DTs are being handled. So, Disruptor time, you would expect from Drogo, because what he's doing right now is he's just making, I mean, to be fair, he's making a lot of Archons, and maybe the tackiness of his army could do something to stand, but yes, eventually I would like to see him add on some Disruptors as well. I think that really is the next step of him having a good chance, because all of this is happening off of him being only on 3 bases. He's not being able to push back towards a 4th yet. He's losing a few more probes here, and these are all problems he just can't really continue having if there is going to be some amount of a comeback.
Yeah, he is going to at least find the 5th base with a DT and perhaps stall that out. Somehow that DT survives as well off the right side. But there's nothing that can tackle the army except Christiana blindly blinking into Archons around a shield battery, which, you know, hopefully he doesn't do. So Drogo, that seems to be his hope. DTs and an Archon-based army still winning the game. He does still have an upgrade lead, weirdly enough. Cristiano really delayed his +3. But that probably won't make up for 40 army supply.
No.
I mean, Drogo is really puffing up his feathers here, man. This actually is not that intimidating of a situation. But Drogo's trying to be intimidating.
Yeah, he's still staying on the map. He's being the aggressor, but there really is just a point, I think, especially his +3 is finishing, where Cristiano can just collapse in on this force of Drogo and just kind of be done with it. No, the Archons are scary, and the Archon splash is absolutely something to be respected to some extent, and let's see if it can make enough right now, because this has got to be a Drogo's last stand, because if he doesn't hold this, he loses this left side base, he won't get a 4th online again. But for now, he kind of pushes Cristiano back. That army supply is closing on in, and, well,
yes, it is.
So far so good. CG Drogo. His feathers are puffed up, and he's ready to show off.
Yeah, man, he's peacocking. It's like, I'm really intimidating. Honestly, though, peacocks are kind of scary. They're pretty terrifying. Robo goes down. How many observers does Drogo have? Literally 1. Cristiano snipes that one hovering around the army, and Drogo is once again in a lot of trouble, but somehow, some way, Drogo holds. And that was even without a shield battery. There wasn't even one on that 4th base. But Cristiano still holding on to a very good stalker count, still having his 5 bases, although the 5th not mining commonly. Once again, cleaning up another DT run by. It still has the gigantic army supply lead. Like, how many times can you lose against Archons? The same Archons, I guess. Not indefinitely. Eventually, these Archons will be torn down again. No shield battery on this base, so this is it. And the Stalkers are gonna high macro those Archons eventually. There we go. There it is.
Yep. Stalkers really, I mean, Archons are great against the cells. They're not so hot against the Stalkers. They're tanky, but they do go down, and that is gonna do it. That is gonna be game. Cristiano's going to close this series out 2-1 over Drogo. Finally getting that victory, as it was obviously not easy at all. He really had to work for it, but we got there in the end, ZG. It just took a real bit of effort.
Yeah, that's going to be my favorite matchup, I think, the entire day. That was amazing. Yeah. I loved every second of it. But
it started off,
good job.
It started off fun and dumb, and then it was really good throughout. We had Disruptors blowing up our own armies. We had DTs pulling games back. I don't think that there was anything not to love about this series, actually, right? It was just great.
It had everything. It had everyone making mistakes and making cool moves. The perfect balance, as everything should be. I don't know what's going to match up against that one. Another PvP, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe some of the PvP. I do think. I mean, I could see Lambo Milky Cow maybe being kind of fun and competitive, but I think one of the PvPs is going to be the star of the show today. I'm 100% with you. I think there's not really much doubt about that in my mind, so I'm down with the PvP hype train, and I mean that is definitely a PvP to get hype trained about. With that said, our Group A of Europe is now wrapped up, so Cristiano gets to the 1-0, Drogo goes to the 0-1, which means it's full focus on Group B. We have to get through 5 best-of-3s in Group B today to be able to wrap up round 1 of the Swiss group, so we're going to be getting on with that in just a few moments' time. We're going to be starting that off with the Clem versus Strange match, which is going to be some TVP, of course. We'll talk about that when we come back, though, from this quick little break. We'll be right back with more StarCraft 2.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are back in running with more StarCraft 2 action today. It's the European... There was just a whole bundle of words that didn't make sense, didn't it? It's Europe! It's ESL SC2 Masters! My words were kind of representing that PvP we just saw, which was absolutely bonkers, all over the place, and just a bit of a mess, quite frankly. And that's exactly what that opening sentence was, ZG. As Christiana beats Drogo, and now we have Clem versus Strange to get excited about.
Yeah, I mean, I do love TVP, man, so I'm going to be excited about that, but it's, probably going to be a one-sided match.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. Strange has been good at times, has been creative, but...
Yeah, he's strange. He does live up to his name occasionally, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it, right? Like, he is definitely the kind of player that can live up to his name here. I think there's going to be some fun. I would be surprised if this was like a boring series, right? I definitely think this is going to be like Strange trying a couple of things and at least making it interesting in that regard. Even if Clem bats them down and just wins, I guess that could be seen as boring, but I don't think it's just going to be Strange macros and then Clem's like, no. And then the game ends, right? Which, you know, sometimes can happen when Clem plays people. So I think Strange will at least have something to try make things a little bit more unique, interesting, whatever you want to call it, as we kick off into game one.
Yeah, I'm imagining that Bugs Bunny meme. No. That's going to be this guy. I'm trying to find... There it is. All right, that's going to be this guy. In the bottom right. That's the right Darren. It is Clem.
Too many observers, right, in Europe?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Unbelievable. In the top left, our blue Protoss player from Mystery Gaming is Strange. We'll see if, as we mentioned, his playstyle will reflect his name going into this best of three. As it kind of has to, I guess, if you want to take on Clem. Clem is, you know, had very minor moments in group stages at DreamHack Regionals, etc., where he's looked weak, but generally he's absolutely the player to beat. He's the 5-time champion Europe, and that is for a good reason.
Yep, he is almost unbeatable when it comes to online tournaments. Just needs to move that off to offline. He has so far a very heavily winning record versus Strange. The last time he lost to Strange was back in 2017. So he's currently 19-4 in games. That's pretty good. That's a good score. Strange is going to be in a lot of trouble. And while Strange can do some strange things as a player, I think he really has to, right? He's absolutely 100% the underdog. Facts are saying it. Emotions are saying it. Everyone, I think, agrees with it. Already not having the best start. I mean, it's a response to Engineering Bay block, but clearly Clem is already going to be kind of controlling this game, which, I don't know, I'd be scared if I was a Protoss player up against Clem, no matter what he did, I guess. Yeah,
absolutely. That's the cancel in the Engineering Bay. You see it soon enough that you can justify pulling probes instead of taking the base elsewhere. Do you not get blocked a second time? No! Are we actually going to drop an Engineering Bay, or are we just going to run the SCV around?
He didn't have enough minerals initially.
Yeah. Even at the end, I wouldn't have minded him dropping it, because there's no Zealot, right? So just on the off chance there's no Zealot, because that would have been painful. You would have had to pull all the probes down again. I wouldn't have minded it, even if it was delayed.
You might be right. You might be right, actually. That might have been worth it. Yeah, well, we'll never know. Clem is going for a factory expand, which I would say an Engineering Bay block leads to a factory expand, what, 70% of the time?
Yeah.
So that's not totally unexpected. Like, Strange should be thinking about this more so, especially because, again, like Clem has been showcasing a lot of his TVPs. He is definitely someone that we consider the overdog, because we all saw that from Cats, and probably is going to try and end this game early. Or control the game early, I should say. Now, what Strange would not expect from Clem is a committed one-base build. That is not so much a Clem thing, but yet we have a Hellion drop on the way.
Yeah. You know, the Hellion drop in itself is, like, very Clem. The one-base heavy commitment to the Hellion drop to speed it up is absolutely the wild part of this, and just not necessary, right? When Clem comes into this hefty favorite, like, it's just not needed, so why take the risk of it not working out? Good hide of the Hellions here as the Adept Shade goes up, doesn't see anything, cancels away. And now these next two Hellions about to pop, we go across the map, and Strange has to be so careful with his units, but two Adepts, a Stalker, I don't know, man, I always feel like these Hellions are just going to get so much done.
It seems to be a build that never loses.
It's
I've
actually
never seen this
crazy how-
build lose.
It's crazy how good this build is. Why do Terrans get so many
Yeah.
builds that never lose? The 3 racks, the Hellion draw.
I know. It's so bizarre. How do we not win everything? The Hellion drop is coming in from a weird location, but that's on purpose. Like the whole thing, the whole point is that Strange did scout the more typical location first and then didn't see it, so now he doesn't have the same, I guess, warning. But to be honest, even with 10 more seconds, there's only so much you can do as a Protoss player. You know, your shield battery wouldn't be done if you started it right then and there. There's only so many units you can build in the early stage of TVP, so yeah, you just would to hope. I guess what you would do is have all your units in the right position, as opposed to dragging them forward, which is what happens here, where Strange doesn't have everything shooting at once. And as such, Clem does get to run around a little bit more and kill 11 probes and save his medevac and 2 Hellions.
I mean, the saving grace to this, I suppose, is that it was off 1 base. If this was 11 probes and it was a fast expansion too, you're even more in trouble as Strange. Not that this was great for him, just, you know, the CC is only just now moving down to the low ground. I'm just trying to get a bit of hopium in here, ZG. I'm just yeah, obviously it's not a great start. It's not pretty for Strange. And Clem's follow-up, man. Marine tank pretty much already set up. I guess Blink Stalker's about to be done, but I don't think he'll be taking any damage anytime soon. And once he gets some upgrades going, I feel like he's going to be in an absolutely fantastic spot to get across the map and deal some serious damage. Even Starport to the Tech Lab for a pretty fast Raven here.
Gonna be honest with you, even if Clem killed 2 probes with that Hellion drop, I'd still favor him. Like,
Yeah. But Clem could have done nothing with the Hellion drop and be like, well, it's okay because it's Clem, right? And just, you know.
Nothing with a 1-base Hellion drop is completely fine, guys. But that is kind of the severe difference. It's just, and it's not even that I'm saying that Strange is so bad, right? Positively, I could be saying Clem is that good, but that's not even what I'm saying. I'm thinking more along the lines that it's very clear when some players just cannot, like, push themselves over a particular player, right? That player is their wall. And so even when it looks like they're winning, like Geralt versus Hero Marine is another example of this, where Geralt will have a couple of good games versus Hero Marine. So you're like, oh my god, he's finally going to do it. He's finally going to beat Hero Marine. And then no matter how well it was going for Geralt, something happens. It's like the universe works against him. That's kind of what I'm feeling for this matchup, where Clem could actually have everything go wrong, and somehow the universe is like, well, no, that's not right. Like, you're supposed to win. Like, toss him a bone, you know, and he still wins because of it. So I feel like Strange is really working against a lot of factors here, against stats, as well as just, you know, our general knowledge of the players, but then perhaps even a sprinkling of mystical fate, I suppose. Not in his favor, unfortunately.
The entire universe at this rate, ZG, apparently, yeah. Strange.
Exactly.
Why did you show up today, Strange, if the universe is against you? Surprised his PC turned on.
Yeah, man, he went to a fortune teller earlier today, and she was like, you may as well just not show up. And he was like, well, you know, I'm supposed to. And he's like, well, okay, if you want it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you'd be happy if you didn't, you know. Upgrades are going to finish, by the way. Medevac's popping now. There's a 3rd CC behind this from Clem, but this is this first push that is very powerful. 54 to 30 army supply, and I want to say it's at the point where the pros is, yeah, meant to see a bit of a surge of units, but there's still only 2 gateways. A Colossus out, a second one on the way. The real question will be keeping those Colossi alive against the tanks. If the tanks can deal with the Colossi, then brilliant. But, you know, if the Colossi can get the bio, then that's actually going to be a little bit of hope for Strange. Problem is he's going to be doing this to defend a 3rd base, and that's not very, you know, well defendable. You know, if he was up the ramp on the natural, maybe. In this open area on a 3rd, I'm not really a believer. On the ramp?
And he couldn't really track where Clem was going, so he couldn't get on top of the army as fast as he would have liked. But it does look like he's still going to be able to use the bridge to his advantage, which is something.
Matrix,
but it's still like, yeah, you want to get the Matrix popped off much earlier than the actual battle, and that's not going to happen here.
Clem.
In fact, wow, Clem really trigger discipline here. Not going to stand. There he goes.
I was going to say, man, I'm pretty sure we could have just pulled the trigger already, as we are going to see the other Colossus showing up. The tank's quite far back, but doing fine right now. Super battery goes down. Okay, cool. I mean, he could have tried to make it look close, no?
Jesus, like he was like spreading his Marines individually, and I'm just like, stop.
Yeah, dude's
Come
dead,
on.
man.
Yeah.
This one's over. At the same time, by the way, Hellion Drop comes back in the main base, because why the hell not? Just to make sure we all know that Clem is going to be the victor in this game number 1. Very convincing, very solid stuff from Clem. Some good damage early, and just it shows up with the army, honestly. I mean, and when the universe is against you, it even brings that Hellion Drop back in, so what can we do?
Yeah. Yeah. He's so I love Clem so much. He's so try hard in the best way possible.
He was kind of
to
try
be-
hard, right? You know what it was though? Like I felt like he made it so complicated. He could have just dropped the Matrix super early, because if he just drops the Matrix at first, there was like 15 seconds it felt like before the next Colossus showed up. Drop the Matrix and just A-click stim, and Clem's like, no, we're gonna wait, and now I have to micro my StarCrafts off, and just because like he waited a little bit longer, obviously just very convincing from Clem. Good damage early. We expect this to be a hefty, favoring to Clem, and that was just everything about it was just in his favor from start to finish.
Yes, it was. I was gonna say to be serious for a second as I spam the chat. Apparently, sorry about that, guys.
What are you doing?
I didn't get modded out. I thought Automad would get that. That was my cat. It literally was my cat. He walked across the keyboard. He put his foot right on that key. God, I'm trying to be serious right now, and it's just not happening.
Everyone in chat's like, CG, is this a sign for help? Is someone holding you hostage to cast these StarCraft games?
I don't how is there no bot that caught that? Like, I'm legitimately concerned about the quality.
You're VIP. You don't get banned.
Well, I thought VIP was literally just like a
You're
decoration.
Super important, CG. You can actually do whatever you want, and that includes spamming the chat. you do anything. Apparently.
Oh no, the power's gonna go right to my head.
Well, before it does, let's get some more StarCraft as we go into game number 2. In the bottom left-hand corner from Team Liquid, our red Terran Tryhard, it is Clem.
And in the top right, working against the universe right now, he is Strange.
Repping Mystery Gaming. Apparently no mystery in that last map.
It's a good combination.
It's just rough though, isn't it? Just... You're playing against Clem, you know he's freaking good, you know he can be aggressive pretty much whenever he wants to be. Like, that's the thing, it's not like Clem has to be like this macro Terran player. Like, he is going to be in your face, and he is going to try and force mistakes, and Roddy was saying this the other day, where it's like, if you're the better player, would you not like to kind of, do things early to try and, extend your lead as much as possible and use your advantages as early as you can? And Clem definitely does that. Like, he gets up in your face, he starts attacking you while macroing behind it, and just doing everything he can to put himself into a lead, right?
Yeah. Well, I do have a second to be serious. I do want to say that Clem might not have won that battle as decisively as he did without that micro. Just to be clear, I'm just kind of joking on his micro ability. But then to your point and to Roddy's point, I do think that Clem in particular is that player who, when he has an advantage, and he's also a very modest player, so I don't know if he's literally coming into a best of 3 saying, "Oh, I'm gonna win," but he is a tester. Right? Like, he will test even the best Zerg's ability to micro because he can. Right? So he'll 2-1-1 and then do all the micro tricks that a 16 Marine 2-medevac person can against even the likes of Dark, Serral, and Raynor because he can. And it doesn't necessarily gain him these huge advantages, but sometimes it does because his opponent is actually just that little bit worse. So I would say there are some players who figure they're the favorite and they do just play very standard, basically make no mistake, make no opportunity for your opponent to get in there and do something, and then you win inevitably, is another way to look at it. But Clem, he really likes microing. I feel like you can see his enjoyment in the micro features of StarCraft 2 when he does it. So he will test you, he will push you, and if you topple, that's on you, which is what happened last game.
That's beautifully put, CG. Like a little story.
Kyo, I hope you enjoyed my story.
I did.
I covered the entirety of the 1-Max Expand, so...
Appreciate it. You really good.
Now.
You go through the boring part of the game. That's all good. I'm only going to tell you that there's some Hellions on the way, and that doesn't necessarily bode well, because we're just going to build a starport on the map again and Clem. Same build, but with the CC this time, so... this time, if he gets 11 probes, you're really in trouble as Strange. And he's going Robo, which I feel like is like the worst case scenario for defending this. There's a battery right in the back, by the way, too. Huh.
What? Well, he's doing absolutely zero scouting, so he's blind defending whatever he can.
Yeah. Obviously, the battery, it doesn't really help against 3 or 4 Hellions because, it does in a way, because obviously if you do not hit the shot with all the Hellions in the same place, then it is possible that you get to heal some stuff up. But generally, if 3 or 4 Hellions hit the probe line, they're going to hit at the same time. The probes are going to die without the battery, as the hallucination is going to spot the swap of the factory onto the barracks, and, well, guess what? There's no starport in this main base, so Strange might get a little bit of a heads up to begin with here. He's got 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. The problem is Clem's so good at moving these units around, and it looks as though Strange is going to dive onto the natural when Clem's going to dive into the main, and this is not looking like a good start. Strange isn't going to see the unload in the corner of his main base, and oh yeah, this could not be worse. One Stalker pops out, and, well, this entire probe line is just trapped in the main.
Yeah. Gonna go ahead and just transfer over to the natural. You know, why get trapped up there when he can do more damage here? And there's the lineup. Medevac not being target fired. There we go. Might go down, but then the Hellions can actually escape and come back later. So no matter what, Clem was gonna get some army out of the way and gain a big advantage, and he certainly did everything all at once, everywhere. 15 probes went down. Hellions live. Macro back at home, probably flawless. Strange than a lot of trouble.
So to put it in perspective, last game it was like 26 to 27 workers or so coming out for the harassment. We're like, okay, great for Clem. Now it's 31 to 37, and that's just because he's done A, more damage, and B, been more economically friendly behind it because of the expansions. So let me messing around, man. He loves his Hellion drops, and he says, hey, if you're not going to stop me from Hellion dropping, I'm just going to do it again and again. Show me you can defend this before I do anything else against you, basically.
Yeah, it's almost like a Ling pressure in ZVZ, right? Where we kind of call it the noob test, Ling Baneling pressure. It's kind of what Clem's doing. He's like the Hellion test. I would not call this a noob test, though, because almost every Protoss has some trouble with this. When's the last time you saw a perfectly defended Hellion drop? Actually, Monday, apparently, I was watching Roddy stream it. Apparently, Showtime did perfectly defend a Hellion drop, or a Hellion build at the very least, and then still lost the game. So when's the last time you saw a Hellion drop straight up lose the game, Morty? Never. That's when.
There used to be a
Clearly
time where it was
overpowered.
like the Hellion drop got countered by like the instant counterattack of like gateways or something, and like you went across the prism and gates, and you know there wasn't units. But it feels like the Terrans figured out how to defend that, so they started doing the Hellion drop again. Especially Clem's just so good at it. Like he's so good at moving from the main to the natural. Like he knows when to do the lift and switch. So yeah, really rough.
Yeah, no, it was displayed right then and there, actually. I think a lot of Terrans would have said that's already pretty good and then dived in the main base and just lost it. Because they probably still would have gotten upwards of 10 probes with some of the last shots. But he moved over. He saw an opportunity to move over and got up to 15 and saved the Hellions. So just, yeah, displaying the micro that he so loves to display. And Strange, well, he's going to try and basically stay on the straight and narrow, which... you know, more power to him, right? Trying to play out the solid game. Middle of the road could work out well against aggression, but in this case it has not. So it's very tough.
Clem knocks down an observer. He's going to load his medevacs up actually and take those across the map one way. I wouldn't mind seeing the rest of this force just moving through the middle of the map, right? And I don't think, honestly, I'm kind of surprised Clem doesn't just go with everything in one direction. With the damage he's done early, he has the full opportunity to essentially just end it with one big push. Obviously, he does not go for a Raven, so he doesn't have an interference matrix this time. So, like I say, he'll just send the medevacs up and drop. I'm just surprised he's not doing more at the same time, because that just feels like it's what Clem would usually do, but nope. Maybe just going to go with 2 more medevacs. He already drops into this main base. Robo Facility is going to be an instant target here. Colossus should get out. So that's at least one benefit, but that means that's the only Colossus you have alongside the one on the third. Wouldn't mind already getting a Stalker kill. We start a kill pylon. Strange is very close to being supply blocked, and there's an army about to hit his third base as he's pulling everything into the main to defend, and, well, that random batteries EG didn't even help.
I kind of saw that coming, though. With all those Marauders, so it was an opportunity for the Concave to come in, and the overcharge went in the main base, so it's not available at the third base, and Clem just picks Strange apart. A very unfortunate first match for Strange. You know, I know we've been joking around a little bit and obviously very much favoring Clem for good reason. I don't think we're incorrect for that. But we do have to give kind of like our condolences to Strange, right? Because it's just, this is one of the toughest matchups you can get in a European regional specifically. It's like, it's pretty tough for offline. It's almost impossible online.
Yeah. Clem is just, you know, he's absolutely meant to be the favorite here. He comes in as kind of the favorite of Europe. It doesn't matter how good he's been looking, how good Cyril's been lately. Clem wins in the European regionals. And yeah, he has blips in the group stages, but this isn't even the group stages of old. This is the group stage where it's like, oh yeah, every match counts, and I almost feel like that levels Clem up a little bit as well, so yeah. Great stuff from Clem. There's not really anything else to say there, right? I mean, plain and simple. Clem Hellion dropped him. He played very well. He did the Hellion drop well. He followed up nicely both times. Just picked his opponent apart, and that leads us 2 matches deep in Europe. For all the time we spent in that PvP, we didn't spend much of it in the TVP, Zombie Grub. You know, I was about to say this brings us to the halfway point of the day. It kind of does. Lambo Milky Cow is matchup 6 out of 11, so it's that middling series. After this, we're over the halfway point, so yeah, Lambo Milky Cow up next. That should be a pretty fun ZVT, though. I think this one definitely has potential to be quite entertaining.
Yeah, well, I think it also inevitably goes a little bit longer just with the nature of the matchup.
Yeah.
And as we brought up in the earlier segment, I do think Lambo's looking a little bit weaker than expected in this matchup. And Milky Cow has delivered in regionals before with, 1 or 2 upsets. And I think this is actually a perfectly lined up chance to get an upset. This is potentially a very good first match for Milky Cow.
Yeah, no, the upset potential is absolutely there, so I'm very, very excited for that to see if we eventually do get a chance to see it. As we are going to go and take a quick little break before Zombie Grub spams the chat some more. So we'll be right back. More StarCraft 2 is still coming up here in the ESL SC2 Masters Europe. It's Lambo and Milky Cow up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome back. As I was just so excited to hear Just Wear It, or what's the catchphrase again of the ESL shop? Somehow I've forgotten it even though I listen to it 10 times a day, ZG. You love it, you wear it. There you go, I got that. I just was about to say, I was like, actually I've just forgotten what it was. You might, yeah, I know you guys were all excited in chat to hear it again, but you're gonna have to wait until the next break as we get ready to go into more StarCraft 2. Here we come out of a quick one, we get ready for potentially a longer one, ZG. As straight up and quite frankly, it's going to be Lambo against Milky Cow, and I think very possible this is very fun, is very exciting. Excited to see what comes out of it. As Lambo, you know, he's had his ups and downs in these regionals and maybe never quite peaked as high as we would want him to or expected him to. At least given how many regionals there's been, you would have expected him to maybe break top 4 one time because he's been that player that can show success. You know, he's just never really had that, but he is a solid player. Just maybe sometimes a bit shaky, and maybe against a Milky Cow, he can mess up.
I think he can. I really do. I mean, Lambo has gotten up to the top 6 then in regionals, so it's very good, and he's caused some of his own upsets. But recently, his EVT does not look that impressive. But I also haven't seen Milky Cow's TVZ recently, so I'm not really capable of saying who is favored right here, right now, but I can tell you that Milky Cow's sending an SCV forward, so this is just the new thing, Wardy. But first of all, top left, it is Lambo.
It is the new thing, isn't it? Bottom right, Milky Cow from CSO. All the Terran players just love doing this, CG. You get your racks on the lower ground, you build Reapers, and you just go from there. When people started doing this, all the Zergs were like, this is just not good. I don't know why they do this. And yet the Terrans keep on doing it, so you tell me, ZG, what the plan is. This is actually going to be a CC first. Wow, that wasn't even what that was not what I expected. Never mind.
Right? Well,
okay.
This was along the okay, as a pool first coming out. That's unfortunate for Lambo. So that this does go along with the take I was going to give, which is that I do think that Terran players have appreciated how much you can vary it up, right? So we had it being just like Bjorn and maybe Maru occasionally doing the 2 racks Reapers, you know, Bjorn definitely with the Reapers. But then, you know, just a couple days ago, Gumiho did it with Marines, and it was a catastrophe, but that's besides the point. And then now we have Milky Cow going for a command center first, and yet still going into it to get that natural wall off. So I think that it is just... It's just the idea that like the Zerg can't really tell what's going on is worth it, even if occasionally the Zerg is actually well aware of what's going on and does perfectly counter it, you know? So there are definitely games where it doesn't look very pretty, it's not the best, like whatever. But there are so many games the Zerg player is scratching their head, because this could go into a factory, this could go into battle cruisers, you can go into a 4 racks even, bring that back. Probably not in Gressfon, but still. So that's my take on it, and I guess it is here to stay, because asked me a month ago, and I'm saying it's a fad. It's a one-player thing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I really thought it was like, Mara and Bjorn are going to make Reapers and whatever, but no, it keeps on happening, and yeah, people see the value in it, so here we go. You mentioned unfortunate for Lambo to go pool first, and that's just because pool first doesn't generally gain anything against CC first. In this case, it gets 1 SCV, which I think is fair to say is somewhat fortunate. Might even get the other as well, as it was out scouting. But generally, this is not something that you really do much with, because you're not, you know, pool first at the very least wants to try and delay the CC. CC is done before Lings arrive in this scenario, so unless you're pool first into like a blind Rotron super quickly before you even get information, there's not really much point of going pool first here. It doesn't, you know, there's nothing to have been kept safe against.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the reason it doesn't feel so great. But Lambo did get something from it to cancel a barracks. The SCV actually had to go home as well, which, well, that was actually, like, it didn't have to go home. I'm actually not sure what happened with the SCV scout, but it ended up living. It just didn't actually get a full-on scout. Now it gets a full-on scout. If Lambo was following this up with roaches, Milky Cow could have been in trouble. But clearly this is now leading the way. Going to go for a little bit of harassment on the 3rd base. We did see this type of opener off of a faster 2 racks, not the CC first. But apparently it works out on the CC first version as well.
Yeah, this is kind of a funky way of doing it. If you do get this bunker up, it's annoying to deal with. You know, Ling speed's not quite here yet, and that Queen, oh, Queen stopped moving, so it is going to go down. That's a good catch. The bunker may not get up, but of course the bunker pressures you into kind of fighting because you don't want to deal with it going up. So does have a value there. We just cancel it in the end, and yeah, nabbing a queen is not a bad start from Milky Cow.
No, not at all. This is actually working out so rather well for Milky Cow. The Lings forcing the SCV to do what it did is a little awkward, but not letting it drag him down. Just, goes right into what his plan was. He does bother Lambo. He gets a queen. That's excellent. He is going to go into a third Rax fairly quickly. He does, third CC first, and then a third Rax. So still no factory, still no starport. But he does manage to find, Lambo's Overlord, because Lambo did manage to sneak it into the backside, and that could have been something that Milky Cow wasn't expecting, but now he has successfully hidden the follow-up, and if he just keeps his Marines kind of away from the front, Lambo's not going to have a good idea as to how many Marines or when the medevacs are going to appear.
Yeah, very cool. Is obviously just 3cc and all the setup, and just the 3 racks and no factory is obviously just going to allow you to go across the map very aggressively. So yeah, like you say, not really sure about how many Marines and where, and you can send a few Marines in from the front to kind of deal with this Overlord if it does try and move through. Lambo gets forward, not much to see there. Doesn't even check that it's double gas on the low ground, so yeah, just limited info for Lambo, and he's working his way up into a Baneling Nest, into a lair. I mean, the Baneling Nest especially I think is good to see, because when it's this amount of bio units, you typically do want at least a few Banes to make them start thinking about splitting off. Even if you don't have Baneling speed, just the threat to kind of push it back a little bit can be useful, because Queenling doesn't always cut it.
Right, no, that doesn't. This is so far the only thing that's really surprising me from Milky Cow, which is that it's a single engineering bay. Third CC and double engineering bay go hand in hand in, well, not every matchup, but certainly in TTC. So I don't know why that is, because it's not also, it's like, it'd be kind of cool if he was faking a 2-base committal, but that's, the engineering bay wasn't going to be scouted that quickly, and the third CC's already down, so that's not even the thing. So I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it was legitimately a misclick, as he now adds on a second engineering bay. At the end of the day, he is still going to have faster upgrades. Lambo has actually had trouble figuring what's going on, right? Didn't see the third CC, didn't see the barracks follow up. This could have been a 4 racks for all he knew, and then the time kept clicking on by, and he just realized, okay, it's not that. Now he's under pressure, but he didn't really get as much droning as perhaps you would want had you known it would take up until 6.5 minutes for the Marines to appear on your side of the map. It makes it very awkward for the Zerg.
Yeah, it really does. It's just gotta be careful. 4 Banes, if they go too soon, can be target fired down, so careful about this. I mean, any creep you get rid of keeps the Zerg back, and especially this creep in the center where the Zerg is now replacing it. It's so important to have that creep, because if the Terran takes that position, they, not only have a push up into your third, but they also have that high ground base they can shell away at. It's a really powerful spot for a Terran to be in, so one you want to try and keep control of as best you can. You see right now the medevac showing up, and Milky Cow stims early. No target fire on Banes, loses a Marine or 2, and that's just going to be a lift up and evacuation for the moment.
Actually spoke a little too soon. Lambo did just pump out 13 more drones, something like that. So I was speaking when he was at 66, so now he's at 75. That does look a little better. I think the suppression tactic could have been more effective against a less confident Zerg, a less, I think, streamlined Zerg too. Like, despite losing that queen, I think Lambo for the most part was, ideally going towards that 5-base setup, and that was absolutely correct for the game.
Yeah.
And now he's defending the drops, so it's really not too big of a deal, but maybe cutting out of position, maybe speaking too soon again. A lot of creep turns going to get cleaned up. Hatchery, probably not snipeable. No, it is not. We got to pick up the Marines when we boost those medevacs. Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's trying to get as much as possible, and there's maybe sometimes trying to get a little bit too much, although now the Queen's on the top side still in a bit of trouble as well. Milky Cow going to try and go for one more. The transfusion was dropped on it. He didn't stick around. He decided to live just a little bit before it fell, but he's still been doing some work. 6 Queens have now died. Resources lost 3.1k to 1.3k, and Milky Cow getting off to a really fantastic opening here. Getting a lot of damage done, and Lambo just not staying stable, even though it kind of felt like I was with you, he was stabilizing against after losing the queen and all the rest, but yeah, now letting himself get caught out of position a couple times.
Absolutely. I took it back. I was like, okay, no, this is a good foundation for a Zerg player. The foundation is fine. And I still think that's true. I think what happened is Lambo was caught out of position. He was caught not being able to multitask either, so he missed some transfuses probably on the right side with the queens. And that just, there's only so much attention you can give in every location. And now it's snowballed because he also had a macro problem. One of the only reasons he's even down lower in the minerals because he had to rebuild those queens, right? So he had a larva problem, at least built some queens to help out. Now spending all of his cash, now that he has hydras on the way too. But Milky Cow, he's really gained a lot of momentum in the last minutes, although this was not particularly pretty. But Milky Cow's also going into a very bio-heavy style, so momentum is always going to go for. Very low on the factory units, but then you just continue throwing bio units at the opponent and hope to wear them out.
That's a really unfortunate fight on the left-hand side. I really felt like that could have been so much better. The mines were just so clumped, and you just gave up so much all at once. Really let Lambo kind of take a big step back in this. That Widow mine shot does go off dead center. Took a while, kind of fired just as it was dying. Another couple of mine shots, some friendly fire being dealt. Lambo's chasing off creep, which is always a scary moment or two, just as the Terran finishes up a +2 attack as well, taking a minor upgrade lead for a few moments. Lambo has to turn it around. He's back into the supply lead, which is, much improved from where he was not that long ago, but still has to be careful with some of the fights that he's picking.
Oh, absolutely. This is so easy to underestimate. You chase, you think you got it, suddenly reinforcements come in, or the army doesn't die as quickly as you think because the upgrades are affecting some of these battles if the banelings aren't hitting, right? So that's you got to be worried about that. But I do believe Milky Cow lost a lot of the control over the game with that bad fight over to the left that you were talking about. So his aggression doesn't feel as strong as it was just moments before that. But his overall position is still very strong. He's going up to a 5th and 6th base. He still has faster upgrades, of course. And Lambo's creep spread is pretty abysmal, protecting his bases. The only good creep spread is off to the right, which isn't really all that helpful. And I don't know if he's really even in a position where you can start to afford to run by. This is a lot of banelings, but there is an army ready to deal with them, and an army for Milky Cow also over to the left, which is going to try and snipe the hatchery. Not going to actually get it.
Yeah, back and forth here as we do just about manage to get away with one of the medevacs full of units still. Just lots of action going down. Obviously, Milky Cow, one thing he's been able to do at least is control the game, so it is him just heading into 5 bases. Lambo's creep is still not beautiful in front of a lot of his bases, right? It's like 8 creep tumor, if that even, so that gives a lot of pushing potential for the Terran. This is the best creep we've got on the map, and it's about to be denied. However, Lambo may swing around to fight this army, and it's not everything that Milky Cow has. There's also the counterattack of Banes on the right side. Can Milky Cow keep an eye on that? He does start to pull the SCVs, not bad. We'll save a few of them, lifts the orbital to keep it safe, and we'll be able to replace that down in a few moments, as now Bio runs in on the top, but has to lift up and go elsewhere.
So that was the better use of the banelings, right? No army was there to help protect that planetary, but that still was a lot of banelings to use to kill a base that Milky Cow can ultimately replace. It looks like Lambo does have enough of an economy to re-max, or of course rebuild. He's not actually getting maxed out, and will be able to deflect Milky Cow's constant aggression so far. Milky Cow, despite being on still 4 bases, now working on a 5th, of course, is the one that's having trouble spending his money. So he does have 7 barracks, but occasionally missing out on a microcycle. Like right now, for instance, he's not building those Marauders. Is that on purpose? Like, he's building nothing but brains.
He starts up a Marauder just then. Yeah, you need to be consistent, right? I mean, it's one of the toughest parts to do as Terran, to keep your macro going while you're doing all of this stuff everywhere. Jump on this hatchery, that will be a takedown, so that's a good start. Because, again, anything you can do to slow Lambo down helps as well, and that's obviously Lava. He'll be missing out on as well. Only 3 SCVs to the counterattack, and also we've got Milky Cow around the right side. Lambo not quite immediately in position for that. Milky Cow maybe could have dove a little harder, put some damage on the hatch. In the end, he's just going to back off and fight the lings as they get to you, just kiting away.
It's stable. It's stable. They both are occasionally getting moments where it looks like it's going to impact the game a lot more, and then it kind of doesn't. Like both of them run away or chase after each other, but don't get truly game-deciding damage done. That was a great Widowmine shot, though. But yeah, Lambo has also gotten up to that hive, right? I don't think he's been able to make anything from it, but he could right now, just sticking on Ling Bane, Ling Hyde. You're going to find the planetary under-defended because Milky Cow's also defending his 3rd base at the same time. So Lambo with a bit of a 1-2, doesn't really get anything with the attack on the left, but finds SCVs and a planetary on the right.
Yeah, it's actually really nice. Just also the feelings that were on this far right side base, they found some of the SCVs transferring over there. So what turned out, what looked like it was just going to be a planetary turned into a lot more SCVs on top of it. And now Lambo, the one that keeps the action going, keeps the movements kind of going in his favor. Let's see what these Widowmines can do. Not too much initially. We see an Overseer getting shot down as an expense. Again, just Lings hitting the right side. Ever since it's been replaced by an orbital, Lambo's constantly been here punishing Milky Cow for this not being a replacement planetary.
such a difficult style to play. I mean, you know, this has appeared more often in the last 6 months to a year, but I remember we interviewed Maru about it with TSL last year, and he said, I play it when I feel really good. That was actually his answer. It's just that difficult to play that Maru has to, you know, his wrists have to feel okay and whatnot. You know, the highest level of Terran still has trouble keeping up the momentum against the highest level of Zerg. And I think Milky Cow, he did a good job with it, but the macro cycles missing out alongside one or two of those bad battles leads to Lambo being able to stabilize, recover, and get into his groove, which he's now using to be offensive and probably winning the game with it.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit too much because there's also just going to be such a low HP Terran army at this point as well. Like, he is overstimmed, his medevacs are completely drained of energy, it feels like. There's a bit of healing left on them, but not enough to bring this back up to full life. And that's the issue as well, that even though the supplies are close, this army is essentially half the supply it should be on the map. So, not loving that. Set off this Widow Mine ahead of time too, and again, you can just see how different this game is now that Lambo is taking control. He's the one that's pre-setting off Widow Mines, not taking big mine shots as he kind of floods on into a position, you know, all of a sudden. And yeah, it does look as though with Lurkers and Seismic Spines all still coming up, Lambo is about to take a step in this game that Milky Cow really ain't ready for. There's not a Ghost Academy in sight, and I fear that that is pretty much going to be the writing on the, well, just the end of the game, basically.
Wall.
Writing on the wall, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, on the end of the game. You may do. That was good enough. The writing is on the wall that the game is going to end. I think that is absolutely true. Lurkers are something that Milky Cow can't deal with. Technically, if he suddenly starts to control the game again, then Lurkers do have sometimes problems catching up, right? But it would require a 180. Which, I mean, Milky Cow is now on Lambo's side of the map, but it's not a 180. This is like pokes and prods. Okay, yeah, he sees Lurkers and taps out. There you go, GG.
Yeah, instant realization that this had to be something better than what it was being, right? So, GG's, and that is going to be Lambo picking up the win. After a rough start, you know, it definitely felt as though we're about to be justified in what we were saying to begin with, where I was like, you know, Milky Cow, he can get an upset here, he can do well, he can contest, and he did. He had the game controlled, and it slipped away from him. Lambo just took it back, and that was definitely the Lambo that is a tier above Milky Cow, kind of showing just his experience, his ability to get back in it, and just to withstand, hold on, and finally start finding his opportunity to just go, go, go. And in the end, pick up game 1, which I think is a very important one, because map 2's Dragon Skills. This was the go-to pick for Terran players over the last month and a bit. It's kind of become a little bit more kind of like let it into a best of 3 sometimes from Zergs, but in general, this is still the map which, you know, Terrans like to play on a lot. So interesting to see it in the best of 3, and we'll see if Milky Cow can use that to his advantage to then tie up this series.
Very curious as to what Milky Cow is going to open up with. The opening last game did work out, I would say so, and then it put him in a fine position to carry on forward. He did just slip. He slipped one too many ways. He slipped on his macro, and he slipped on his engagements. But for a while, it was convincingly in his... he had the momentum. I wouldn't say necessarily a lead, but you could kind of feel the gears starting to turn, things starting to warm up, the fast, young Terran players starting to just do everything all at once, and the older Lambo starting to fall a little bit. But no, then all of a sudden they just turn on its head, and as you said, Lambo's experience and his ability to come back really shined. But it kind of all, to me, it starts where Milky Cow chooses to go with his opener. We have to remake the map, so
yeah, let's see what our new map's going to be, or what the issue was. Just a couple of moments and we'll get this back on track. I was just trying to investigate that while we were getting set up.
Walking and talking is difficult to do, guys.
I think it was just not the ESL version of the map, that's why.
Ah, okay.
So it wasn't
they said change maps, and I was like, oh, okay, it's not Dragon Scales, but they just meant change lobbies.
Yeah. There is actually a sheet which tells us the servers and the videos and stuff. I just have so many things open, I don't have space for it on my screen, so I gave up on that one on day 1, so I'm just like, I'll just see the maps as they come, ZG, I'll just guess what the videos were. I feel like it's a pretty standard map pool when it comes to, like, you know, each matchup is fairly figured out for videos, especially ZVT. From the Terran side, at least, it's you veto Ancient, you veto Altitude, and the Zerg kind of decides, do I want to play Neo, do I want to play Dragon Scales, Babylon? You kind of take your pick between those. Royal Blood always makes it in, Grezvan usually always makes it in as well, so yeah, it's kind of just picking your favorite or least favorite out of the rest.
Yep, we talked a lot about it back when the map pool and the patch released, but Terrans and Zergs alike, I believe, did agree ultimately. Some slight differences, but ultimately agreed this was a bit more Terran favorite of a map pool than the previous one. But let's get into game number 2 on Dragon Scales in the bottom right. Once again, sending out the SCV, he is Milky Cow.
A bit of a different way around this time, though, yeah. Gonna go full proxy mode. As in the top left, Red Zerg up a game. It is Lambo from the Shopify Rebellion, but he will have to deal with the 2 racks here, and the 2 racks on, the Terran favored map isn't always expected, right? So we'll see if this is Milky Cow able to catch Lambo off guard, and if he'll be able to do something with this. First rack's down, second SCV coming over, and the Overlord is, pool first. Lambo, boring.
Yeah.
So boring.
So I thought you're right. This is kind of unexpected because it's on a bit of a Terran favored map. So why use your cheese here? But then also, Milky Cow might have realized, of course, last game, hey, those are early lings. That was a pool first. I don't think he's going to do it again because I didn't cheese in the first game. Like, I'm hoping this guy goes back to the regular hatch first, which even a hatch first doesn't necessarily always die to a 3 racks, and it is, total 3 racks, guys. But a pool first really shouldn't die to the 3 racks. But, we have seen plenty of Zergs make mistakes. We've seen really superb Terran micro, and it looks like Lambo's yes is going to realize it's on the way.
Yeah, seeing the SCV, even if he didn't go in range, he wouldn't have been in range if he pulled back originally to actually see the barracks, but the SCV gave it up, which is maybe fine. SCV wants to get in and start a bunker ASAP. There's already a spine on the way, though, because, well, it's a pool first, so... Yeah, not exactly brilliant for Milky Cow as these few lings come down the ramp. And this is why I said boring, just because, if it's a hatchery first, there is a micro contest and everything. But in this scenario, it's really just, there's lings, and there's not meant to be lings right now, so it's very difficult for the Terran to do anything.
Yeah, and Milky Cow didn't even get to surprise Lambo with the fact that it was a 3 racks, not a 2 racks. Just to change the way it's handled a little bit differently. Because the 3rd racks, the timing of it was indicative that was the actual 3rd racks, not the 2nd one. So, everything went Lambo's way. He might be figuring that he is the favored player, so he is playing cautious. And if that is the case, he was absolutely right. He wins out in these build order trades, and because it was a 3 racks and it's dedicated, Milky Cow is in a lot of trouble. If it was a 2 racks and had the same result, he's in a lot of trouble. A 3 racks, even more trouble.
He is going to start the CC on the other side, so there is intentions of... he landed the racks again, which made me feel like he's just going to keep pumping out Marines, and then he's just going to pull SCVs and go, but starts the CC on, so unless that's going to be a cancel fake out or something... But he's also making a gas, so it seems like this is for real. He's very serious about just getting the command center down. But obviously this is not exactly what you want to be having. And Lambo really noticing that this is serious as well. Just cancels up a second spine, I believe. Gets a gas going himself and should be very happy with the opening. As Milky Cow is supply block trying to get these Marines out in the middle.
He's clearly flying by the seat of his pants, right? Like, it's just... He's figuring it out as he goes. This is not part of the process. So... he's going to try and show enough Marines that Lambo gets scared, and then he's going to have to hope that he scares Lambo in a very legit way. If Lambo underestimates the amount of Marines, then he could still die, but that's so 2011. I feel like I haven't seen the Zerg player die to the surprise at a slip-of-the Marine thing in a long time, and Lambo is certainly not going to die to it here.
Absolutely not. There's just no way. A couple queens, spy, and lings. You're very safe, and he's just going to double scout the main base as well. Going to notice, oh cool, extra factory coming up. We see an extra barracks on the way, so you really start to see everything that's going on. You got to realize, like, hey man, you're going to be pretty committed on 2 bases if you're going to be on 4 racks. So I think Lambo just has every bit of information you could possibly ask for in Milky Cow. Runs home, Lambo starts up the ling speed, and in this case, I think I'd like to see get a 3rd hatch, get a lair, baneling nest, and just sort of play from there. No need to rush double Evo chambers or anything crazy. Just be safe.
Should be very safe now, and with all the knowledge that one would need to play out the rest of the game. If Milky Cow does try to do something wacky, like once again send his Marines forward unstimmed with no medevacs to safeguard them, Lambo might be a little shocked. He might, tumble a little bit, but it won't win the game. It'll be too much of a sacrifice for Milky Cow to try a gamble like that. So he has to wait. That's really the only thing he can do is wait for Stim, wait for Medivacs, give Lambo all that time to build up the drones, build up the third base, and then hope that, I don't know, that a macro game goes in his favor, like a real Supreme Turtle Terran mode.
Yeah,
That's unlikely when he's got so much on 2 bases.
I mean, he's not even bothering to build the add-ons. That's why he's gone 4 racks. He's like, I'm not going to bother building the add-ons. I'm just going to spam Marines out of these, and I guess we just super go with 2 Medivacs units, and maybe even still an SEV pull. Like, does that sound crazy? I mean, the setup looks crazy. Now we're building a tech lab on a factory. Like you said before, I think Milky Cow is kind of figuring this out as he goes. He's like, what might make the least sense that might actually still work?
Right. Yeah, exactly. This is so weird. Lambo, he's got all these little spotters because he knows that he could be jumped. You know, oh well, that's funny that the spotters actually see this. Whoops, daisy. Whoops. But even still, this is again without Stim. So the Medivacs are here to evacuate 16 of these Marines, but not all of them. And Lambo did pre-build some safety banelings. So worst case scenario, he builds more, right, and then just buys some time. So Milky Cow. It's gonna head into the main base, spot it immediately. Not gonna go in, just kidding.
Yeah.
Try again later.
Unloads on the left, knocks down the Overlord. The Lings, the Bane's gonna start running straight up, and we just force these Medivacs to lift. I mean, good defense from Lambo, and that's all he needs to do, right? Just keep on defending, don't let these Marines do much, and he should be absolutely fine here. Again, we try and unload. This Ling's already here, so Milky Cow can't get anything going. He's rallying more units, and he's gonna start building a 3rd CC, but no engineering bay. I mean, again, you can pick apart about 1,000 issues with this build of Milky Cow. None of it really works. Like, it's all mixed up and matched up and just, you know, sort of like put his hand in the bucket of builds. He's like, oh, I got part of this build order and part of that one. It's just a bit of a mess, honestly.
Weirdly enough, the supplies continue to remain in line with a okay TPZ. You know? Because it really would have expected. Close my eyes and don't listen to the cast for like the last 2 minutes, and I would have been like, oh, Lambo's won, right? But no, here we are. Milky Cow's only down by 6 workers. Even army supply. The upgrades aren't even that uneven because Lambo also only went for 1 evolution chamber. And I weirdly enough, I feel like Milky Cow actually has a chance to play this in a macro sense. Because I'm even thinking of like the external non-number favors, right? Like creep spread, for instance. Sometimes it's like all over the place in a game where it is going to Zerg's favor. Even that's not that bad. Like, there's actually nothing that I'm seeing that says Lambo is even giving himself a stronger foundation. And it's probably because he's constantly saying, well, what the hell is this kid doing? Like, what do I have to be worried about? So he's never really gotten as many drones, I suppose, as he maybe could have. 61's not that impressive.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that, right? Like, he could have, he hasn't even hit 3 base economy, right? With 61 drones, so he could have pumped that number up way faster. And if he'd done that, he would have been in a monstrous position now, but he didn't quite find a way to take advantage of that, even though he had pretty darn good scouting. I think it was just confusing enough for him that he was playing on the safer side, and that's given Milky Cow a chance. So for the madness of this build, it's actually working out okay. Is Lambo going to fight this position, though? And this looks pretty good. The Medivacs go down. Does any Baneling reach those Marines? They do not. That means it's not a pretty trade for Lambo. The Lings are continuing to go down. The Siege Tank up to 35 kills. Finally, we clean up.
Yeah. That was a nice target fire from Milky Cow on those last few Marine shots. They got the Banelings, so they were able to stand their ground a little bit more. Unfortunately, Milky Cow didn't have his own upgrades, which I think would have really turned that sideways for Lambo. Lambo had the Carapace, Milky Cow had nothing. But Milky Cow, now it looks better as far as the supply, right? A 30 supply lead for the Zerg feels good. It's not actually that overwhelmingly ahead, but it's good. But even then, it's a bit deceiving. Lambo's now behind on drones, guys. Like, that's terrible for a Zerg player. Lambo really needs to, set that foundation. 13 more drones finally on the way. That's going to feel better. The Milky Cow can, realistically, go into his 4th base without having to supremely turtle and play this game out like a typical TVZ. Like, it wasn't the weirdest freaking StarCraft 2 opener ever.
Well, the other option was Lambo obviously maybe gets or tries to be a bit more aggressive before as well. You know, there's a few more units out, but I mean, there's a couple of good few tanks defensively, so I guess that's maybe just not even a possibility here as Milky Cow jumps in the main base, and this is the momentum of Milky Cow kind of being in his favor, being able to do his own thing a little bit, and Lambo always being the defender. Milky Cow is just trying to find every possible opening at the moment.
I do think that inevitably it's going to get into the late game TVZ, and Lambo will be favored there, right?
Yes.
So I'm not saying that Milky Cow wins. He should never have been able to play this far in an evenish state, considering the opener. But it is what it is, and Lambo's going to have to win in more of the late game, mid to late game, than, well, he maybe could have. Maybe he could have won earlier, maybe. Maybe he disagrees, but it is funny. Still Lambo favored.
Yeah, just, I mean, hard to, again, exactly know what's going on, even when you have had good scouting, because the build's just been that kind of wild. It's kept Lambo guessing, and I guess it's one of the best things you can do to is keep them guessing and hope they kind of guess the wrong way a little bit, which, you know, like we say, Lambo maybe could have droned a bit more a bit sooner, but he was just playing that safer style, so, yeah, Milky Cow. I mean, again, supply is starting to favor Lambo pretty heavily here, starting to get a lot of SCVs on this bottom side, wrapping around to kill off this command center. And even if he doesn't get the kill, just putting some damage on it, getting some SCVs, and he's about to be maxed, so he's going to start launching much larger attacks into these bases, and he is not going to hold back with these.
Nah, Lambo is now perfectly set up for that late game. 80 drones, bunch of bases, creep spread starting to encroach on Milky Cow's third. That's much better. It just took a little while to get there, but now we see all the strength of Lambo in the mid game and late game when he does get to play his style. Milky Cow not able to move fast enough onto 4 bases to be convincingly set up for the late game. If he takes one really good defensive engagement, I'll start to believe. But he is, at this point, all defensive. So he's got to hope Lambo messes up a little bit.
Bane's crashed into a bunch of Marines there already, going to go jumping onto this base once again, and SCVs, I was going to say, Bane's could have turned and got them, and they got them anyways. 6 workers, Planetary Fortress will go down, and we're also just taking the MiG fight over on the right-hand side too. Amber Supply's dropping a lot. That Sim City's working heavily against him. Again, some heroic tanks. 31 kills and that one in the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Milky Cow did not save his planetary, and he did not cancel his new 6th base, I guess it was. So he did lose out on a lot of resources, but he was already expanding over to a 5th, so another 4th is up and running. The supplies are similar. Milky Cow going to try and take the opportunity to go for a little bit of a counterattack, but with so much creep spread to clean up, and he's not even cleaning it up right now, it's going to take a very long time. Plus, Lambo just got a bunch of lings into the natural, into the main base. Not quite, so maybe this could be cleaned up, but a lot of SCVs are going to go down.
Yeah, again, a lot more kills. A lot of the Lings even going to get out as well, which is obviously just fantastic in this situation. There's a few Liberators that tend to get some shots off as they try and help protect a siege tank for a few moments. Yeah, just again, more SCVs. None of the worker count is bad for Milky Cow, just Lambo keeping up the pressure, trading, and this is all buying time for him too. He's now finished Adrenal Glands. He's going to take a step towards Vipers and Ultras, and that's one thing Milky Cow doesn't have. The tech to maybe fight against a higher tech Zerg army. You know, Ultras do not do well if there's ghosts on the field, but we are nowhere near seeing a Ghost Academy from Milky Cow at this state.
Barely even has Marauders, man. It's gonna take a long time to get to Ghosts.
He doesn't have
Some
a Marauder,
Marauders are on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There
guess
you
he's
go.
I guess he's got Libs. I guess it's a saving grace-ish, kind of. Yeah.
Where are they?
They were somewhere. One of them just died.
Yeah,
He sets one up on the right side, so maybe he doesn't have that many Libs.
No, I wouldn't mind some harassment, of course, but it's he's gonna use it to try and defend instead. Does get a cancel on that base. So he's got on the map at least somewhat. That's nice. And he's getting into the main. This is all just distraction. This is all buying time, hopefully, so that Milky Cow can get some more Marauders. And while Marauders still aren't the best answer to Ultras, again, Snipes are going to be the best one. Marauders will help you take advantage of that SimCity. Marines, I guess they would still die even with the best SimCity, but some Marauders added in, maybe you can actually hold. It is only one Ultra so far, not even with its upgrade quite done. Milky Cow has had some success with SimCity. I do like some of his tank positionings, but that 4th base, that planetary, not actually super well protected. Banelings could crack that.
Yeah, this right side base is, got creep right up to it as well, which obviously helps you just get that kind of jumping springboard into the fight. Helps as well. A few Lings keeping that left side from dropping down, and a few Marines cleaning some creep in the center, but it's the right side that I think is going to be the issue. Van Lane's going to decide what they want to do here, straight for the SCVs, and as we knock down the planetary and you've got the left side lifted up, don't think we need to do much more, just disengage, back away, be happy with what you've done, and just let your lead establish a little further, get the few lings you lost rebuilt. You're controlling this game nicely. There's no need to go overboard as Lambo.
Nuts. For Milky Cow, I think at this point he is desperately trying to collect every penny to get to the theoretically perfect Terran army with Ghost, basically. But let's be real. You know, we've seen much more even TVZs lead into this late game setup, and you know, so they have Ghosts, they have Marauders, they have tanks well sieged up, blah 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 blah, and they can still be cracked. It's not like it's suddenly it's not like when you a Protoss gets 10 Archons against a Roach Ravager player and you're like, oh boy. Not really. Milky Cow, even if you were to add on Ghost, still would probably have a very difficult time defending.
Yeah, absolutely. Ling's Ultra is going to come through. Actually going to go after a couple of these initial siege tanks, which is quite nice. I mean, some of these tanks have been really good this game. There's one with 44 kills still right there. We had that amazing tank earlier. We get rid of 10 SCVs on the left side again, though the base going down, and that is just problem after problem that you just can't keep up with as Milky Cow. There's going to be a point where Lambo just takes one fight, and Milky Cow is just going to roll over and kind of die. You know, he's holding on as best he can, but as your economy gets denied like this repeatedly, you're making no real progress. It's all about the Zerg, who now gets into the natural, catching reinforcements. I think the time is really starting to dawn on Milky Cow, CG.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how many times... Oh my goodness. There were so many SCVs in that natural.
That was.
I was going to say, it's kind of amazing that he's rebuilt so many SCVs, but it's eventually going to be too much. Now it's up to 93, 97, 100 SCVs killed. There it is. And a blinding cloud to push those Marines forward into the Ultra. Transfuse is coming down because the creep threat is that far advanced. And there we finally have it. 17 minutes after a basically flawless 3 racks defense. Lambo's got it. Got the 2-0.
2-0 for Lambo, and I gotta say, just honestly looked pretty... No, you know, he looked pretty controlled in this game. Obviously, it was a little bit interesting because we kind of felt like he was going to be way better off way sooner, I suppose, but he got it done in the end, right? Like, it was a weird game, and I think that's what it comes down to, is that for all of the kind of points where you could say Lambo was meant to be in a bit of a better spot, Milky Cow was doing things in such a weird manner. It definitely made Lambo second-guess himself and not play perfectly, but at the end of the day, he got to a point where he will control the game, where he will be able to do everything he needs to, and puts himself up into that 2-0. Big win for him to start off with. There's a lot of competitive players in this Group B, and every win is going to count in Group B, because Group B is absolutely stacked to the brim with players that are just very, very good. Obviously, you've got Skillers King Cobra up next, right? Skillers is another player who, you know, going to be very competitive with Lambo, I'd imagine, if they potentially draw up next round, if Skillers does get the wins. So, yeah, I just feel like there's every match really counting here, and yeah, good to actually nail this one down, because Milky Cow is a scary opponent. He is dangerous, and he can absolutely cause some upsets, and I expect him to in some of the later rounds of this tournament, CG, as well.
I did think this was his best chance to get that jump start with his momentum, but unfortunately, maybe it will happen later on. But for Lambo, I do think this is a bit of a sigh of relief. I don't know if he was extremely nervous facing Milky Cow, but certainly after that Queen died in the first game, and then the follow-up progression was really consistent. I mean, he might have been a little worried to lose against someone you're favored against, to start off a Swiss group where you lose 3, you're out. That would have been very unnerving. Whereas, again, in last season's groups, Lambo could be like, okay, that was a bit stupid, but I'll play tomorrow and we're fine. It would have been, I think, very, very discouraging for Lambo. So this was maybe a more important victory than you necessarily give it credit for, considering Lambo was favored.
I'm absolutely with you. It's definitely... This format, obviously, we didn't necessarily know what to expect going in, right? Because it's new to us as well, but, like, the more we really think about it, at least the more I think about it, the more I'm like, man, it really is kind of do or die. Like, 3 matches of difference is not a lot. You got to make everything count, and if you do feel like you give one away, well, yeah, you might be favorited in the match that comes up next because you were meant to win the first one, right? But then that just means one less chance against one of the better players, and that's going to be very costly perhaps down the line. So, very exciting, this new format, the Swiss rounds. Again, we're going to finish round 1 of Swiss today across all the regions. To do that, we need to take a break before we can get into our next one. It is Skillers versus King Cobra. Coming up next, we'll be right back with more SC2. That PvP is going to be a couple PvPs in a row, so sit tight, because the PvP earlier was absolutely wild, and we're expecting it to stay the same.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, once again as we continue through Europe for day number 3 of the ESL SC2 Masters. And we are pretty much ready to dive right on into it. These players keep on being extremely ready to go after our previous series, so they've just been waiting for us to finish up the ads and dive right back into it. It's more PvP here, ZG. Do we think it's going to be just as crazy as earlier? What do we think is going to be going on?
I actually don't think it'll be as crazy. I think we're going to be entertained by King Cobra's strategies, but I think it'll actually be kind of simple. King Cobra tries to turtle up to his air, or he cannon rushes. And then Skillus either defends the cannon rush, or just plays a really solid macro game to eventually whittle away King Cobra's army.
Yeah, I can kind of get behind those ideas. Okay, well, let's see what it goes like. We don't even have to theorize. We can just get in and let the players play it out. As we start off in the bottom left-hand side. Man, it's been a long time since I've introduced someone from Root Gaming. A Blue Protoss, King Cobra. It's been a hot minute since I saw that logo.
In the top right, we have Team Liquid Skillus. That's true, right? Root used to be a dominant team. Like, everyone was on Root. And dominant in terms of like the number of players, I suppose. I don't know if they ever really dominated as a team in any team leagues that I can really remember, but I know they were a threat because they had so many players, and they did pick up a lot of very good players. I think for a long time, though, Root was known as the initiation team, where if Root picked someone up, you knew that they were probably going to go on to do really good things.
Such a really good way of putting it. They have had good rosters at points, and they've always had very deep rosters in terms of like just having so many different players taking part, and very community-based team, I suppose. But yeah, obviously just kind of at points. I mean, they had Hero on the team, right? So obviously Kelazzo was on Root for a long time when he was really good. Not that he's not really good now, but like even in his peak. Estrella at one point, yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, I think so.
Even a StarCraft Pro, if you've not been on Root at this point.
Are you even? Well, they did disband for 2 years, right? And then Cats brought it back.
That's true.
I think this is the case. I mean, 13 years of StarCraft history is, and to be honest, like for me, I don't know about you, as we watch this is actually a normal PvP for what King Cobra is doing, by the way. And Skillus is probably just assuming there's not even going to be a double gateway to get a depth, so he doesn't even bother walling. But anyways. What was I talking about? Root. And then, I don't know about you, but the time of like my memory for StarCraft is basically I have a lot of memory about the initial days because they were just so wacky and fun.
Yeah.
The Heart of the Swarm literally blurs together for me. There's way too much casting of Swarm host shenanigans to freaking keep count of that. And then Legacy of the Void is basically where we're at now, has been the place we've been at for years, you know? I kind of forget that there was the Adept phase and the... Yeah, literally that's it. Like
Hellbat
that's what
phase?
I mean. It's like, was there a Hellbat phase in Legacy of the Void?
Did we not? Okay, now I don't even know if it was. That's probably Heart of the Swarm. What did happen?
That was Heart of the Swarm.
Oh no! You know what? You know what it was in the start? It was like Ultras were insane. On Dusk Towers, we had like Ultras versus Liberators, and it was Lurkers as well. Were very popular at first versus like Mass Phoenix. That was the very start. Of
Oh my
Legacy.
god. Yeah, you're right. Because that's when Bjorn came back too. It was Legacy of the Void, and he was like the only Terran that was tearing down Zergs. Dang.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about. It's just like 2023 has existed for 6 years, right? Like
Yeah, honestly, like it's ridiculous to think we're like 8 years deep on Legacy of the Void sometimes. Like that is really something. As King Cobra, super fast expansion, by the way. Skillus later expansion is going to put some pressure on right now with his first units. There's a battery. There is a sentry to potentially force field if we feel the need, and we've got 2 adepts to try and back this up for Skillus. We'll see if he can break through.
So when I said that this is kind of normal, I really did mean it, guys. I know this looks abnormal, but for these 2 players, for anyone facing King Cobra who knows King Cobra, this is very much usual. The adept's getting into the main base. It's just a straight up mistake, of course. Definitely not intentional. And it is going to get some big damage done too. At least 6 probes by the looks of it. 7 if it's timed up. Oh, yep, wasn't done yet, so now, yep, 7. But King Cobra goes very defensive, one gate expand into Robo, and then eventually adds on a Stargate, and then he gets up to his capital ships, right? Skillus usually tries to poke and prod as much as you can without dedicating, but then gets to 3 or 4 bases, and like I said, whittles away at King Cobra. It's rather played out, actually. So as much as I really love that King Cobra is trying to do something different, and I think he does scare worse Protoss, I don't think he scares Skillus much at all.
Skillus is clearly very prepared for it. Everything about what he's doing is just very aware of what's going on, from, you know, not walling off properly to, you know, there's a little bit of harass. At first the Adepts do well, now the Oracles do very well. There's a lot of probes going down early for King Cobra, and that makes it so much more difficult to potentially get to that scarier part of the game you were talking about him wanting to get to. Nice idea with this single Oracle turn back around while it had HP, but there was a battery, so 7 probes. Still pretty nice. You add that onto the 7 probes from earlier, and you're down 14 workers so early on in this game. Skillus heading into Blink and pretty much feeling amazing about the start.
You're down 14 workers?
He lost 14 workers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's down 8.
Math is not my strong suit.
39, 31, you carry the 8. Minus 1 times 2, yeah, 14, sounds good.
Yeah. But yeah, Skillus is playing this out exactly. It's so practiced is the problem. I think King Cobra, besides, he does do occasional cannon rushes, or maybe I'm thinking of his PVZ, maybe is the problem. But aside from that, I feel like I don't see very much different from him. He's kind of like, you know, Max Pax tries to do the same build a lot, and he seems to be perfecting it, like his 4-gate and PVT. Kind of feels like King Cobra is also just like, no, I can prove it. I can prove that this is actually like the best thing you can ever do. And he's, well, not proven it yet.
It's still to come.
Yeah, he might get there eventually. He might get the secret ingredient to really make this always work out, but so far it feels like the other Protoss players have the secret ingredient to defeat King Cobra.
Yeah, this feels rough. Obviously, you take so much damage early, and now Skillus just sets up a proxy gateway. He realizes as Blink finishes, he might not end the game, but he can do serious damage, and there's no way this 3rd base of King Cobra should be setting up here at all. So, love what Skillus is doing, identifying his advantage, playing it. Again, not overly committed, right? You know, it's like it's a gateway, sure, but these Stalkers can pretty much always get out. There's a couple of Immortals to be careful of. We'll see how it goes. Army supply is actually still pretty even, but Skillus is up 16 workers behind this still, and he's actually into the natural. Dealing damage once again with these Oracles. These Oracles find major damage. 10, 11 workers. And we're starting to kill an Immortal at the front too. Actually going to blink forward here to get rid of 1. This battery was not ready yet. And Skillus just having a great time.
That was the second Immortal. King Cobra's first Immortal was not controlled and pulled back. So yeah, that was the first one that died. And then the second one was blinked on. So King Cobra definitely needs those Immortals. The problem is that as he rebuilds them, you'd be like, oh, I'll eventually have a counter to Stalkers. Well, Skillus will add on charge lots, and Immortals really won't cut it anymore. So, they're not cutting it now either.
That's enough Stalkers just to shoot through the super battery as well. GG's, and Skillus does not mess around. Again, just got very good damage done early, and the moment he started dealing that good damage, he put himself in a very good spot, and he just ran with it. So, very solid stuff from him, and Skillus just doing Skillus things, man, just looking good. He's definitely the favorite in this match. I think the most impressive part is just knowing how well his, knowing so well what his opponent's going to do. For me, King Cobra in the past, I guess, was that kind of like, oh god, what is he going to do play? But I guess now it's becoming so predictable, to maybe a fault even, because yeah, Skillus was ready for pretty much every step of that game.
Yeah, and I think King Cobra, he will struggle against any of the really top tier Protoss who also have all of those little things that add up. The Adepts get in, the Oracles swoop in, the sacrifice in the Oracles made sense, it wasn't a mistake, that type of stuff. But even if he faced someone who's not the top of Protoss, they can't quite get that damage done, they still usually know what to expect. They still have at least a solid foundation of four bases to his barely 3, and usually still went out, I would say. But Skillus he's really, he was a contender for top Protoss in Europe, even as far back as like 2 years ago, I would say, when we were still really figuring out what was happening with the COVID years. And I think in the last year, he's really, he's top 3, right? There's Max Pax, there's Showtime, and then question marks, but probably Skillus, right? So he's going to win even more convincingly against King Cobra, who I think he was already rather comfortable against.
Sorry, I was just double checking. They weren't waiting on us to ready up again. Yeah, no, I think Skillus is one of these players who's just... He's meant to win. He's solidified, and he's very comfortable. And it's good to see Skillus looking comfortable too, because I know he's talked about being nervous in these events, right? And especially the pressure, like building up to like one match on this one day, and that's drawn out over a couple of weeks, and that's very stressful. But so far, he's keeping his cool, looking good. We go to Dragon Skills for map 2. It's another map with a ramp, so we do have that possibility to talk about in terms of what might happen there. And we'll get ourselves into this for game 2. And we start off in the bottom right-hand side. Our red Protoss player, to begin this off, is up 1. Team Liquid player, Skillus.
The top left has the blue Protoss. He is King Cobra. Certainly king at what he does. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily... It's not the highest skill ceiling that Protoss can get in PvP. This is the best way I'll put it. So that's why it's troublesome against the non-best players in the world. It definitely is. But it has its skill cap. And it's lower than whatever else, the other Protoss do. So their expansions, their all-ins, their Blink Stalker Micro, so on and so forth. I will say that King Cobra did try to mix it up a little. He went into Disruptors, or, tried to go into Disruptors last game, not just immediately up into a Fleet Beacon. So, there are 2 choices that he gets up to, but specifically because Skillus now is at that level where he gets all that early game damage done, it seems like King Cobra is not going to get any surprises when it comes to a 3-base scenario. He's going to have to either play perfectly on the 2-base scenario, which he did not do last game, or, I don't know, play more normally if we do go into 3 bases.
Yeah, which is not exactly easily done. Cybercore dropping down off the back of the single gate again. We do have our double gate for Skillus. Just a much more standard way of getting established. We'll just have Probe. Nibbling on Probe. Early on in this game, man.
Yeah. Yeah, this time, King Cobra doing the same thing. He's 1 gate expanding. Is just he does it. He doesn't really change it up on the initial build order. So that also, I think, means that he's not very threatening against every Protoss that you face in the top probably 50 of Europe, right? So there's a very big difference of top 20 and the rest of the guys there. But still, if Showtime faces the 30th best Protoss, he wins almost 100% of the time. But even he would have to respect the idea of like a proxy 3-gate robo, right? Or some type of early game cheese. Yeah. Against King Cobra, as soon as you see 1 gate expands, you're like, well, I know nothing's happening for this many minutes, so I'm okay. Double Zealot? What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely kind of unique. Maybe because he wanted... I wonder if at this he was just trying to, like, hey, look, I'm making units, I'm not saving my gas for the Stargate. But then he was like, Pylon. He's like, I'm going to finish it, and now I'm just going to put some pressure on, maybe? I don't really know. It was a guess, but could be very far off. Kind of wild. Double Zealot ain't usual.
No, it isn't. But it's kind of funny, right? Because King Cobra guaranteed has less units than you. You went 2 gates, he went 1. That is math. Zealots are so tanky that what could happen is King Cobra is having to dance around, right? Stalkers win against Zealots eventually, but not very quickly. He's dancing around. Boom, Oracle in the main. Yeah. And if he doesn't have a shield battery, then the Stalkers are definitely not going to be available. And he doesn't have a shield battery, so that could be worrisome.
Yeah, absolutely. These Zealots gonna run away, and now it's like, hey, Stalker, Sentry, you guys want to chase me? The Stalker's like, oh yeah, I really do want to go chase you. It's like a carrot on a stick. It's just gonna be like, okay, I'm going, and then the Oracle arrives, and the battery is just now starting, and this is where a lot of probes die, and Skillus is gonna put himself ahead early once again as this Oracle opens up brilliantly. Okay, there's a Phoenix on the way out, but 7 probes is already very serious. And we're going to get a couple more on the low ground. It seems the battery's going to go down here as the Zealots get the kill with the Stalker as well. We're going to actually get some more probes with the Zealots too.
Wow.
Double Zealot, new meta. Boom.
Yeah, right? The guys always do this. This is amazing. 12 probes killed, a 12 worker lead. That is amazing for Skillus, who will have to lose his Oracle by the looks of things, but it's not a big deal. And he might even be able to save it if he...
It's out of here. 2 Stalkers.
Stalkers are there? Nah, you can kill it.
He can kill it, but should he?
Can you, though?
Maybe not.
Oracle. Maybe not. Does that mean there's 2 Oracles now? Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's obviously awesome as well. More potential just threaten mineral lines once again in the future. Zorgel's still having to kind of stay out of trouble and is going to try and make its way across the map now, getting away from that Phoenix. There is going to be a couple Stalkers here just to be careful of, and Skillers does see it, so he's going to respect that and not let his Oracle just run into it, as we have this Oracle onto the Natural, which doesn't have a battery, by the way, so in we go again. And this is really bad for King Cobra, who at least has a battery in the main, but he turns back around and get that the Stalkers are here, but, I mean, you can still kill a lot of probes. It's just going to be GG. Skillers, looking masterful in this series, says, hey, I'm the favorite here. No messing around. I got this.
Even more convincingly than I was expecting. I did expect Skillers to win 2-0, either defend a cannon rush or win a longer game. I did not expect him to dominate with the initial units. That was complete domination, much quicker result than I was expecting, considering that King Cobra, it feels like so often does get his 3-base setup and is kind of annoying to play against. That wasn't annoying at all. Skillers looked like he had a grand time.
Yeah, I think Skillers was just like, yeah, actually, I love playing against King Cobra. I do just the same thing all the time, and I know exactly what to do about it. So, yeah, no time wasted. 2-0 for Skillers, first round victory for him. He joins many others at that 1-0 scoreline in this very stacked up Group B, so very important to get a good start in this group, as we keep on mentioning. Obviously, Clem's now 1-0. Lambo is 1-0 in this group as well. And we've got a couple more players to crown as 1-0s at the end of today, as we still have Mana versus Hellraiser and Hero Marine versus Night Phoenix to come here in the EU region, before, of course, America starts up just a bit further down the line still. That's going to be with Vindicta versus Dolan and Estrella versus Eric still to come, rounding out round one of these Swiss groups, as we have 11 full best of threes and only somehow ZG4 to go. Like, we had a couple longer games, but this one was obviously very fast, and I guess when you get one faster best of three, I guess they kind of do sometimes fly on by, don't they?
We made up for it, man. We had, one long best of three, one short best of three, one long best of three, one short best of three. It's balance.
Yeah, we were actually like on schedule, a little bit behind schedule, and now we're like 20 minutes ahead of schedule again. So we're just, we're just ping-ponging back and forth a little bit. It does mean for us we're going to take a quick little break once again. For about 6-7 minutes. When we come back, Mana takes on Hellraiser for even more SC2 action. So don't go anywhere. The PvPs have been fun so far, and I really think Mana Hellraiser is going to be fun too. So we'll talk a bit about that when we get back. We'll see you very soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we are back once again as we continue our way through Europe. One PvP down, well actually now two PvPs down, but one of the back-to-back PvPs down and into another as we kick off into Hellraiser versus Mana. I'm going to bring the info up between these two and stuff because we're pretty much ready to go. These guys are really waiting on us every time, so we don't have to do much talkcraft between the games. We just go straight back into the StarCraft and go, which we're usually pretty happy about, CG.
I mean, I'd go even faster.
You go even faster. We start the game during the commercials. We're going like, right, we skipped the cannon rush and everything, guys. Here we are, 4 minutes into the PvP. No waiting around.
Look, I would humbly request that we do this for TDTs, all right? Like, we can just be like, we'll represent things, and then it didn't really matter, and here we are.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can get behind it for some TVT early game. It's like, you know what? If something cool happened, we'll just put the replay of it up later, right? Like, it's fine.
Exactly. Yeah. Who needs it? Who needs it?
Good
well,
TVT.
apparently after 13 years, we still need to introduce the players. So
In the top left-hand side, our Blue Piranhas player, this Team Liquid's Mana. You know, whoever got into this whole introducing players thing has no idea what they set in motion, did they?
I know, right? Like, amazing. In the bottom right, it is Hellraiser. You know what's so amazing about it, too? So two things while I watch this beginning PvP, both of them two-gating, is that, one, the map clock numbers, there's no better way to put that, existed for a much longer time than I remember in StarCraft 2, where it says, like, T1, Z5 or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock position.
Yeah. And no one had a clue what it meant as well.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So it was used a lot in Brood War, but obviously the foreign market came in and they were like, what the hell does this mean? And then they got rid of it, but it was a lot longer than I remembered. And then they kind of brought it back for Pro League and people were again confused. But there's that. And then the second thing is when you listen to the Korean commentators introduce, it's almost never like the hype, because I appreciate when it's like a live crowd and it's super energetic and we get to like build it up and we get to hear like the people stomp on their feet. Like, that's cool. But so often, like, it's literally just like, and this and this. Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk. But for some reason we made this like a super important like factor that the observer has to zoom in on, and we can't talk over it because then the observer gets upset and then the admins are in your ear being like, introduce.
We've got cameramen on standby. Hello? The cameramen cannot stay on standby for this long. They need to know when to rotate the camera epically.
Yes, yeah. You guys don't even know how like much we got this ingrained into our production, all right? It's crazy.
I mean, it's even like, it's like written into the run of show, which is really like not something that's ever happens when you're in game. It's like, oh, and in the first 10 seconds of the game, we introduce player 1. And then we do player 2. It's like, whoa, it's that ingrained. Like, it's not just like, oh yeah, the casters do it. It's like, it is set up to happen. It is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. It is, because it's not even from, the good old days of Brood War. The Korean cast, you're just like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, move on.
So
Anyways,
how did this happen?
I don't know.
I'm
Someone
going
has
back
to be
in time.
blamed.
I'm going back to the earliest VODs, and we are going to find out who to blame for these constant introductions.
I love it. Wardy's going to go Terminator style on whoever started it. Bring a gun back in time.
Turns out they're long gone from StarCraft. It's just like, oh. Well,
Whoops.
No, never mind then.
Yeah. What has happened in this PvP? Surprisingly little, considering that these two are often very aggressive.
Yeah, very little. Just both players setting up and taking an expansion. Most notably, more and more adepts coming out from Mana. So he's going to adepts 3 and 4 now as his 5th and 6th gateway units. There was the Sentry from Hellraiser, which provides a lot of the scouting for him. So that allows him to go across the map and say, oh, okay, in your base, I see what's going on. The fact of the matter is, there's a whole lot of nothing going on in Mana's base, so there's not much to scout, really. He has 450 gas because he's not been building anything but adepts, and, well, now he proxy up a pylon, and we'll see what the heck comes out of this. Gotta be something gas-focused, right? Twilight Council at home? Okay, I've got no idea what's going on, CG. Here we go, PvP!
I also am unsure. I don't, Don't expect Mana will spend that gas particularly quickly. Hellraiser is about to at least get an Immortal and Observer first, whatever he thinks is necessary. Now, that is the issue. Hellraiser is only guessing at what is necessary. He doesn't know about the proxy pylon. He doesn't know about the whole production of the gateways. He just saw a basic-looking setup that's actually a little... It's purposefully deceiving. Here is an actual attack, but fortunately, Hellraiser does have a shield battery. Wasn't too greedy about this, and I think he's fine with the shield battery, right?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, totally.
I feel like this should just be Mana running away with the Stalkers and chasing probes with the Adepts, which is exactly what he does. Not a bad trade. You know, get 3 workers, you kill a sentry. It's not bad. Some battery energy drain, that's super important. The Mana just backs away with the Stalker count and gets into Blink. And obviously, we talked about this in an earlier PvP. Blink is kind of the king of PvP, so if you got to favor one player over the other, we kind of like the player playing Blink versus the player with a couple of Immortals on the way.
I do. I definitely do. Well, that was a bit of an awkward moment. The pylon will be cleared up, but it really didn't impact the overall PvP. Equal worker counts, different branches of PvP, 1 player Immortal, 1 player Blink. I mean, I am concerned about the Blink player for the time that they do not have Blink. If Hellraiser wanted to move across the map, running out of War Prism, but not doing so, just grabbing a third base while he can, which is still good news, because this also has to do with feeling better for the non-Blink player. As long as the Blink player doesn't have Blink. I mean, that just makes sense, right? And so in this case, Hellraiser can freely grab a third. No fear of Blink Stalkers sniping important structures or killing it while it's still being built early. And now it's Mana who's falling behind. Now it's Mana who's being way too contained, despite having the more mobile technology.
Yeah, just sitting back, you know, waiting around a little bit, getting ready to put his third. But yeah, like what Hellraiser's doing. Hellraiser play we don't see that much of nowadays either, so never quite know what to expect from him. And he's going to come through and just take himself into a good little spot, gets his own Blink on the way. We'll see if Mana can maybe do anything with his own Blink Stalkers, which are about to be ready to go. But yeah, he's showing no indication of wanting to move out at all. He is just sat at home waiting.
He has no scouting on his opponent, so that kind of makes sense. He never got anything across the map into the main base. He didn't see the Immortal that wasn't there to help defend, so he just saw basic gateway units on the front lines. So, unfortunately, he has to play conservatively. And even as he does get Blink and maybe should be out in the map, it wouldn't really do a whole lot. Hellraiser is settled on his third base. The shield battery's there, the Immortals are there, and Hallucination's even there. And as far as a bit blindly running through the mid portion of this PvP game, Hellraiser is getting the benefit from it. So let's see if he can keep it. I think he can. Mana is getting a War Prism, but it must only be for Adept harassment, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. He's had a couple of Adepts poised on this right side for a while, waiting to bring those in as we do ping the first Immortal there. There is one Hallucinate Immortal, which we like because it can just maybe confuse a player. As we do have the Adepts going in, though, and they will, well, they get a little bit desynced now. We'll see if they can still pick up some probes. Looks like we're going to fix that, and we are going to continue to take some down. This is nice damage. 5 workers already. And Mana getting some really good damage dealt, bringing this worker count of Hellraiser right back down. 7 workers killed. Good little move, and then just falling back with the Stalkers. He does now build an Immortal of his own. And where is that Prism at? Just around the south side, ready to hit the main for, yeah, probably some Adept harass.
Worked out already. Gonna work out again, potentially. That was something that Mana needed to do. So even after that many probe kills, Mana still ends up being behind by 3. Just because of that moment where he was also scared of what his opponent was doing. So he didn't grab that fast for third base. So he's still kind of making up for that. At the Adepts going to the main base as the army moves out. It's rather perfectly timed. Mana knows it too, so he's bound to get 3 or 4 probes.
Yeah, if anything, maybe even force a recall, and it's just going to be a warp in. That means, the problem with the recall or warp in, either way, it's going to take a little while, so 3 workers, going to get, should get to 4. Could have had 4 easily, just mistargeted a little bit, but we actually have the army of Hellraiser out on the map, pushing forward, has the +1 upgrade lead as well, so that's something that is also in Hellraiser's favor here. And with the 3 Immortals, his army has to be respected a pretty decent amount. Obviously has his own Blink and even going to be the faster player to charge. Hellraiser just has a lot of leads. Although Mana currently has the current worker advantage, Hellraiser had it earlier and is absolutely putting that to good use.
Exactly. It's already been invested into some army advantages, and he's going to try and use those advantages to win. Excellent force fields, grabbing that Immortal there from Mana, and then deterring the rest of the battle. Misrallied Stalkers coming in, and Hellraiser. He did have a nice setup, but completely fumbled the ball. I don't think it was a guaranteed touchdown, to be clear. Mana was really well set up, but that was just no contest. Like, yeah, run back home with your tail between your legs.
Yeah, that was fumble, interception, whatever you want to call it. Use all the football terms, why not? It's going to be an army of Hellraiser going to rotate back to the top side. And, I mean, this at least is going to catch Mana off. Mana lost an observer just before this army came across the map, so he doesn't have the tracking he would like to have. And this Nexus will be cancelled. So that is one advantage Hellraiser will get. He'll get a cancel in this base. He'll be ahead on the 4th. And he has his Prism here as well. Just gets an extra warp in. Although it doesn't really need too much extra. He's already gotten the cancel. And there is going to move down this round to potentially contest this position. Gotta be careful. I mean, a couple good force fields can really dictate this on either side right now. That's the kind of armies that we're playing with.
Yeah. So much as I joked about it's having to send Hellraiser all the way back, he really could continue to posture. He's got that upgrade lead. He might even have 2 upgrade leads for like 10 seconds. Let's see if he can take advantage of that. And he is still able to take advantage of some of the chokes, right? And get, a quick cancel on the 4th base. Mana's going to have trouble defending that. So Hellraiser still controlling the scenario, just didn't get to really pull the trigger as much as he was hoping on the 3-base setup. Now we move on to 4 bases versus 4, as Mana grabs the left side instead of the right. And with this type of setup, I would find, again, it to be a PvP where one person inevitably goes into Disruptors. So far, neither playing doing so. In fact, Mana going for double Forge upgrades, which lead me to believe that he is going to try and play out the Mass Gateway style, but already having difficulty handling the Warp Prism, and then also having some difficulty handling the right side. Maybe not. That Warp Prism grab was not as important as you would expect, since Mono's playing defensively as well.
I'll start your recall up into the main base to try and deal with this. The Zealots all over the place. There's a couple of Immortals still actually chunking away on Stalkers. Everything that man is doing is just not quite going right for him. He gets a few Zealots now onto these Immortals over on this right-hand side, so begins to work his way through those, but even those are not going down easily. And still the Zealots of Hellraiser putting in some work, still pushing in on the right side as well, and Hellraiser might just have completely overrun Mana in this game number 1. He's been kind of solid throughout, and this is a very good showing from our Protoss player who I wasn't really expecting to look this good in the game. And yeah, that was very, very good from him. Just solid stuff. Congrats, Hellraiser. Well-deserved 1-0 lead. Played a very good game of PvP right there.
Mana was playing an equally good game. He defended the first attack flawlessly, so casually. It was really quite good. But then as soon as the next attack happened, it just broke everywhere. The main base being hit by the Immortals and the Warping is especially difficult to handle. Nothing really convincingly takes care of that. And then the right side, he did get kind of tucked into his own Sim City, and there was an abuse of that 2 upgrade lead for about 10 seconds because Hellraiser was so active. He was actually able to take advantage of that. So that was going to drastically impact those non-AoE battles. So really nicely done by Hellraiser, just to keep posturing, keep on the map, right? Not be deterred and not find it easier to go into a more passive style of Protoss. He just kept on looking for opportunities.
Loved it. Just really cool stuff. Really good PvP to start us off with. We'll see if Mana can bounce back, because I favor Mana going into this, right? I mean, I see Mana playing all sorts of stuff every day. I don't see Hellraiser, right? Like, he doesn't play a lot. And obviously he's bringing it out here in the ESL Masters, but yeah, I mean, a shock for me. If Hellraiser wins this, I'm definitely surprised. So we'll see what happens. I'm just, I can believe it now because the first game was just solid. It wasn't something cheesy. It wasn't, I'm going to catch you off guard or anything like that. No, it was just very solid gameplay. Just a really good start.
Of course, Hellraiser did make it into the regionals by defeating Protoss players. Not too surprising. The way it goes.
Isn't that how everyone makes it into the regionals? I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. You either are the better Protoss or you're the worst Protoss. Like.
Yeah. No, you're right. But yeah, so that's like kind of the information we have is from his regional qualifier. Otherwise, while he has been playing in some, I guess, less well-known tournaments, they've been against also less well-known players and not Protoss. So yeah, you're right. We don't have a lot to go off of, except that about a year ago, he was favored against Mana. But that was a long time in StarCraft too. Oh, yeah. Now he's coming into the regionals and is now up 1-0. I don't know if we're on top of him, but I'm going to guess we are. In the top left, it is Hellraiser.
Good guess, CG.
Thanks.
Do you want a trick? We always spawn in the same place as each other, so you can just go where you spawn. At least I think
Why
we
doesn't
do.
it feel that way when...
Oh. That's lag. Referee!
Okay. I'm still not getting the O2, man. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. Well, only the referee can unpause, but the referee is lagging, so we'll give that a moment to be figured out. Are you going to say why doesn't it feel that way when we do other events?
Yeah, with production.
Because they clearly have a certain player they have to introduce first, right? Because it's like, we're going to camera
Ah.
1 first, you know? So then the observer goes to that man, and yeah. In this streamlined production, though, ZG, you can just introduce the player you start the game on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just, I've been so scared. You know?
No,
I've had bad starts, man.
It's not your fault. It's okay.
I've been yelled at about it before.
I didn't mean to shame you. I think you know what you're doing.
It is amazing. You know that feeling in your... Wait, have you introduced Mana yet?
I just did, silently.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure the block threw me off. Also, a block on Mana's attempted natural expansion, but I'll see what Mana does about this. How is it going? It's typical 2-gate opener. But I was going to say, you know that feeling that when you did something wrong, especially as a kid, like that gut feeling?
Yeah.
It feels terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, have you had that in the last decade of your life?
I don't know. On the top of my head, I actually really don't know.
Right. So, this is kind of like my point. Oh, very interesting concept here from Mana, but I'm going to finish up my story, which is that there's only one time I think I remember feeling it in my adult life, which was WCS Challenger. We played the game of Caster Chicken,
yeah.
And I got yelled at.
You got yelled at. Well, that's
I got
the thing,
legitimately
right?
yelled at.
Like, nobody yells at you nowadays, right? Like,
oh, absolutely not. I mean, that was surprising to begin with, right? Like, they mostly let us do what we want, for the most part.
but not
The Caster Chicken.
Yeah.
I got taken out in the hallway already. It was exactly like being in school.
Did you get cast at attention as well? You have to stay late and cast the PVT or the TVT.
No, I did not. Unfortunately, but oof, it was bad times. Anyway, so I was saying that Mana's doing something interesting, right? But it is being scouted. The real problem is if Hellraiser says, "Oh, I think I know what you're gonna do," and then leaves with the probe. That has caused complications against what Mana's doing, which is a 2-gate opener, but on the low ground. But since Hellraiser sees this and is still here, he should be fine to react to it.
Yeah.
So Mana doesn't really get anything unique out of this situation.
Oh, it's very standard, right? Just going to drop that Stargate down on both sides, and it's going to just be pretty much mirrored. I mean, you just have a low ground wall, which is fine, I guess. It's not the end of the world. It's got a ramp on this base as well, so you're kind of fine. And they're both just going to mirror each other, so they really should both just be fine to see the next phase of this game. One Adept, though, going to sneak in. We'll try to. And the battery is... Yep, that's late. Unless you want to lock the Adept in here with your probes.
That was a slowpoke meme I've ever seen one. Hey guys, I should have done a shield battery.
This is,
you know, that I do wonder if Mana felt some lag or something. That's actually very unfortunate then.
Yeah. Essentially, as a referee is being
Wait,
told...
what happens now? I've never
No,
had this happen.
anyone can resume from here. You're good.
Oh, okay, good.
I know
Okay.
it
I've
is
never seen
scary
that
though that it
before.
says all referees have disconnected. You know.
Oh my god.
All right, back into
Okay.
it. The Adeptize moments after, and a little probe pull. We do get the probe on the low ground as well, and we have successfully. I mean, now we can do what we want, ZG. Now there's no one to yell at us. The referees are gone.
Oh my god. We can do whatever we want.
Break all the rules.
We could talk. We could do Caster Chicken.
Halfway through the game, we just stopped talking.
Yeah, no one's watching that would yell at us for that, right?
No, of course not.
No.
Phoenix, obviously coming out in numbers here from Hellraiser, by the way. So he was aware, right, that this is Stargate on Stargate. So he's like, oh, okay, Stargate vs. Stargate, I'll open Phoenix. You know, in the past, I would have been like, I love it. Phoenix is going to shut down this Oracle. But nowadays, I'm like, man, I don't like the Oracle. It's just going to dive in, kill a few probes, and that's generally enough to put you in a decent spot. Mana's already up 4 workers, and then you've got, what, 2 or 3 Phoenix that don't do much? I don't mind this at all for Mana. As I guess the battery in the main base means there shouldn't be too much damage to be done here with this Oracle. And, yeah, maybe he isn't super great, but he's already ahead on workers, so, yeah, I don't hate it. Still.
I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about, though. I feel like it was one of the rare situations where casters and players were kind of figuring out at the same time, where we were like, well, isn't the Oracle going to be able to circumvent that one Phoenix? And then, it would happen. So then eventually players were saying, yeah, the Oracle is kind of better. But that is, I think, specifically for the Stargate v Stargate, we don't know what we're producing scenario, right? Where this was very clearly, I think, Mana going into Oracle, Hellraiser going into Phoenix, and not particularly quick either. So the shield battery was already down. So just a straight up victory for Hellraiser.
Yep, straight up. Catches up on pros right now as well, as he gets a Robo facilities his next step. So going to play a bit of Phoenix Robo, and going up against a Blink opener again. So once again, Mana going to set up with the Blink, Hellraiser with a Robo, and have a lot of similarities to that game number 1.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about Hellraiser's victory. We really didn't know what to expect from him coming into this season, where, as you were saying, a lot of other, especially European pros, we cast all the time for the Open Cup. But Hellraiser apparently picking up where he left off against Mana, which was a 2-series streak, maybe turning into a 3-series.
Yeah.
But Mana is, he's wily, you know, and he does tend to, I feel like, get stronger the more desperate he gets. So maybe this proxy has something to say about this game.
Yeah, he's just going to drop that gateway down and just get himself into an aggressive setup. And I don't know if you really break. I mean, I guess you've got Blink and everything, but like against the Immortal defensively, you've got Battery on the natural, Battery in the main. I'm not convinced. I've got to see it to believe it, I suppose. As the defense of Hellraiser has generally been pretty good, and his setup suggests that he's, again, very capable of holding at the very least. So let's see how it goes down. Just going to have a Phoenix into the main. Obviously right now, the Phoenix across the map can still lift up some Stalkers and help kind of nullify some of the numbers. So this is nice doing all this damage, but then you have less to really help on this side. Let's see what the Stalkers do. Blink straight onto this Immortal Super Battery, but we've got too many Stalkers for Super Battery to matter. And this might just be a sad end for Hellraiser, who does not have enough at all.
No, he does not. No, he does not. I think he was starting to get a little sus as to, you know, why aren't my Phoenixes being dealt with? But not sus enough, because I'm not even sure what he does, even if he is suspicious. Does he pull his probes preemptively?
Yeah.
Like wall it off? I don't know. There's not much.
You just need the Phoenix at home, lift as many Stalkers, and hope that that means the Immortal doesn't get shut down before the Battery heals it right. Would be my guess.
True. He could have recalled those Phoenix or sent him back home faster.
Yeah, I think you've just got to do something based around that. I don't think there's really anything else to say. So, I've got to update the referee on the score. So we're just giving them the updates. They know there is in fact going to be a game 3. Turns out losing the referee mid-game is actually problematic. We needed them. Oh, we've got a different referee. We've swapped out E for A.
Wow. Is he any better? I mean, he's A. He must be better.
I mean, he's the top dog referee. We've got the top referee in here. We just skipped up like 3 referees. B, C, D. Weren't even contacted. Referee
Dude,
A is
that went
just
up the
here.
chain, man.
Yeah.
Chain of command. Shoot.
Yeah, we just zip-zapped up there. Amazing. All right, well, be a moment or two, I think, as we just try and figure out game number 3. Are we in trouble? Because
I don't
the
know.
main referee's here.
Yeah, right?
It wasn't our fault.
Somehow we're at fault. We should have yelled back at the players, no, you get out.
We should have stood up for the referee, right? Players out. All right, well, even wilder. Referee E has hosted the game, and referee A is joining the game. My goodness, this is scenes like we've never seen before, ZG.
No. I was actually afraid that I broke StarCraft because I changed my portrait.
You changed your portrait?
I did, yes. Because when it brings you to the collection scene, it tends to break StarCraft. It makes it reload. And I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, which is very true.
I didn't want to be the woman. I didn't want to be the only person with a woman portrait. I just felt like that was a little on the nose, you know?
Well, that was Roddy that said that portrait, so it was not that initial. At least I'm pretty sure it was Roddy, because he was the only person on the account before you, so... Yeah. Yeah,
the default's definitely the guy.
Yeah.
Wow, he purposely changed it to the chick.
2 days ago. He did it 2 days ago to get ahead of UCG. Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Roddy.
All right, we are ready for game 3. It's Altitude. Well, big map, ZG. Obviously, potential for a longer game, but with the way PvP works, it's not necessarily guaranteed.
Oh, and they really haven't been playing very long games here. I think they are the type of players who we could see being very, combative, but then eventually just having to admit, hey, we're going to get to 3 bases. Hey, we're going to get to 4 bases. But so far, they have been ending games around the second. So it is as action-packed. Well, not as action-packed. It is as snappy, I suppose, as PvP can be. And now referee E is going to fail out of the game again. Okay, now we're good.
I was going to say, that was a long loading screen. We're held in suspense. Not long enough to skip the countdown, which sometimes happens. As in the top right-hand corner, our red Protoss player, it is Hellraiser.
And in the bottom left, for Team Liquid, he is the Blue Protoss, Mana. I'm very suspicious of referee now. That was a long loading screen.
It was
like
definitely lagged out on the loading screen as well, right? There's no way.
Yeah. You know, I don't mean to point fingers, but guy's got a patata computer.
That's Twitch as well. Like, what does the referee do? What do you think they do? They referee the game, make sure everyone's playing fair. They unpause if it gets paused.
I mean, isn't that primarily what they do?
That's primarily what they do when it's online, right? Like, and they are the link, because obviously the players shouldn't be like tapping out a Discord or something to talk to anyone, so they can talk to the players in the game as well if necessary. So.
True. They can actually speak in game. The rest of us are locked behind the observers only chat.
And then they get the next game posted because they know the result of the game and all of that stuff before stream delay kicks in. So.
True. That is true. I used to have to be the referee for all the lobbies, man. I used to make so many lobbies, and I haven't made a lobby. I've been sitting here with like my pinky out, drinking like my cup of tea. I haven't made lobbies in like 6 years.
You haven't made a lobby in 6 years? Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure. Dude, someone asked me, like, an open cup I was casting with a round of 32, and I don't remember who it was, but someone was like, do you want to make the lobby? And I was like, God, no. I do not remember. What do we do? How does this work?
I don't know what buttons to press. I don't know what mods to host. I don't know when to start the game. Yeah, no.
Seriously, I've not been updated on the mod to hosts in 6 years. I kind of know what it is, but not really.
You know, it actually, we do have a pile on top left, but nothing coming off of it. When we did the Cast of Civil War, I got Helen helped me admin like 1 or 2 of the days, and I was like, it's really easy. Like, you just host the lobby and all of this, and I was like, you know, I can teach you real quick. Turns out it's actually much more difficult to host a lobby in StarCraft than I thought. You know, like, you just go to the page, you pick the map, there you go. It's just like, that does not make any sense. I was like, oh, hang on then. I guess I'll have to go back to basics here. It's like, man, hosting a lobby ain't as easy as it seems for us. I've been doing it for 10 years, I guess.
Yeah, well, you must have. I feel like with your degree, you must have done that like workshop or I don't know what we want to call it, but they do it with kids, and they also do it just when you start learning really detailed, complex concepts and instructions. Is that they have you write the instructions, right? So the common example is make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So you get the kid to write down the instructions, and then the parent like tries to do it according to the instructions, but they skip a bunch of steps because they figure that you will know what to do. You take out the bread. They say get a piece of bread, and then they just like put the loaf of bread like on the counter, and they're like, no, 1 piece, no 2 pieces. Anyways, that's what that reminds me of. Is poor Helen.
Yeah, well, she did a great job in the end. Just like I say, just had to adjust my training, you know.
What happens in this game here? Mana did go for the low ground 2 gates, and Hellraiser high ground 2 gates.
Yeah, and then Hellraiser killed a sentry with an adept. That is what we have witnessed.
That is pretty important.
Yeah. That's everything that happened. There's a hallucinated oracle, and we have a real oracle on the way now. And there's a phoenix out from Mana. He's going to go Twilight behind it. I mean, more blink, more setting up. Yeah, you guys really didn't miss much during our story time. This PvP is really in build-up mode.
Pretty much. We are on altitude, which does discourage some of the earlier, walk across the map scenarios. But if you wanted to proxy, of course you could. No one wanted to. So the Stargate is very much real for both players, even though Mana hallucinated an oracle. The Hellraiser, seeing that was hallucination. Wait, did he see the Phoenix yet? No, this is the first time he's seen that it was a legit Stargate unit. Okay.
That's a nice star as well, because the Stalker got a ping on it. Stalkers will get a couple more shots, not enough to get the kill, but he forced a recall, and at the very least then 2 oracles are a bit disjointed again. Obviously 2 oracles are scary because they laser down pros very quickly. Oh, the pylon top left, and Mana sees this oracle. Now he knows there's 2 as well, so he can play a bit more around the fact that there's 2 oracles instead of just assuming it was 1 and done. So it's actually quite nice to see, and you can see the Phoenix even going up there to try and see if it can catch the oracle somewhere.
A little dangerous, and considering that is your only Phoenix, and the oracles could go around again, but in fact the oracle just revealed itself yet again to an adept. Had gotten to Hellraiser's main base, which also means he got some nice scouting. since Mana doesn't really have a super clear option of scouting, I guess he could run his Phoenix across the bases if he thought it would be worth it. But both of them are going into Blink. Mana's a little bit faster. Stargate's not doing a whole lot to change the game up as of yet, but Mana's going to try and sneak an Oracle in, basically. This is 150 out of your pocket. You know, that's a lot. And the Oracle is, even if it killed 5 probes, it's later on in the game, so it's not as effective. So it's definitely a bit of a gamble if he wants to use it offensively. I don't know if he thinks he needs it just to make sure he doesn't die to DTs, because I suppose that is also a concern, seeing as there's only Twilight Council is revealed.
Yeah, absolutely could be, as we have, other than that, just the third base dropping down. Hellraiser going to take that out in the front. It's pretty much the base you want to take here as well, because if I take this base and you defend that base, you stop the blink ups into the main as well. So against Blink Stalkers, that's the base you generally want. Mana will be doing the same. Just means overall less space to defend.
Hellraiser a little supply blocked, whoopsie daisy. But not to the point that it really impacts the game.
Yeah, and he's just going to start moving across the map as well, just put some pressure on, but there's not currently a way to reinforce across the map, so you can't imagine this will do too much unless Mana's just out of position. Like, if Mana was moving up the right side like this, well, that's a perfect way to get cancel on the third base, but maybe Mana can return the favor, so we'll see next couple of moments, maybe a couple of third base cancels, and then the game gets a little bit more intriguing as well. And obviously it's better for Mana because he can cancel his, whereas Hellraiser would lose his. So a little bit of a money difference in terms of getting some back versus not at all. Mana actually going to head for the natural. Okay, okay, cool. Right, all right.
Oh my god. That's a lot of dead probes. Hellraiser, so far I would say winning this particular base trade. Army supplies are very similar, and Hellraiser still has some extra cash being gathered. The Oracle that was, again, kind of gambled upon entered into a shield battery probe mineral line, so it didn't really matter, but it's full on base race anyways. So, yeah. 1 probe per mana, 46 for Hellraiser.
Yeah, there's definitely a probe difference. We'll obviously be able to kill a bunch more as Mana still, but yeah, I mean, do you have any? I mean, Mana has the 1 pylon top left on the map at the moment. His 1 probe's off to the far right side, and he does have money for a Nexus, so you can stay in the kind of base trade competitively for a while. But obviously, a Hellraiser with the probe count can just set up a base and sit on that base and force Mana to fight into him, and that would be obviously very, very frustrating for Mana to have to do that. So yeah, that's where Hellraiser really has control of this. In fact, Hellraiser's already building up batteries on the third, so in fact, he's already back over here, so he's going to start fighting already. As the Oracles may give themselves up by mistake. Mana has a little bit of an army supply lead. I'm just not sure it's enough. Blinks to the low ground now. Hellraiser's going to jump on him, and now the battery's finished. I just don't think you can fight here, right?
No, he can. I'm actually kind of surprised he blinked to the low ground. Put him in a really awkward position. It put Blink off on cooldown. And then, right, the shield batteries were finishing. Hellraiser was able to react, and, well, I guess Mana wasn't going to find very much more success in the main base, so it was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But Mana is in a lot of trouble. Hellraiser did eventually lose a lot of probes, but still has enough to almost saturate a base. Mana not the same, and an aggressive blink forward into the shield battery overcharge. Well, that doesn't work.
No,
Did it work?
I'm not sure, because he's one-shotting Stalker, so the overcharge hasn't really done much. Lifted a Phoenix as well to help. Loses the Phoenix now. Army supply, losing a couple extra Stalkers, and Hellraiser can warp Stalkers in. He has economy. I mean, that's the big difference. And he's repowered the gateways in the main base. He didn't even have to rebuild those. He just gets those set up once again. And I think that really does just mean that we've probably got ourselves a really tough position for Mana. And Hellraiser, if he gets himself a first win, this is a very tough competitive group in terms of making it out and making playoffs. Every loss is going to mean a lot to you. I mean, this is the cool part of Swiss. Every match matters so much. And it really looks as though Hellraiser will have this very first important win on the board. Just needs to play this out, maybe get a little over-adventurous over here, but I think he's fine. He's always got the batteries to fall back to. And again, he's got Warping still.
Yeah, I do love that Mana still has his Oracle alive to kill some of these probes. Also a bit of a distraction, but Mana is not making any headway on where it matters most, around the third base. He's not killing enough Stalkers, he's not taking down the static defense, he's not killing probes there either. In fact, now officially losing that battle. Could have sworn he would have lost it earlier against the shield battery, but it was, as you said, still kind of okay because he was one-shotting. But now, down to how many Stalkers? 5 Stalkers versus 10. And 3 Nexus available for Hellraiser. Yeah, unfortunately for Mana, he doesn't have any ace up his sleeve. There's nothing to work with.
No, there's nothing at all. Like, he's down in every single way. He's mining off the main. He's just going to type out GG's. It's going to be a very uninteresting final couple of moments, but it will be done. In Hellraiser's favor, a 2-1 victory, and that is, like I say, big for Hellraiser. I think that's a really cool result for him. Very excited to see how he can do going into that next round against the winners. And yeah, for Mana, going to be a bit of a slog going from, 0-1 to hopefully 3 wins at some point. But yeah, just Hellraiser played some really good PvP, man. Like you say, he qualified into this event off PvP ZG, and he really showed us that he was pretty good in the matchup. So very cool.
Yeah, I would say overall, it was a very dicey best of 3. Went to the 3rd game, and then that 3rd game was a bit all over the place, as base trades usually are. Yeah, and yet, I personally got the feeling that Hellraiser looked stronger, looked cleaner. Mana didn't quite show up on his 100% form, which I do think is kind of Mana's main issue. I feel if he plays 100%, he's very, very good. But I've always described him as like an 80% and 100% when he's already dead.
Yep.
So he goes Super Saiyan when he's already dead.
Yeah, that's such a stretch.
Yeah. So he just, and that's keeping him just, sometimes above water in terms of group advances, and sometimes just a little below water. But he's almost always like in the middling right there.
That's a very good way of putting it. Well, we have 1 match left in Europe and then 2 from North America. So, not North America, the Americas. It's North America and Latin America now. So, up next is Hero Marine versus Night Phoenix. We'll dive right into that just after a few moments of ads. So, we'll be right back with you. Hero Marine, Night Phoenix for some TVP to round out Europe round 1.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Would you believe it? We're back again! Hero Marine versus Night Phoenix coming up. Wardy and Zombie Grub coming at you with the cast. And as we have one match left in Europe, it's been a busy day so far, ZG. Here in just the tournament in general, we've had 8 matches so far, would you believe it? And Hero Marine Night Phoenix will wrap up this region.
Yes, it will. Another potentially one-sided TVP, though, if we got to be completely honest about it, and that is going to happen in the initial round of the Swiss format. Maybe Night Phoenix will surprise us. I'm always going to, keep an open mind, but just touch on the format. It kind of is supposed to be a kind of fair game for the first round, but then immediately after, we're supposed to get much more even matches, which is why we're all kind of in favored positions for going over to Swiss. I know some of you are confused by it, but winners face winners, losers face losers. Hopefully makes it more even and also reduces the amount of overall games played. We don't have a situation where everyone is playing everyone.
Yeah, it's not 7 games for every single player in the tournament. The most you play is 5, the least you play is 3. Because 3 is a magic number. 3 wins or 3 losses sees you through or out of the event. I like it because, this week you might say, well, there's a lot of matches which are kind of one-sided, right? But we had those in the past anyways. They were just a bit more spread out and dotted around. Whereas now it kind of builds up. In theory, as each day goes by, the matches should only get better, closer, more competitive. So that's something to be, I think, very excited about. Yeah. I think we're very much big fans when we first heard about it, and we'll see, I guess, as we continue watching all the broadcasts, if it does also improve the quality. But right now, we're kind of in that beginning zone, so we do have certainly the underdog coming in the bottom left of Royal Blood. It is Night Phoenix. And in the top right-hand side, from Mouse Sports, the biggest of games, it's Hero Marine. Playing in a red, matching the logo with the Mouse Sports. Just so cool, isn't he?
He's so cool, man.
So freaking cool.
Who did you get for your player cards? Because I immediately remember Hero Marine got Roddy, or Roddy got Hero Marine.
I got Ryung and Houston.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Houston,
yeah.
I think Houston card has high value, so.
Yeah, me too. That's why I traded Haas for it.
Yeah, that's an easy trade.
Yeah, I thought so. Kalaris called me crazy. But I got Maru and Hearthstone. I mean, what's up?
Oh my god. You got the best player and the best content creator.
I did. I really did. Amazing. I think I took home the hero large one, by the way. I don't know where I put it, but it's somewhere in my boxes.
I took the Beyond big one. I had my eyes on it the moment I saw them. I was like, that's mine. And then they were like, I don't think you can take them home. I was like, it's mine. Change the rules.
I figure, not that we would ever do this, anyone who's listening, but we probably could have taken like 10 of them each, and probably made some decent money off of selling them.
What, the big ones?
And the small ones.
But there wasn't any small ones left.
Oh, we actually got rid of all. I picked them out early, I guess. So I still saw a huge deck of cards.
There was only 2 sets, and there was when I got to pick, there was only 10 cards left or so.
Oh, whoa, okay,
Yeah,
all right, I didn't realize that. But
all the admins got 2, and then all the
okay.
Observers got 2 as well. Who else?
So the big ones though still had a stack, right?
I didn't see the big one. I was out of there. I got the Bjorn one, and I was out of there. Didn't stick around to find out.
You ran like a criminal.
then I saw other people with them, and I'm like, okay, maybe you didn't need to be so sneaky.
You're hiding it underneath bundles of sweatshirts. And you're like, oh, okay, we're good.
I actually think what happened was that Bjorn got eliminated, and so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go get the Bjorn card. I'm gonna walk away with it. And then later on, I was like, Wardy, they said you can have the cards, but I can't find the Bjorn one. I was like, oh. Awkward.
That's so weird. I'll look for it.
I'll look for it. Whoa, I've got it. James, you just looked in the wrong pile. Should have looked in the pile in my bag. Duh. Silly James.
We have a TVP underway, actually. Hero Marine getting some scouting, sees that it's Phoenix, sees that it's Adepts. Night Phoenix living up to his name. And Hero Marine currently going for a factory expand on the high ground. Very much respectful of the potential of a Protoss player in the early game.
Respectful of the potential, and I think also just knowing that he is absolutely the favorite player, right? So he just wants to say, cool, get set up. Let's get this going. I'm not really bothered about anything else. Let's just get into some games. Oh, that's painful. He just wants to guarantee himself into the mid game is what I was going to say, but that is a dead Phoenix, and that's already going to be really good for Hero Marine. What a great catch to start off with.
Yes, it is. I did actually look at their history, wondering if they had even played against each other, and they have. Recently, the most recent one was 6 months ago. But Night Phoenix has won against Hero Marine in the Wardy TV 2022 Series European League Qualifier number 3 round of 16.
Yeah, that was a series that happened in an event one time.
Yeah, exactly. And I do vaguely recall talking about it for maybe that season's regional, just because, you know, what if it changes the dynamic?
Happened,
yeah. It did not, though, and I don't think it's really going to change the dynamic here either, as Hero Marine continues to get very good practice against very top-tier Protoss players, and still remains favored against most of them. Night Phoenix coming in as a, I mean, very almost unrecognizable name to a lot of people, right? So this doesn't bode well when you look at the two names and the prestige behind it. And Hero Marine is already looking to bully Night Phoenix. Got him supply blocked, attacking into the natural, trying to drag him over that Widow Mine, which is going to not work. Just kidding. Nice micro from Hero Marine.
This is really bad. No battery or anything to help you out. There is an Immortal that spawns. It's going to be a big help. I think without that Immortal, I'm extremely concerned. And even right now, I mean, we've got a Liberator set up too, so you can only step so far forward. The Cyclone lock-ons are going to remain for a while. The Phoenix diving through. Widow Mine goes off. A little bit of splash damage. Now he gets some extra lift to help. Coming through into Liberation Zone. You got to be careful, though. The Cyclone's still putting in work too. And I mean, if nothing else, I think Hero Marine's very happy with the trade-out he's seen across the early game.
Yep. He should be. 2 bases to 2. Even worker counts. That is much better for the Terran. And still some units coming across the map that could actually combat a little bit. I am a little worried when reinforcements are getting picked off like that, but I think Hero Marine should have enough. He does just need to maybe take a chill pill and back away. The amount of micro not as high as he was hoping. So he's going to back away into the actual defensive setup, which is currently 2 Cyclones, handful of Marines. Raven only just started, tank only halfway done. Night Phoenix thinking he might have an opportunity, and Observer just tanked a lock-on as well. And hey, wait a second. Things are a little bit more dangerous than they should be.
Yes, they really are. Phoenix going to lift on that Cyclone. SCVs have to be pulled. We're going to get damage done at the very least, and Hero Marine, he is going to push this back, right? With the siege tank setting up, he should be fine now, but it was a lot more dangerous than it should have been, CG. We were kind of in the camp of this was going to be absolutely fine for Hero Marine, all was fine and dandy, but not quite. Now the Raven comes forward to drop the auto turret. The Phoenix lifting up the siege tank. We do target the Phoenix lifting the tank down, so the tank gets dropped again. The Immortal goes down now as well. Still only SCVs and Marines. I didn't think the tank was going to die, honestly, so kind of a bit surprised about that, and hence Night Phoenix is still keeping up this pressure, man. It's still going well.
Yeah, Night Phoenix got a Warp Prism across the map, Warp ins, other Phoenix, and he's taking a 3rd base, so Hero Marine's in a ton of trouble. Hero Marine's actually gonna die, dude. The tank goes down, the SCV is only accompanied by a handful of Marines, and Night Phoenix can now do some micro with the Warp Prism. No danger here. Hero Marine not taking the situation seriously, perhaps. Like, if he had retreated and not reinforced as much as he did in the middle of the map, he probably would have been fine. He wouldn't have gotten snowballed upon, but it is what it is. Night Phoenix with the upset, gonna take game number 1.
I mean, he started really well. It just, yeah, like, when you were like, oh, he's got more units rallying in, that's when it started to turn. Like, he lost too much. He needed to just recon, whatever you call it. The word I can't think of for some reason. Back at home, and once he gets going back at home, he should have been fine. We lift up the siege tank again. We do raise the depot, so the Stalkers can't get in. This time the siege tank should get back down, as we're actually going to jump up with a few of the Stalkers. The Prism helping out. Can we get rid of the tank? SCV's trying to repair, but we're almost out of money. Can we actually get rid of this siege tank? Finally, it is going to go down. That it should be GG. Night Phoenix takes game number 1 off the Hero Marine for the upset of a start.
Yo, I am here for it, man. Night Phoenix, way to go, man. They it was, I would absolutely say, the fault of Hero Marine, you know, just to be very clear. But Night Phoenix, whether it was a bit lucky or it was really good game sense, I mean, he was right to try and move across the map a little bit. But if Hero Marine were to retort, you know, counter this with saying, no, I would have microed better, I wouldn't have gotten, like, such unluckiness on some of the high ground, low ground mechanics, I would have been like, oh, okay, I see your point. they both were playing a dangerous game, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, they both were kind of playing with fire with all the engagements in the middle of the map, but Night Phoenix just realizing that he was winning it and goes, okay, I'm really close to the base. I'm really close to the guys' reinforcements. Let's just go for it, was a very good call.
Gonna be Babylon map number 2. We'll see if Marine can bounce back. Night Phoenix capitalizing really well. I think that's the main thing, right? We come out of this and we say, hey, you know, really good start, really noticed what was going on and just identified, hey, I can go and I can keep on going. And, you know, and take some guts to kind of commit to that, because sometimes you can say maybe he should have been like, oh my god, okay, I did enough, let's go back. No, he realized he had that game in his hands. And we are going to dive right on into game number 2 as Hero Marine will look to bounce back as Zombie Grub and try and, well, take a map, first of all, and then take the series after, if he can get it to a 1-1 scoreline. You got to think that in Swiss, it is pretty brutal if you're the player that's 0-1, and then you go up against Hero Marine when you're 0-1 as well. Like, that is not a fun start to your tournament at all.
That is true. I guess we'd still feel a little bit worse for the guys that Hero Marine plays, even if he is the one to lose here. That just sometimes works when upsets happen, right? But I was also thinking that for Hero Marine, again, as you're the favorite for really a lot of the group. You know, you're gonna have trouble with some people. Rainer, Max, Bax, Clem, of course, but yeah, you suddenly lose against someone you're not really supposed to, so now it's a bit more of a slog, and now you're maybe a little bit tilted. You know, you have a reduced number of chances to win, I suppose, in this format, but you do face people that you still continue to be favored against in this format, too. So I guess it kind of balances out. Here, I mean, probably shouldn't be concerned. Anyways, going into Babylon for game number 2. In the bottom right, it is Night Phoenix.
That intro caught me off guard. I was not ready. Did not have my hand on the epic zoom button. It's okay. In the top left, Hero Marine. I'll match you.
Oh my god, you were on Control +2. Too many observers.
Control +2. I love that. Sometimes when I'm trying to, like, you know, steal someone's observing on a cast, and I'm just like, where's my favorite observer? It's like, why are they always at the bottom? Like, it's painful, man.
Nice.
I love how it goes as well from like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No 9, just 8. And there's like shift, control, 1 or something. It's like, how do you ever press that? And it doesn't work either. Like, this hotkey just I don't know why it's a hotkey, because it just doesn't exist.
Really?
Yeah, if you actually try and press it, like, it doesn't work on mine at least. Like, if I try and press the control and 1 or something, it does not lock onto that observer.
Wow, I don't think I've ever tried. I've never bothered trying the hotkey.
It's probably because you're a good person that actually observes your own games. Too
Oh,
innocent.
well, there is that. There is that.
Check
yeah,
you out,
I
being a good caster. Check you out.
I know.
Oh.
It's so weird.
I'm just so lazy nowadays. What can I say?
I just can't stand some people's observing, I guess. Like, I guess
that's the good part. You figure out who the good ones are.
Sure, but I've literally done it with Indy and Funka, who are literally observers. And I've kind of been bothered because they're also observing differently, right? They're not observing as observers, they're observing as casters too.
This is making me feel like I just don't care enough about the games at all now, ZG. Now I'm second guessing myself.
You're actually like terrible quality observing, and you're just you don't even notice anymore. You've cast too much StarCraft.
Wow. Unbelievable. Reaper and a Zealot mute in the middle of the map. Let's change topic. I'm not happy with this one anymore. Quick abort.
It's leading down a dark path. Does Wardy even care about StarCraft anymore?
I'm spiraling, man. Like, don't know what's going on here.
Passion is gone.
Yeah, Reaper fights the Zealot, and the Adept shows up, and Reaper has to run away, like my Passion has done, apparently.
Yeah, it's run away, just like the Adept should. Well, Night Phoenix, with that low ground gateway, has set himself up to wall a little bit better, sure, but you know, with the Zealot being chronoed out, I do think his plan was to be very aggressive on one of the shorter maps on the map pool. It thus is a little awkward, and the Zealot has to spend so much time chasing around the Reaper so far away from anything important. So I'd say that Hero Marine, especially because Hero Marine is going for high ground expansion as default in a lot of his TVPs, is totally fine with this. In fact, Hero Marine has been doing so many high ground CCs. I don't know if you picked up on this as well. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. I would actually say no one should be doing this kind of forward shenanigans anymore. Even Max Pax doesn't do it against them anymore, I think. But I'm not totally 100% about that.
Yeah, I've not seen as many Hero Marine TVPs lately, but I can believe it, you know. I think he just gets to a point where he's like, man, I'm so sick of this nonsense, and just gonna put it on the high ground. You know, if you want to do it into me, perfect, I take a lead. If you don't, I'm kind of fine with that anyway. My TVP is really good. I believe I can be fine as long as I don't get thrown off early, so kind of okay with that.
The bigger concern is still absolutely something like a 4-gate. The early game, and talking to Hero Marine too, you know, he kind of isn't so worried about it. So there's times where he doesn't even bother scouting, right? But afterwards, it is concerning. You know, anyone can die to a surprise DT blink, and anyone can die to a 4-gate blink, which is not currently what's happening. Night Phoenix went Robo first. It's just a 4-gate.
Yep.
Or 2 gateways turning into 3 gateways. It's going to be a 3-gate eventually.
It's going to be a 3-gate, yes.
There we
Numbers.
go. Eventually.
There was one warp gate, there was one building, and there was one a gateway. Like you might think it's just 1 plus 1 plus 1, but then you second guess whether one just finished morphing when you finish looking at it and everything. Anyways, here's the fight. The Depths and Stalkers onto a bunker, will not go down. We try and get the cycle, we take a tank shot, and this didn't really work out at all.
No, it did not. And yes, that's exactly why I was not sure. But this kind of gateway-based attack is, once again, I feel like playing into Hero Marine standard opening a TVP, which is actually quite protective. It's defensive. It's lining up to defend, you know, anything in the post 4 minutes, I suppose, as well as anything pre 4 minutes. Like, he just usually is locked up tight for that one. I know Max Pax does that fast 3-gate opener with no robo at all, and sometimes that can surprise people, but this is like in between the fast 3-gate build and the 4-gate blink build. It's somewhere in between. It is getting into blink, it is doing some harassment, but it just feels like it's the worst of all worlds, you know, instead of the best.
Yeah, I hate it. I'm just gonna be honest. You know, this build's really cool when it works. It's like, oh, cool, I got in there, and then it's like I did damage. But man, like, if you don't do anything, like, you're so far behind. Like, your tech is like non-existent. Like, does a robo facility even count as tech? Well, cool, you can get a robo bay up, but you know, we're moments away from +1 sim combat shield bio, and you've got blink about to finish and a first Colossus starting. Like, that is not where you want to be at this point in the game. You've got a Prism here that's going to go after this Cyclone, which is locking onto the Prism, which does not get away, so all these Stalkers go down, and that is going to be a massive catch from Hero Marine. And I worry even more now about this potential push across the map, because it feels as though Night Phoenix is going to have less and less and less to deal with it, as he's just been losing out.
No success whatsoever with that. Because you wouldn't even say forcing Hero Marine to be over-defensive is really a success, because it's hardly over-defensive. Hardly. You know, you get a bunker, totally fine. You get some SimCity, totally fine. The only thing that he didn't necessarily need was a missile turret. But that's totally fine. Night Phoenix is in a much more awkward position because of the way that he opened. And of course, losing the Warp Prism just gives the green light to the Terran to rush across the field with whatever they have. No worries. And in this case, Hero Marine's going to rush right into Night Phoenix's main base,
where there is a robo facility, which is a really good target, a Twilight Council 2. This is why you don't build your tech on the edge of your base, because it's just really too easy to target. If this was gateways, it's like whatever, and you're going to go deeper to get the tech, but if I'm Hero Marine, I don't even think we spread out the units like this, and don't get me wrong, getting probes is nice, but I think killing the robo would have been great. He's going to dive in the Colossus anyways. I guess it doesn't matter. He's going to get one. He's probably going to get 2 of them. If he really tries to target, he stopped for a probe for a moment. He's actually just going to load up and drop to the low ground, and I think this one ZG might just about be done.
Yes. It's like that first game didn't even happen, Morty. I feel like this is the first game for Hero Marine. This is domination.
This Siege Tank is going to survive a little while longer as well, and while there's not a ton of bio units left, there's obviously still plenty. 34 probes down. Night Phoenix might push back this wave of the attack, but there's no way he's pushing back the next one. Well, actually turns out 2 Marauders are really good against these few Stalkers as well, so they stuck around longer than I thought they would, and the reinforcements are about to arrive, and well, that's just going to be GG. Hero Marine takes game 2, ties it up, and, was there a game 1? Because, yeah, that didn't really seem like there was.
Apparently that is tied up now 1-1, but that just was 2 drastically different games. Hero Marine playing a more standard game was very much rewarded. Because the first game, you could absolutely blame him being a little too gung-ho. He's a little too just like, oh, I can defeat this guy with my micro, and then, oh, wait, there's actually very few units, and they're dying, so now I'm in trouble. In the second game, he just plays it nice and safe, gets to a good amount of units, and can really have fun there. Plus, he just defends Night Phoenix's build perfectly. And Night Phoenix really put himself into the worst possible position, I feel, with that opener. Even without the War Prism getting sniped, even if that War Prism was still running around, I'd still say Hero Marine wins in a similar fashion.
Yeah, I was the War Prism that scary? Like 4 Stalkers against what was about to be Stim. You don't need that much to defend it. It's like you open a few Zealots with it, okay, it's a bit tankier, but scary? I don't think so. I mean, this all started with a drop across the map. It wasn't the entire army moving across. He had the units at home to still defend if there was a War Prism there. So, yeah, I think absolutely just Hero Marine showing kind of what we expected to see, and bringing this back to being 1-1 now. We're heading into a game 3 on Grezvan, and it is, well, back to Night Phoenix. Can you do something about Hero Marine? I just don't want to see him open in the same way. There's a reason his opening is very hit or miss, I guess, and this one, like, missed, and it missed hard. Like, it was so out of left field. It was bad.
Yeah. I loved you just being, like, deadpan. Like, I hate it. I mean, I eventually hated it, too.
Yeah. The build is, like, the thing is, it's like, sometimes even this build, though, can do well, and then you still don't end up in a good position because the Terran's got stim and stuff, and you're like, oh, my Blink's halfway done. So you just end up taking some amount of damage anyway. It just feels like you need so much, and what you said about Hero Marine's build order and everything, and how it usually opens, and that was playing into it, was exactly true, so I don't understand the choice necessarily. But I guess we'll see what gets brought out in this Game 3 from Hot Headed Gaming. Night Phoenix.
And as always, and forever on mouse, he is Hero Marine. I appreciate the idea of trying to do something a little unorthodox, especially as the underdog, but an unorthodox build that isn't fully committed, because you think you do have a chance in a straight up game, which I don't think he does, but he did win game number 1, so that's up for him to decide. But that felt like such a, as you were saying, even if it did something, it doesn't really reward you very much. The reward is not at all worth the risk.
Yeah.
So I would expect something like, I'm actually not sure what he could do that would be kind of in similar line of thinking, which is, again, a light touch of aggression into a decent build order, but that wasn't it. I'll just say that one. Like that was not it. Maybe something like a proxy gateway or a 3-gate that, again, that Max Pax does, but because Hero Marine High Ground expands, it just doesn't seem worth it.
That's not good. That ain't good. You've literally just read my mind. Exactly what I was going to say. I was like, you could maybe like do like a 2-gate with a proxy or so, but then if you high ground CC, well, then that's just a terrible idea anyways. So again, it doesn't really work out. Like, Hero Marine's builds are meant to be resilient against this. Like, this early pressure, it's exactly what Hero Marine is setting up to not take damage from. So yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but you're kind of killing yourself already. Just, that's why you've got to be variable as a player. That's why you've got to be adaptable. You can't just do what you are most comfortable with, because sometimes your opponent will have the answer to that every time. So yeah, it's got to be, I think it's got to be something drastically different, quite frankly.
And it's tough for Night Phoenix coming in as the underdog. He can try and be super aggressive. Again, all these proxies that we're talking about, kind of countered by the high ground command center. He could do a straight up 4-gate blink, but Hero Marine is always kind of default defending against that, unless he confirms it's something different. So a Stargate, for instance, okay, then he's not going to default defend against a 4-gate blink. And so then what else is there going on the opposite end of things, going super, super greedy? Well, Hero Marine can do what he did in the first game. And if you're really greedy, then that would have absolutely won. So Night Phoenix is, you know, in between a rock and a hard place, and doesn't help that PvT in general, there's no one really necessarily leading the charge. And the guy who might be leading the charge, Max Pax, is just so freaking good, right? You can't, you can't copy him. That's been the case for the last 2 years. Other very good Protoss have tried to copy him and failed. So what in the world do you do as Night Phoenix? Maybe go back to what you're most comfortable with, which perhaps is Phoenix. So I kind of like this. But, you know, just because I think maybe it's the best that Night Phoenix can play, I'm not saying he's going to win with it.
100% with you. I think the problem is, it's like that weird thing. It's like, well, do you go back to what you're comfortable with? Yeah, that's always a good idea. But if you're the underdog, is comfortable good enough? Like, sometimes you got to step out your comfort zone and do something a bit crazier. This is bad. Reapers, Hellions getting by. Lift one of the Hellions, I think, so you can make sure you minimize the splash damage. The Reaper Hellion just dives into the main base instead. Marine absolutely just making sure to get as much space between himself and the other units as possible. And Depth pops out of the gateway, though, and that's going to help. We're still down 6 workers at the end here, and still have a Depth trying to chase down those Reapers. which are likely going to loop around for at least a couple more kills.
It looks like here Marine's planning on improving on his first game. Probably shook his head at the end of it and went, okay, that was a bit silly. I should never let that happen. Let's fix it for game number 3. He is building Cyclones. He did build a Medivac. He is going to go across the map. All signs, all units that go across the map, right? And it's not going to be harassment. Otherwise, Phoenix would take care of it. It's going to be that straight up push. And this time, he's going to make sure he wins with it.
There is no way he is not just going to be a little bit more careful on the follow-up and all of that. He is going to be dead serious across this map. He is going to be extremely difficult to break. And, yeah, looking very, very good here as our couple of depth shade through. Marine gets picked off. The other few Phoenix continuing down the bottom right. Our robotics facility continues in as well. And just seeing how, I mean, here we're going to pull back because the Adepts and Phoenix get by him. We're going to actually get a lift on one of the Cyclones. The Adepts don't really do much. They're actually going to recall home, leaving the Phoenix here. Kill a Cyclone, we lose a Phoenix. Do we like that much? Not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're both high quality, slow to build. Well, Phoenix aren't really slow to build, but high quality, expensive units. So, what I'm more concerned by is if Night Phoenix gets a shield battery. Because didn't he not get one in game 1 too? And that's what added to the difficulty of holding. He's still not getting one.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I don't understand why not. Did no one tell him that shield batteries are really good?
He got this far in StarCraft without knowing shield batteries are good. Oh my god, someone tell him he's gonna win GSL. My goodness.
It's bonkers to me, no? Hello? Like,
it is bonkers. I actually don't know. I guess he maybe assumes because Hieromyrne had to run back home that the engagement's done, which is a really bold assumption. But he's kind of right. Hieromyrne's not going to dedicate to the attack.
No, he is not going to dedicate to the attack at all. Just going to see our Phoenix coming through, Medivac being shot at, and just going to be seeing the other units of Hieromyrne still pushing to the upper left-hand side. Our Phoenix going to continue through as well to the upper left, and I mean, just Hieromyrne getting some damage dealt throughout. Yeah, maybe not overcommitting through, but you know what? He's still up 10 workers, right? So all this pressure and like in the middle of the map, it's keeping Night Phoenix busy, and Night Phoenix isn't focused on. I mean, he's not building probes at all right now. He's building units. And he needs some workers. He's fallen very far behind if this turns into a more macro-oriented game.
I guess his plan is it's not going to happen. So I'm guessing Night Phoenix figured that he could just cut probes and produce as much as possible to defend, and then have the same type of situation as game number 1, where he has a surprisingly good counterattack. I still think that's playing with fire, and a shield battery is a relatively low commitment cost to safeguard you when you're still building your army, but whatever. He has now made this 100% totally all in. Is it going to work? Here, Marine does have all of his units back at home. He didn't lose so many on the reinforcement like last time, and he might even get that Warp Prism. Night Phoenix doesn't get the tank. That's a terrible start, and Night Phoenix is forced to run away. Maybe Hero Marine doesn't want to chase, but Hero Marine is definitely settled on 2 bases, no problem.
Absolutely, he is going to be fine just out here. Obviously, we're getting closer and closer. Stim and combat shields being done. Night Phoenix just seems to want to keep on going for this. He's going to press on forward, and he's going to commit the Adepts, and we will lift up the siege tanks up. Our units trading and trading. I think they're just going to be plentiful, right? I mean, the tanks aren't really dying quickly. When they do die, well, everything else died on the side of the Protoss player, and that is pretty much going to seal the deal. This was a series of at the very least 2 halves, if not more, because that first game and games 2 and 3 were just nothing alike CG. I mean, not even comparable, really.
No, absolutely not. Not comparable. Well, funnily enough, I think the same idea was in play here, so in that way comparable. But in terms of the quality of the victor, and the quality of the victory, definitely far more convincing for Hero Marine's victories. As he didn't even sweat it really on that engagement, even as his numbers got a little low. He's like, no, I got this. 3rd CC gets landed, SCVs go to it, and Night Phoenix, well, why not try? But he knows it was all in. He knows he's in trouble. So maybe Disruptors? Hail Mary?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You may as well try something, right? I mean, this is your last chance of the series. You know, you've played, you know, a good little while. There's no harm staying in a couple extra minutes just to give you a go. Is it extremely unlikely you win? Yes. But does it do you any harm by trying? Absolutely not.
It really doesn't, because we're not even talking about some type of land scenario where he's going to tire himself out.
Yeah.
This is it. This is his game for the day.
The day is done after this. Turn off, reset, recharge afterwards. Okay, apparently now we don't try. He's like, actually, no, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just gonna rest up. It's fine.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. gonna go to bed. Early night. Let's go.
Yeah.
We take those apparently. All right, that does it then, guys. That is going to be the end of Europe and the end of Night Phoenix. Unfortunately, in that series is Hero Marine. First map, let's just put that out the window because he looked exactly as he should in games 2 and 3. He just showed us just why he's such a good player, right? He can turn it on. He can say, right, that was silly. Like you say, that's a mistake. Boom. These are my absolute best StarCraft. This is what I'm going to be like from here. And he was very, very good. So, yeah. I was impressed. Even though it was a 2-1, I was super impressed by Hero Marine because he looked so good in game 2 and 3 that it kind of made up for the game 1 disappointment, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess what we can say for Night Phoenix is that he did show some, bloodlust, that he does know when he has an opportunity. And that will gain him victories unexpectedly against a lot of the other players that he's going to be the underdog against. Because he's really, by name alone, he's probably looking to be defeated by, so there's 12 players in this group. Half of them, right? Like, he's not looking to necessarily win in advance. But you add in that killer instinct, you get a couple of those cheeky wins, maybe eventually turn it into a cheeky series win. Then there's an upset in terms of the ordering of the group. Yeah. But today's upset did not happen.
No, today's upset did not happen at all. This does wrap up Europe for the day in the entire round 1 of Europe. We don't have standings just yet. We'll bring them up if we do get them while we're chatting at the tail end of the region. Otherwise, we might have them for the start of Americas to look over, but pretty much, I think for me, ZG, the biggest upset really was just Hellraiser beating Mana. To me, that absolutely was an upset, even if Hellraiser had the winning streak going into this. I guess maybe I just discount Hellraiser for how little I see him play as of late, so yeah. Cool to see Hellraiser taking a win. Unfortunate for Mana, but otherwise I think everything was pretty much in line, right? I mean, Christiana Drogo was a lot of fun too. I think the PvPs were really the highlights of Europe.
Definitely. Not a surprising result, technically, but it was a really fun PvP. It was fun. It, like, legitimately, I'm using the word fun very intentionally, not just a throwaway word. I just had fun watching that PvP, man. So I suggest that you guys have some fun and watch it too, especially the end of game 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely. End of game 2. that was very fun, wasn't it? Awesome. So that's where we've been. We've done 9 of the 11 best of 3s coming up today. We're not quite done. Obviously, Americas is still to come. Now, I tell you just how long Americas is going to be, but apparently even the admins are having conflict over when it starts. And I was a bit confused too, because yesterday it started 45 minutes from now, and today, even though it's the same schedule, it's going to start an hour from now. So I'm trying to figure out what the situation is there. But the TLDR is it's going to be 45 to 60 minutes before we have our next game starting up. So that is going to be Americas. 2 matches in Americas today as EG. We've got obviously Vindicta vs. Dawn, which I actually think can be really cool TVT. And then Estrella Eric, I think is obviously we favor Estrella, but then Estrella's not been as brilliant as maybe he used to be. It could be fun, Estrella Eric as well, right?
I think the style of Eric might throw Estrella off. That's going to be really interesting to see that unfold. 2 odd players, I guess. Like, Estrella can be odd, but Eric, I don't know, man. That Latin American region just has a lot of left hooks coming out from nowhere. So I think Estrella should be a little wary.
A little wary. All right, well, Americas is indeed up next. We will probably put up like an hour timer, because it's always nice if the timer comes down a whole bunch than if it goes up a whole bunch. So put on about, apparently, okay, we've got full confirmation. It is 1 hour until Americas. So we'll put 55 minutes on the clock. We'll come back to a little pre-show, and then we will go from there. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching so far. We've got 2 best of 3s later on today. Just go get yourself a snack, go have some fun for a little while, and we'll see you very soon. And more StarCraft will pass in no time at all. We'll have the highlights from all the previous games to keep you entertained. We'll be back shortly.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you are still with us as we are getting ready to launch ourselves into the Americas Regionals here today. Wardy and Zombie Grub coming at you with 2 more best of 3s still. Bit of a longer break, but that's okay, as we're really not far away from getting into these matches, ZG. You excited for some Americas action? Not just NA, but full-on Americas.
Hell yeah. I'm always excited for Americas. I mean, I am usually talking about North America, but Latin America now joining in, and then, I mean, that really is it, right? That just made it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay. I just made it the Americas. Great, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to get a classic, I guess, what was North America matchup first, and then we're actually going to see what it's like when, I don't know if you can hear that, North America.
that was a cut,
Latin
yeah.
America combat.
Well, as cats fight, we'll have a look at the standings. Not from Americas just yet. We're just going to quickly remind you guys of what happened over in Europe. We did have Group A finish their first round of Swiss, and you can see on the left side, Cyril, Horst, and Wayne, Spirit Laser, Shadone, Battleby, and Christiana all picking up victories in the first round. Obviously, definitely expecting Showtime to bounce back a little bit coming into the next days. Geralt as well, I think, is a name in there. A few names we expect to pick up some wins over in Group A from Europe. And of course, Europe has 2 groups, so give us one moment, and the second group will be on your screen. We'll do some production magic, and then it will show up, in theory. Boom. And then Group B. This also happened earlier on. A lot more matches from Group B played today, ZG, and obviously we saw Clem and Skillers joining the ranks of Reno and Maxpax with a win, as well as Hero Marine, Hellraiser, and Goblin grabbing some wins. We had Goblin yesterday. We actually had Lambo, Hero Marine, and Hellraiser today. Yes, that was it. Some cool matches,
Yep.
right?
Yes, very fun PvP, that's for sure, with Christiana and Drogo, and then the other ones played out, I guess, like more normally. Maybe some one-sided than others. Night Phoenix's win against Hero Marine maybe going to be talked about, but after the next 2 games, I'm not so sure about that. And then otherwise, just a very expected results. The biggest standout is indeed Showtime losing on his first match. So that's still the talk of the town for Europe.
That is absolutely the talk of the town. There's no other way to put it. As we're going to have a look then at the Americas standings. There's only 1 group in Americas, so we'll have a quick peek at this. And nope, that's not there yet. Hang on. Try this. I deleted the file name at the wrong time, and it got a bit funky, but we're here now. We've got 2 matches left, which means 4 players have yet to play Vindicta and Dolan, and then Estrella versus Eric coming up. Already kind of the usual suspects: Special, Disc, Trigger, Scarlet, Kalizer, Cham, pretty much everyone I'd expect to have a win on the board with a win already, ZG. It really feels like Americas is playing out as expected so far.
There was a chance it would be a little bit different, you know. Basically everything that I'm looking at, there's a chance that it could have been different. I could have seen Nina surprising, although I know she hasn't been playing as recently. Well, I think she's playing recently, but she wasn't playing for a little while. A super hard amount. Like, I cast her for the qualifiers, and she was like, "Yeah, I haven't played very much." So I don't know how much that changed, but yeah, like a peak performance from Nina could have been a little bit of an upset. Not today. Eggs, Cham, ZVZ, that would have been all over the place. Patty Mac, Scarlet was like a look forward to match because he took the series offer right last season. Like all of these, like I'm not going to go through every single one. Literally every single one, I actually would not have been so surprised if it went the other way. But the smart choices, I guess the safe choices, did end up getting through.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it. It was the safe choices, but you're right. In Americas especially, I feel like I'm never quite surprised if something goes the other way around, or so, just surprises in general. We're starting up the TVT, so we can just talk about it as it gets started, CG. But Vindicta Dolan, I actually think it's a pretty fun match. I think Vindicta's been better than Dolan overall, but it's still a match where I could see either of them winning on any given day, and just in general, I think Vindicta, like I say, is kind of my favorite, but then Dolan's kind of like the underlying kind of player who doesn't kind of show himself as much, so may have some surprise factor there for us.
Yeah, certainly not as public-facing as Vindicta, especially as Vindicta has been going more and more into the content creator side, so I know he's been doing some 24-hour subathons or whatever he does. But only 5-hour streams recently, so he's all warmed up for today, actually, for his first match of the Swiss group in the Americas. In the bottom right of Dragon Scales, he is the Blue Terran, Vindicta.
Joining the Platinum Heroes as well. Cool pickup for them. Becoming a very cool team in general. As in the top left-hand side, our Red Terran player, it is Dolan.
And these guys have faced off against each other recently in the NA Apprentice. Vindicta did win. I think just Vindicta, it's always hard to say how much anyone is practicing in the region, but Vindicta did go full time, actually back when ESL announced the 3-year deal. Around that time anyways. And as I was just said, he's been doing a lot of content creation, so you can kind of notice that he's at least playing StarCraft 2, even if it's occasionally like sub-replay tournaments and stuff like that. But I do think he just comes in as the favorite. I think he might have had, honestly, a bit more natural talent. And I don't mean to make that sound bad, basically. I think, for me, I've always just said, like, talent exists, right? Anyone who's like, talent doesn't exist, I completely disagree. Vindicta has had a bit of a boost because he's really talented. He's really fluid with StarCraft. Dolan has always been the straight and narrow, hard-working type to me, who, you know, creeps up every so often as someone who's surprisingly good mechanically, and you're like, oh shoot, okay, but doesn't really cause a lot of upsets, right? It's just very steady improvement when he can give time to dedicate to StarCraft. So there's a chance that the Rock Lee beats the Naruto, wherever you want to put it today, but for the most part, Vindicta is favored.
Yeah, no, I am 100% with you on everything you say. As always, very well informed and informing us. It is just that Vindicta kind of firepower, but like you say, Dolan, like, I think what's impressive to me about Dolan is that his name does creep up so often after so many years still, right? You know, because Vindicta, I guess, has always kind of been that kind of steady name. But then Dolan, like, I see him in a qualifier, I'm like, oh, Dolan's still around. And then he makes it, and I'm like, oh, Dolan made it in. You're like, he's that good right now. And then, you know, here he is again, and, you know, arguably the most competitive that the Americas has been, because obviously this is not just North America anymore. You've got Latin American players taking up, you know, slots that last season we had 16 players just for the North America region, right? Now it's 16 players North and Latin America. So, you know, the fact Dolan is still here is obviously just a testament in itself. And like I say, to me, I guess like that pleasant surprise to kind of still see his name coming around, still be like, oh yeah, this guy's still good. He's still out here playing some games. That's awesome.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to say like I can't judge the actual like talent level, right? That's impossible. But it does feel like Vindicta is more likely to cause these upsets against even other region players than Dolan, who really does stay quite central to North America. Although I think did he go to Valencia? Was he one of the North Americans who did that? But for the most part, stays around North America.
Yeah, I think he was one of the players in Valencia now I think about it.
Yeah, he might have been. But not too likely to cause a big upset. I mean, Vindicta, I think it has to do perhaps less with this kind of vague word that is talent, and probably just more with the fact that Vindicta does kind of just roll the dice occasionally, and that makes you a more volatile player, but, you know, makes you deadlier as well. Again, Dolan, to me, just very standard, very good. Watch him, you know, work on his mechanics and steadily increase, and that's, I believe, how he got through the qualifier. I think I cast his qualifier match, but I don't remember who it was against, but it was just solid play. I think it was a TVP.
Yeah.
And it was solid.
That's awesome, as this game has been very solid and standard as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just in general. Not a lot going on, just in case you're only listening. You're like, tell us what's happening. Really not very much, guys. It's, you know, Cyclone on one side, Cyclone now coming up on the other. Pretty much dead even down the middle. There's a little bit of a timing difference. There was slightly different setups and so on, but in general, we're both heading towards a Raven. We're both heading towards tanks. It's kind of just your kind of standard package of TVT for the moment. Dylan might be about to lose a unit to it, wouldn't mind. He actually retargets that onto the Cyclone. That's a good play from Vindicta. Nice.
Yeah. Really nice. Of course, he had a little bit of a head start, I guess, knowing the having high ground vision, actually looking and seeing, oh, there's something on the minimap. But nonetheless, a good retargeting. Dolan was playing a little bit dangerous going up that ramp and not evacuating immediately. Reapers are going to at least get cut off, but they're not, I mean, there's not really much for them to scout at this point in time, but I mean, they technically do all the scouting they could. And then just knowing that the Cyclone is out of the equation, Vindicta can feel a lot bolder with his own Cyclone, and he can feel a lot more comfortable moving out without, you know, being afraid that something's going to snipe his Raven or his Vikings or whatever he's going to get. He is going up to 2 Ravens, and then 3rd CC on location. Dolan going into 3rd CC, yes. Yeah, it's just right there. I'm completely blind. But then he's also going really quickly into barracks.
Yeah, very, very just speedy kind of barracks follow-up. Starport goes to build a reactor for barracks too, and that's in stark contrast to the Starport over here, which takes over a reactor and starts producing Vikings. So Vindicta, a lot more air control, a lot more kind of just really wanting to have the game in his control in general, right? And I think that's a pretty big kind of point to make, that if it's almost like Vindicta's more comfortable in the controlling situation, the longer game, whereas Dolan kind of wants to kind of get in there, juke in and get some damage done and just sort of try and take advantages early and kind of maybe, snowball a little bit from that. So that's kind of how I read into this. I mean, they are two styles, and, it's viable to play this kind of no Viking style as well. I mean, we see Bjorn do it a lot. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the best style. We definitely see, like, someone like Bjorn pulling it off quite well, but it can be very fragile if, for example, say if Vindicta goes to 4 Vikings, it's like, oh, you're not going Vikings? Boom. I'm going to make 2 Liberators. That kind of push is then extremely difficult to stop because you just cannot stop the Libs from pushing into your siege tank line.
Yeah, you have to play around them more so, try and snipe them before you get sieged up, sacrifice the amount of Marines to get them sniped, that type of thing. And yeah, I think, maybe someone heard me say that Dolan's that kind of straight and narrow, hard-working type of macro guy. I'm not to say that he doesn't have his timings. He absolutely does. In fact, I think his TVP was a lot around the tank push, if I recall correctly. It could be confusing with someone else, but but it's very strong mechanically timing. It's not shenanigans. I don't call them shenanigans. It's almost like he puts on a suit and tie and then like really officially puts on a clown nose. He's like, yes, quite. Now I'm gonna do something like really, really official. But yeah, he'll be the active one for sure, and he certainly is headed that direction in this game. But unlike some other TVTs that I think we see where the Terrans are so greedy they refuse to scan each other. It's like, if I don't get with a Reaper the scouting that I need, F it, I don't care. They both scanned each other. So Vindicta saw all the barracks and Dolan saw the starport reactor, and they really have a good idea as to what they're doing. Dolan even doing another scan. Wow, the least greedy Terran player I've ever seen.
He is like, I just want to make sure I know everything. You got a 3rd base? Okay, cool. I don't really know what this scan tells you, right? Like, what hadn't he seen that he wants to see on the 3rd? Just the fact that 3rd base is there? Well, the tanks are there.
That is army. Yeah, it's back at home.
It's just such a... It just strikes me as a weird scan. I guess he didn't have a lot of map vision coming into that moment. It is Vindicta with a little bit of a better spread, but... Yeah, just a little surprised. Just don't feel like you necessarily, like you say, it's like the least greedy Terran of all time. Terrans really appreciate their scans and their mules, right? As, hold that thought, because we got 2 medevacs over here, and he's not going to realize it. Double Matrix, and... Oh, no, he hit the same medevac! Oh... So cool, Nelly.
Almost cool. Almost. Well, yeah, I could see how that was supposed to be the 1-2 punch, but Vindicta seemed really on top of it. Like, as soon as he realized that Dolan was moving out at all with these spotter Marines, so that wasn't even the first one, that was the second spotter Marine, I think he just figured, okay, that's going to happen. And that is kind of on Dolan not to potentially anticipate that, because when he scanned the army, he missed the Vikings, right? So you figure the Vikings are over dead air somewhere, because that's typically what the Viking player will do if they're playing defensively, which, yeah, Vindicta is. So, yeah, maybe if Dolan had thought about that a little bit longer, he wouldn't have made the same mistake, but it's probably the case that Dolan gets a lot of free victories with that 1-2 punch.
Oh, hits the Matrixes on the Ravens, so they get a couple off, but then the counter Matrixes, so no more can happen, and that's going to slow things down again. Vindicta continues to just control this game, right? I mean, he got rid of the drop on the right side again. There's a couple of Marines just pinging away at a refinery, very minimal effect. And, yeah, Vindicta, I say, sort of survives the scarier part of this, is he's kind of evened up the upgrades now, which was the one thing that Dolan did have in his advantage with that faster stim at first. He's now going to grab both the Ravens as well, and so far, Vindicta just looking like the stronger player in kind of every aspect of this TVT at the moment, CG.
He's predicting things a lot better. Dolan is trying to make it happen, but not in a particularly elusive way. Not with like lightning speed that can really catch even the most prepared guys off. Because like you watch a better player face a slightly worse player, and like it's evidence that the worst player can know what's going to happen and still not defend it. But yeah, in this case, it feels like Dolan coming in as slightly the worst player, again the underdog at the slightly at the very least, and is trying to do these typical things, and Vindicta just knows everything, and he defends it very well.
Bunch of medevacs load up on sieging, or unloading some tanks, sieging them up. A big push from Dolan coming around that right-hand side. I mean, he's trying to take the position, he's trying to force the issue, but I feel like so far Vindicta's defense has been good, and I do see a Libero on production. I really think, why the heck not get a couple Libs out? They can do so much in this scenario. And don't forget as well that Vindicta still has his Ravens to make plays with, as well as these medevacs are really just trying to go everywhere, huh?
Okay, that was actually pretty ballsy. That was I'll give credit to Dolan on that one. That would have been unexpected. Fortunately, Vindicta less so about a common tactic, because I would say that 2 medevac drop and the push on the left was a very probably common strategic choice in TVT. That 4 Doom drop wannabe Doom drop, probably not a lot of people do that. And Vindicta might just have an idea of how Dolan tries to play this out. I mean, truly, at the end of the day, we mostly agree that the person who's playing Marine Tank Viking and is winning the air is the better composition.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Dolan is the one who's on a timer here, needs to get something done, tries to get something done, but it's rushing on in. That is a decent concave, but are there enough units?
Yeah, I mean, he was running into a lot of tanks. A lot of the tanks initially just were not set up right, which was maybe Vindicta's problem. That's why Dolan looked to have so much potential here at first. Now, as we unsiege these tanks, we're actually going to move forward with the Marines. They're going to get a whole bunch of extra catches, and I do not like this at all for Dolan. He's also very low HP on his Marines, which is really bad because it means they're going to start losing this fight. The tanks keep on going down, and this turns into a complete disaster. Vindicta cleans up everything.
Yeah, kind of see where Dolan was thinking with that push in, but at one point it really was just his Marines, which is always unfavorable. Like, the interference matrix from Vindicta almost didn't matter in the beginning because Dolan's Marines are so far away from his tanks anyways. The last couple, of course, mattered a lot. And then Dolan definitely overstayed his welcome, definitely felt the pain of having to stim multiple times, and now is feeling the pain of never making any of those Vikings. The Liberators now the biggest bullies in the playgrounds and are on top of the natural ramp. That is devastating for the Terran's reinforcements.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see our Marines knocking down the refinery, just going to see our Vikings holding position as well, and obviously you just kind of go and do a bit of damage everywhere. Maybe on the left side, Vindicta ain't doing so hot, but I mean, at some point, we got to see Dolan push his way out of this, and that's going to be extremely expensive, extremely difficult to do, especially because he doesn't have any of the units that really help him do that. No Ravens or air control. He's going to run down the ramp now in order to try and help slow it down. Obviously, we do have Vindicta's Marines out to the left side, so they're not really part of this fight. He still gets a good trade. He's going to try and finish off this orbital before he has to leave with these Marines. It ain't quite going to happen, as he is just going to load up and hit the main base instead. So Vindicta just on a streak of damage.
Yep, getting ultimately victories after victories, right? It's not the end of the game quite yet, so although getting all those tanks and the medevacs really sucks. But it is non-stop victories for the Blue Terran, who also is about to have 3-3. Dolan's whole idea, as he taps out, that makes sense, that they'd end up winning the game. But his whole idea was going for more Marine pressure, right? He doesn't have any Vikings or Liberators or, well, Ravens because he lost his initially. But he does fill it out with the rest of the supply of Marine tank. And so upgrades are pretty important. If your plan is to just outpower your opponent's Marine count by, like, say, like 10 or 15, but they have 3-3 upgrades and you don't, that literally doesn't work anymore, does it?
Upgrades are huge. Like, upgrades are massive in TVT. In certain fights, like, sometimes you can see an upgrade disadvantage and it doesn't matter because there's tanks. But when it does come down to these scrappier Marines fighting here, Marines fighting there, and the Marines actually have a bigger role to play, the upgrades are huge on Marines. They make such a big difference. So, yeah, that is going to be a game lead for Vindicta. Our favorite does come out with the first point. And honestly, I could see it, going in and, the way I set it up, I said, I kind of see this going back and forth, and I think I do favor Vindicta, but he made it look like he was a heavy favorite in this because he was just so confident. He was all over everything Dolan tried to do. I think the only moment where Vindicta didn't look super hot was that, like, big push from the right side, which almost didn't make sense, and it was so out of nowhere from Dolan, and he just kind of pushed in towards the base, and it was like, oh, I just need to siege up a couple more tanks. Not everything was sieged. That was the only moment he was maybe half caught off guard, and that resulted in the biggest lead of the game for him anyway, right? So, just in general, Vindicta, super solid TVT play. Very impressive, and see what Dolan does for game 2. Maybe time to proxy, maybe time to take some sort of edge early, because macro-wise, when it was even, there was just nothing there, nothing at all. Yeah. That can happen when you have those two different styles. If the Viking tank player really is well set up, but I'm gonna compare them to the best Terran players in the world. I'm sorry. Mara versus Bjorn would be similar situations. Mara would be the Viking guy, and Bjorn would be the Marine guy.
imagine what Beyond would be doing in that game. Again, very high bar for Dolan. I apologize. But Dolan went for the emphasis on Marines very early with those 2 barracks. Yes, it got scanned, but then there was a lot of not action for a long time. And his 2 drop to the right and attack on the left, I think was very like on the nose for TVT. So it was heavily telegraphed, even if it wasn't directly scouted. So like that's something that concerns me, because if it was a really tight, really fast, really almost so close, almost got him type of game, I'd still be really excited. But it was kind of just a meh, you know, from Dolan. So if he's going to play a similar style, it's got to be like much snappier and much more dangerous. I think the most that I was really like, oh, okay, this maybe could have done something, was his 4 drops that got shut down anyways.
Yeah, 100%. Just... And that's why that style's so scary and difficult to play, because you've got to be really freaking good and really active and know the ins and outs of every possible fight you can take. It's really tough. The top right played very well against that style and just very solid himself, shutting down everything. Vindicta taking the win for game 1.
In the bottom left, he is the red Terran player, Dolan.
All right.
Vindicta, what you doing there, buddy? Oh, a 2-racks opener.
I kind of like it, because my go-to in my head was like, I think Dolan might be a bit cheeky, right? Like, he got dominated in a longer macro game, so maybe he gets a little bit cheeky with the proxy racks. I've seen him do that before, cast him in WTL and so on, so, you know, I actually feel as though I was like, okay, maybe Dolan 2 racks, and Vindicta's just like, well, if he does that, I'm going to be on top of it. And the 2 racks in base is not a bad build anyways, to kind of put a bit of pressure on yourself and to still play a decent game from. Like, it's not like it's, oh, it wasn't a proxy 2 racks, now I'm behind. There's still a lot you can do with these Reapers.
Yes, absolutely. For me, Vindicta is a lot like, well, many of the other North American Terrans, I guess, along the likes of Masa and Future, which is that while they can at times play very good macro games and mechanical games, so often they seem that their natural state of being is to be more aggressive, is to go for some of the earlier barracks. I feel like it's very in line with what Vindicta, well, it initially did anyways, back when he was still making a name for himself, which at this point was 3 years ago, man. It's that flew by fast. Let's see how his control works out, and if he can get any leads. Dolan should be fine to defend this overall, but one bad move with the Reaper and it could get dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a micro war that's still going to happen here, and you just got to be on point every step of the way. As Vindicta, 2 Reapers still actually sat at home with 3. He might indeed go across the map, and he's still building a 4th one as well. So now really getting to a point where he's committing pretty heavily through to try and deal some damage here. 2 more Reapers. Yeah, there's a lot of Reapers, and obviously with the factory finishing soon, I imagine we might even start to see a Hellion popping out. He's going to catch the first Reaper. That's a massive start. This is huge, because also behind this, we've now got the barracks building a reactor. This is the only unit on the map, this 1 Reaper right here. The SCV's already retreated from the low ground, and Vindicta's going to play it patiently. Not run up to the high ground too quickly, but Betty Rishin he did, and now he's going to jump up. I mean, we still have a while until the Cyclone shows up, so this is going to be painful as we just drop grenades on the SCVs. We look for some kills, and yeah, we're counting down for the Cyclone, but it is a while from arriving.
Unfortunately, Dolan's pretty much already dead. As grim as that is, I'll do the caster thing. He's dead. But the pro gamer thing, I don't know which way we call it now. But anyways, 10 SCVs killed. That's no gusta.
That is no gusta, yeah. So early in the game, obviously 26-16. Your CC's been delayed as well, so now it's going to be command center timing advantage to Vindicta as well. And he's still got a couple of Reapers around and about on the map. He's bringing the Widowmine forward too. Maybe try and get a catch on the Cyclone if it moves across like he found early on in the last game as well. So, just good damage. I mean, losing the first Reaper like that as Dolan is just tough in TVT when your opponent's going to out-Reaper you. And it could have been worse, because can you imagine that Vindicta just went, you know, straight into the base and didn't think twice? He would have had 5 more SCVs, if not more, because you know, it would have been even longer before the Cyclone and just snowballs that much faster. So yeah, I mean, Dolan even got off lucky, and he's still dead.
Yeah, actually, yes. Vindicta was scared that there would be a 3rd Reaper about to pop, and then a Hellion as well would be the thing he was scared of. It's very unfortunate for Dolan, who just kind of chose, the wrong reactor timing. You get a faster reactor, maybe you can get some faster reinforcements. You get a slower reactor, obviously you have 1 more unit to work with, and then didn't get a cautionary factor unit. He skipped out on something very safe and was punished for it. But it really does all start with the first Reaper fight. If Dolan had saved both Reapers, completely different story.
Yeah, completely different. Because then you just play defensive, and you still have the CC timing in your favor and so on. So you can afford to play defensive until the Cyclone's out, and then it's pretty much the end of the Reaper attack at that stage. It's very difficult to do damage from there without giving the Reapers up. So yeah, unfortunately, not the way it goes in Vindicta. Super ahead again. Ahead this early so much is tough to overcome. We'll see if it's going to be possible. We actually see Vindicta playing a bit of a different style. He goes straight into the reactor on the starport here. He just wants to power up. Obviously, he's going to have a faster stim because it's a 2 racks opening. So, 1 Raven, then just going to go straight to Medivacs and start building into this Marine tank play and just probably get aggressive ASAP. And I don't mind what Dolan is doing. Getting the Ravens out, getting the tanks, going to be a bit more of a defensive play because he's behind. And then also using the Ravens to harass to try and, shut down a little bit of the gap and a little bit of the advantage that Vindicta's set up here.
Likely, not always. Oh, well, shoot. I was going to say, at least he saves the Raven, but it's definitely feasible that Vindicta goes into like a 2-on-1 follow-up. Basically doesn't get Vikings, what I'm trying to say. But that Cyclone was so perfectly positioned. The Vikings weren't even necessary, at least because there are no Vikings. Dolan can escape, but 0 damage done is going to try and get those last few hits as well. Oh, no.
He wants it. He knows where it's coming from as well. Puts himself in position. He's going to have the other Marine as well to corner off the right-hand side. If Dolan's not watching, he is. Good move. Ooh.
Yeah, very, very well done. Dolan actually paying attention. It kind of, to be fair, he had nothing much else going on.
Mm-hmm.
But lots of people would just predict that to come home safely. So definitely good on him to keep in mind, hey, he could be trying to send some Marines forward. And now Dolan has to be very keen on the defense since Vindicta is finally ready to move out. He would love to have that Raven back at home, but 1 Marine is stopping it.
I was going to say, if this is my Raven, I'd be trying to, cast Interference Matrix with it in a couple of minutes, as the Cyclone's going to come in and kill the Marine, which gives the Raven the freedom, but then the actual other Cyclone comes in from Vindicta. Can he get the catch? He'll have the lock-on advantage and the HP advantage, so he is going to get a Cyclone out of this, and the Raven should be away safely. So you get the Raven now, but it costs you a Cyclone. I mean, it's still a pretty hefty price to pay. And a couple of Reapers back in the main base of Dolan just to add a bit more damage.
Yeah. Okay, I like this actually. So I already was going to say that Dolan is obviously going to have to play the defender's position in this TVT. He's going to have to just try and read Vindicta's movements very well and defend. And well, 2 locations is easily enough, but he will need a 3rd. So 3 locations is where it's going to get really difficult. And so if that's the case, if you're already going to play defensive, you're already behind in stim, because again, probably Vindicta went into a faster stim Medivac style. Just go mech, and worry about the whole conversation about what's the highest skill cap, what's the best thing to do later. Mech is certainly viable enough that this counts as a okay Hail Mary to me. I'm like, yeah, good choice. This might bring you back.
Yeah, that's it. I'm down with it. It's definitely something you got to do. Play defensive at the very least, and mech is a great way to play defensive on a map that's pretty okay for it. Maybe not the best out there, but viable. Viable indeed, and Vindicta will have to try and figure out that this is mech, and once he's figured it out that it's mech, well, he already knows it's mech, but... Ooh! He's going to try and do some damage to kind of stop it getting set up, but the Vikings shut it down immediately. This time, Dolan looking good on the defense.
Yeah. Saw that coming. Also, just really no other place that the Vikings have to be. So, I'm bringing this up because he could do this because of extra thing. It's just important to note that this all should look about as good as possible for Dolan because he's not really being full-on pressured yet. So it's maybe the bar that he has to pass for me to be confident in his ability to actually win this game. And he is passing it, but it's not necessarily the highest bar if we're not having more than 1 attack at a time. Dolan should deal with 1 attack at a time.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a... it's like your starting point, right? It's like, you can do this? Okay, good. Well, that means we at least have a game on our hands, right? Otherwise, it would have become very uninteresting very quickly. Vindicta's going to come across. Now, one thing to remember is Vindicta still has a hefty lead from the start, so he still just has a good numbers advantage. Mech is very good defensively, but with a few matrixes and maybe a bit of a multi-prong, is there a way to potentially break this? I mean, that's a lot of tanks all in one place. I'm not exactly an immediate believer that he can break this. But I guess we'll see very soon. We'll see exactly how Vindicta plays it, because usually when you're ahead with Bio versus Mech, it's hard to end the game, so you kind of have to look for ways to transition yourself into a lead, maybe kind of rushing up into Sky Terran yourself and just kind of, just going and, go into that more quickly because you can take more bases. We'll see what Vindicta's route is going to be, because generally just trying to attack with the Bio ain't usually it, so let's see.
Well, the order of how things went down is now really important for Dolan because he slapped down the 2 medevacs. He just properly positioned Vikings. He didn't have to worry about his left side, so he just put him in the right side. Definitely what you should do. He slaps that down, and he takes away, 16 units or however much was in those 2 medevacs away from any potential stop on his third base, because that was supposed to be the real test. The real test is if Dolan could get his third base up without losing a tremendous amount of tanks or just, not being able to get up at all. So now that he was able to do that, and he did it flawlessly, there was no contest around his third base, that's when I started to feel very confident for a mech player. Like, now, the bar has been passed as far as living in this game. When before that third CC, it was very questionable. Now Dolan could absolutely win, especially if Vindicta does get stubborn about staying on Bio. He absolutely should be adding on these starports, because Dolan is too tightly defended on his initial 3 bases.
See a few tanks trying to move forward, but the moment that Vindicta sees that, he's probably going to try and jump on them. Just a few Marines, no Marauders in that, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, this may have been an easy couple of tanks grabbed. The army on the right side trying to find something at the same time, but there just ain't anything there. Too many tanks, and at this point, you're basically just saying, cool, I'm going to expand, and, Fusion Core, like I say, maybe set up into a bunch of starports, skip into Sky Terran already, and just make it very difficult for you to take a 4th base. If you can't take a 4th base, you can't contest me in the skies, because I'll have so much more gas than you. So it's a common way of playing this out. Yeah. It's no surprise to see it, and I'd say that so far Vindicta is doing it absolutely correctly.
And that's, I guess, is another aspect of how Dolan is playing this that's important to note. He might very intentionally be not building Vikings right now because his primary concern was to get enough tanks to take his third. And that's fair. That's a fair call, but he will eventually need to go into Vikings. He knows how the rest of this TVT is going to look, but unlike an ideal situation, let's say that there was no damage done in the early game, it was completely even. The more ideal situation, I think, was to be building Vikings this entire time, but he's had to skip a few times. Still, pretty good count. 15 is damn good. He's got to be careful not to get overwhelmed when he's just expecting it, and he got to be in position too. I actually like that he's adding Thors. I like that he's going to go ahead and secure his position in the skies, as opposed to, well, starting to move out before he actually knows he's got this.
Yeah. The Thors go a long way as well, just stopping Liberator play. Yeah, just like you say, solidifying the skies is a big part of just keeping control. And of course, as well, Vindicta's army is still made up of a good amount of Bio. It's quite spread out right now, but that Bio is one of those things where it actually still has a role to play, but it isn't as supply efficient as a lot of these mech units. So battles are still difficult for Vindicta, and he has to try and probably find a way to trade out a good amount of this Bio effectively, but that's also difficult to do. And you still want a little bit of it. Like, it's a very hard balance to find. I've always found it so frustrating trying to play against mech, because I'm like getting the composition right against it is just like, gosh, it's so hard. It's so easy to make one mistake, take one bad fight, and oh, you can move across the map, can you? Nice to know. And they always manage to do it just as I've thrown my entire army away. So yeah, it's tough for Vindicta. I can feel his, maybe not frustrations, but I can feel his kind of wonderings as to how to approach this. Like I say, we'll see if he can keep it up, keep it going. He is building up again a lot of the Ravens, so that's going to be a lot of his focus. If he can matrix down everything, then brilliant. But the Vikings are going to kill the Ravens, so it's going to be a very expensive trade whenever Vindicta takes it.
Yes, that is inevitably true. He will lose Ravens. The question is more so, does Dolan have the Vikings in position? And so far with the army, they are definitely in position. But if they're ever caught a little bit to the left and the Ravens come in through the right, then it's going to be potentially a very good trade for Vindicta. So Dolan really has perfected his army. Decent amount of tanks, great amount of Vikings, those Thors just to add that extra security. I love it. And he's moving across the map. He's not going to, just stay turtling. And Vindicta has not really done a whole lot of slowing this down. So much of his army was elsewhere that he couldn't even catch it unsieged. So he is forced to abandon his 5th base. That's not too big of a deal right now, but it is only one step forward onto his natural choke, and that's the dead zone, If Dolan gets his tank sieged up there, then Vindicta's going to be in a world of trouble. Right now, we can at least set up some type of surround.
The Ravens are hunting. As the Vikings go left, it looks like the Ravens might come in from the right side and get the matrices to allow the engagement into this. Bio just kind of staying tight. If I'm Dolan right now, I'm thinking, well, what's he about to do here? And here we go. Matrix is going to land on pretty much every tank. And then you go for the 360 surround. Vikings have to land to help out a Raven anti-armor missile. Do we have enough here from Dolan? No, we do not. He gets absolutely crushed. And what a play with the Ravens. He waited, he set up, and Vindicta wipes the floor with the mech. Wow.
Oh, that was like, we need to put that in a textbook, you know?
Yeah, textbooks around, boom.
That was the most perfect situation I've ever seen. Usually it's a lot more complicated, and that probably just came down to Dolan not having spotters for those Ravens.
Yep.
I mean, there were so many, I'm not sure it would have mattered, honestly, but let's assume that if his Vikings were in position, they would have killed at least 3 of the Ravens before they got the interference matrix off. That might have been a big deal. But then also that nice surround, even a couple of units coming in from that bottom left, that was just... Well, that was a thing of beauty. Not often how we see the TVTs go when it comes down to mech versus bio, because so often the bio player is forced to play into the air game, like an actual air Viking game. But Ravens have done the trick with those Marauders. Vindicta playing a hell of a TVT.
Yeah, Vindicta was the better player in this series, just plain and simple. Obviously, he was super far ahead in this one, but it was an impressive way of closing it out. And Vindicta absolutely well-deserved 2-0. I'm genuinely impressed. I knew Vindicta was good. I knew Vindicta was very capable, but he looked really solid. And I know he's going to have bigger challenges down the line in this tournament. Absolutely. There's a lot of strong players here in the Americas. But if you're going to play like that against Dolan, you're definitely saying, hey, I have a shot at competing, right? Like, I have a way to, be, the underdog, the dark horse a little bit in the players that are starting to move into 1-0 and looking to make a deeper run and head straight towards those playoffs. So, very cool match. Just like I say, got me really excited about Vindicta, honestly. Like, was just really cool to watch. Solid play. I think, gotta say credit where it's due, though. Dolan made some really good decisions, right? Game 2,
sure,
he was in a horrible spot, and he said, right, how do I get out of this? Defensive, mech. We loved everything about it, right? He got up the right side of the map. It was just maybe not finding the Ravens. If you know where the Ravens are, you shoot down a few of them. Not every tank gets Matrix. This fight looks completely different, even with the surround.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching it again. It is a thing of beauty, man. That is a beautiful surround. Not many bio players get the opportunity to have such a perfect engagement, but Vindicta found it. Dolan, yeah, just arguably could have done a better job kind of setting up precautions against it, a little bit more spotter units on every side of the map to even detect. Because as soon as a mech player like sniffs the surround, you know what I mean? They pull back to a choke. But he was actually just landlocked, and he probably felt like, oh, I've got him on the ropes, when Vindicta was actually setting the trap, which is pretty freaking cool. So, yeah, Dolan made a lot of good decisions, but he was already in such a bad place in the second game. In the first game, it was tough to break Vindicta. Vindicta was just that little bit better, which was our expectations. And Vindicta now with his eyes on this, the likes of taking down Scarlet and Special and all that, where Dolan needs to still prove himself against some of the not top tier players, like Eric and Nina and Eggs, I suppose. The not top 4 expected anyways. And then we can discuss his chances in the future.
Yeah, very exciting. That's one of our 2 best of 3s coming up from the North. I keep saying the North Americas for some reason. I didn't do this on day 1, CG. It's having you here, apparently. From the Americas region, we have 1 match left. Estrella takes on Eric. We think going to be a fun one. Estrella's been in a fun place lately. Eric is, always challenging, is always kind of a fun, weird player, and could maybe bring that kind of fight to Estrella as well. So that's a PvZ up next. That's going to wrap up our day. So, without further ado, we go to a break one more time. When we come back, it's our last matchup, best of 3, number 11. We'll see you guys in just a few moments to round out the Americas Swiss Round 1.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We're back for one last match of the day. Estrella is taking on Eric. And it's me, still, Wardy. Haven't changed all day. And Zombie Grub coming at you for some PvZ action. And I think we're quite excited for this one, right, ZG? Just potential for it to be quite fun, quite dangerous, quite kind of back and forth, maybe. I think it's going to be fun.
I'm excited for it because it is so unknown. I have not checked their history, so maybe it's not that unknown, but just the expectation is because they've been divided in regions previously, and well, I guess they would have faced in the Open Cup sometimes. All right, once in the Open Cup, literally 3 days ago. Hey!
Nice.
There you go. 2-0 in Estrella's favor, which is the expected result. I know I discussed, Estrella has to be a little concerned earlier on because just the Latin American region was really developing its own style, particularly for the Zergs. Estrella is the favorite to win. I do wonder if Eric could do something. The last time Eric did win against Estrella was 4 years ago.
That's a long time.
Well, that was literally the previous match before the last one. They do not play very often together, so I was kind of right about that one at the very least.
I think that makes sense. Eric doesn't play a lot of online cups, and when he does, like, Estrella also doesn't play a lot of online cups, right? So I can kind of understand that, and especially the ones that they do play, there's definitely not much of a crossover, and then if they do play together, they have to then hit each other, right? Like, I mean, it makes sense they don't play all that often, as we do not have to wait around. We are ready to go. No Torcraft, more StarCraft in the bottom left-hand side. Kicking things off, our blue Protoss that looked so good over the last year. We'll see how he's looking for the ESL Masters. It's Estrella.
In the top right is the red Zerg. Oh, he chasing. Oh, Lord, he coming. He is Eric.
Repping the cranky Ducklings. Early gas, early pool. Cheese and away. I like it. Let's do it. I can't wait to see what exactly it's going to be. What do you think it can be, ZG? Super fast gas, super fast pool. And obviously Ling, Bane, maybe super fast retro. I don't know with Eric. It could actually kind of be anything out of all of those.
I have no idea, man. I actually have no idea. A pool first. Whatever. You can go into Ling pressure and then expand behind it. There was even a phase like 2 years ago where Cyril was trying it every single ZVP, but it didn't last very long. But with the gas versus Protoss,
So has to be all in, right? Like,
oh, absolutely. But it's just like it is already so all in and telegraphed so early on. Like a pool first could go into something else after an expansion, but at least there's the pool first. I guess there's still the pool first to deal with here. Its actual power spike doesn't feel like it's going to hit fast enough to matter, is the best way I can put it.
Well, Estrella just scouts and now you get a wall off and it's like, okay, cool. You got super fast Ling speed, and what are you going to do with it? Right? I mean,
yeah.
Eric's like, okay, I want to take an expansion now. So Estrella's like, okay, well, I'll just put this pylon down here, double check. Okay, you are going to expand. There's no more gas being mined, it's just Ling speed. So as far as Estrella's concerned, you get a wall up and you are good. I just don't see there being enough DPS, and there is the follow-up Roach Roaring to really mix it up, and that is what we're meant to be surprised about, and the probe does not go back in.
So here's why I'm still concerned, right? You can't get many roaches. Well, and the probe goes back in. You also can't get many roaches. This really has to be the honestly biggest surprise ever. Like, nothing even scouts the roaches when they're 10 feet in front of you for it to work. But that is going to happen. That is actually going to happen. Estrella saw gas still mining, though, from 2 drones, which is awfully sus for someone who is supposedly only going Lings.
Yeah.
But
he saw
got
the
a Sentry and an Adept.
I was going to say he saw the gas going back in, right? Like, he was just going back into gas, so maybe that's less suspicious. I don't really know.
Okay.
Is this sentry going to hallucinate, do you think, just to get a full scout?
Yeah, I think so. Which is a pro and a con, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, the pro is that you scout it, but the con is that you put 100 gas into a sentry that can't help you fight it.
Yeah, if this battery starts up, Estrella's definitely wondering, what the heck are you doing? Of course, still has 2 gateways to produce out of, and the moment you see it, some roaches, a couple stalkers go a long way to help against that, just pinging away at them over time. Misses the roaches themselves, it will have to be the Roach Roar, and he scouts. Twilight Count's on the way, that's fine for the follow-up and all of that. And it's just drones from Eric. It's only 3 roaches. 3 roaches and 4 lings. This honestly might be the worst attack I've ever seen. I mean, prove me wrong, Eric. You've got the units right now. Show me that this is something cool. Because I do not see it. I just don't.
Can someone get like a really memey picture of Wardy and just post like the words "I hate it" underneath, you know, his face? Because I think I need it.
I hate that.
So good. Well, it does go back to what I was talking about, which is like you don't get a lot of roaches, but theoretically you get the roaches to bust the wall to let the speedlings through.
There's no speedlings.
But then this guy doesn't get speedlings, so I'm very confused.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it make sense if you say that he's doing something else, but with what he's doing, it just... yeah, I'm not a fan, honestly, and, well, I mean, the battery heals up the gateway survives, and, of course, I mean, you're slowing Estrella down, but now Estrella's on his way to a dark shrine. Eric's third hatchery is obviously super late here, and that's going to be the cost of all of this. Your tech is so late, your economy is so much later than it usually would be. Those are the real costs of what's going on in this.
I'm so confused, but I'm so thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted. Estrella going for a dark shrine is gonna win the game as soon as one DT pops up. That's gonna be great. This is great because for last season with the North American regionals, Winter North America, I was a little sad. There wasn't as much shenanigans I was hoping. North America was trying to get their suit and tie on. They're trying to be like normal people. And Latin America gets thrown into the mix, and boom, we're back at it, man. We're back to being so confused by the Americas. This is good. This is nature healing.
This is how it's meant to be. This is how the last few matches of the day are meant to be. We're not meant to understand. We're just meant to nod our heads and accept and say, yes, Americas. We will do as you say. We will watch your StarCraft, and we will like it.
Yes. And I love it. How did you get a Dark Shrine and not warp a DT? Australia.
My favorite part is he scouted there's no
Finally.
spore crawlers as well, and he's just like, yeah, well, DT might be good, but would it be too much fun to win right now? By the time this DT gets across the map, the lad's pretty much done, and well, apparently this DT is gonna go and fight Lings. Is this a defensive DT, like in case of like a follow-up all in, and the DTs are there just to hold it off? It almost feels like it at this stage.
You're right, it is. It had to have been. He spent so long staying at home, and he didn't warp it in immediately. And then he spent it so long at home, and he took a really weird path with his other DT because he's probably expecting army throughout the middle of the map. I think you're right.
Well, only in Americas do we play defensive DTs as an opener. I mean, usually the DTs defensively are like an offset of like, hey, I was going to come and kill you with Dark Templar. And now it's like, oh, my defensive DTs are accidentally going to do loads of damage? Oh, that's nice.
Do you remember like 3 years ago, there was some weird early Zergal lane where people could get a Dark Shrine to defend? There was a hatchery based all in. Yeah, so maybe he was thinking that.
Just 3 years ago, the meta was different. There was Queen Walks all the time.
Yeah, that's very true. It's a very different meta. The DTs are doing excellent, by the way, even with the Overseers. Being available, they weren't made, so they had to wait to be made. So 13 drones when Eric has already kind of hit himself in the face once. Pretty good.
Yeah, the infestation bit, I love it. Let's go. He just doesn't really have the gas income to really support anything off an infestation pit, but you know what? Why not? Double expanding. Yeah, well, Eric's Eric's setting up as though he's just had the macro open of a lifetime. Estrella proxy gated him, he depowered the gateways, and Estrella's back at home with no tech. Eric's like, cool, 5 bases, infestation pit, get my tech up and everything. Meanwhile, Eric's actually opened up 12 gas 11 pool to no damage. Just incredible. What a game.
This is an amazing game of StarCraft, and I do kind of want to be clear, you might accuse us of being mean. I am really laughing at how much I don't understand. This is very refreshing. Not to give ourselves too much credit because we miss details. I mean, we're not the pro gamers, but we kind of know how the game's gonna go. I would give us that much credit. I have no idea how this game is going. I don't want to get in a call with Eric afterwards and be like, Eric, you big dummy, that made no sense whatsoever. I want to get on a call with him and listen to his view on life. Just be like, tell me more, because I don't understand it, but I think you do. I think you know exactly what you're doing. Look, he's winning. He's staying out of 4th base.
He's staying out of 4th base. Does that constitute as winning? We're going to blink
No.
forward, take out the Ravager. What even surprises me is that the infestation bit was for a hive. Like, we're rushing Broodlords after this. You know, it's like everything we say is actually kind of funny, but it's like, that's what's happening. That's the kind of game we've got.
You know the gif of like the kid like superpowering because she has candy in her hands? That's me right now. Yes! Go for more weird stuff. Oh my god, I love it. I hope we get 17 Broodlords on the field before this game ends, Wardy.
Honestly, I don't even have anything to say. Just waiting for the next weird twist and turn. Australia's like, hey, you know what's going to be really good to rush out right now for myself? Like, maybe Mass Phoenix. I feel like that's the only thing I can think can be as ridiculous as what's been going on. And Colossus seems almost normal at this point. There's a lot of things. Colossus makes sense, right? Adrenal Glands is the choice off the Hive immediately. He built a Spire in sync with the Hive. It's got to be a great Spire, and there it is. The road to Broodlords is well underway.
Estrella also is about to go on the map, I think, though. And that he's going to kill this Eric with this.
I would think
Guaranteed.
so, yes. Yeah. I mean, there's 7 roaches, 3
guaranteed.
Well, there's 7 roaches, 3 ravages, and 111 Zerglings.
Wait, do they have any upgrades? They have +1.
Yeah, they have +1. I could believe
Oh my
it
God,
as
I got the
we get the
Prism.
Prism. Okay, cool. Well, maybe Eric doesn't die right now.
Yeah, what if Estrella just runs away now?
And then he gets broodlorded. Oh my god. It's happening.
It is happening. It is actually happening. Eric needs about a bajillion more resources to actually build Broodlords, but dude, he just pushed back that attack by killing a War Prism. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Pretty cool, man. Genuinely fun game. Just very kind of fresh. You don't really know what the next corner is going to bring you. And yeah, 2 more Colossi obviously go a long way against this Ling-heavy style, but they do not help you at all when it comes to those Great Spire. And, you know, if there's one thing that Australia's not really had, right, it's too much information. He has not seen the fact that this Great Spire is up. It is just now finished. And, well, you know, if we had Corruptors, they would be making to Broodlords right now. Problem is we don't have any Corruptors. 6 of them now on the way up. And that gives Australia a little bit more time to spot, prep, maybe do something about the fact there's going to be Broodlords here on Ancient Cistern.
What does Estrella think it is?
I don't know.
Honestly, what? I mean, there's been no attack. There's been no Baneling forming. There's been very few Ravagers forming. It's not exactly a land-based Zerg army. It's 100+ Lings.
Yeah.
We don't have a Hydro send for Lurkers. There haven't been any Hydras on the field. So Estrella, I think the tactic here that's worked out is that for 11.5 minutes, Estrella has been dumbfounded. So his jaw is still open and he's still dumbfounded. So he's not even processing like what it could be. He's gonna be completely surprised by a bunch of Corruptors turning into Broodlords. There they go. We're gonna get Broodlords on the field already.
This is going to be the most
happening.
anticlimactic thing of all time, because what if Australia just walks across and kills him anyway? I feel like that's about
Oh,
to
he
happen.
probably will.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just spotted the Greater Spire with his DT.
Yep, that's absolutely go time. Well, first base goes down. Estrella shows up on the other side of the map, and I just don't think 5-6 Broodlords are going to really make a difference here. We'll find out very soon as a bunch of drones die in a corner, and yeah, well, Eric says, I'm going to counterattack. Which might seem like a great idea, but your Broodlords can't move around the map. Broodlords don't do that, so counterattacking is one thing, but then you're kind of leaving the good part of your army behind, and that is kind of exposed, and again, I don't really love the situation, I guess. Because you do have some defensive storms apparently going down on the other side. And a recall.
I think his plan... Yeah, the recall is going to be used. I think Eric's plan was to literally buy so much time, enough time, to get to enough Broodlords to hold against non-Stargate units. Which is actually a lot. If the Protoss has Archons and Stalkers and they're upgraded, it's actually a lot that you have to get from Broodlord-wise. He catches the non-recalled part of the army with the Roach Ravager and Broodlord somehow. He could abduct this one Colossus to help out if he thinks it'll help, but Eric's down almost half the supply. The only thing he has are Broodlords, and only 6 of them. That is not a very impressive amount.
It really ain't an impressive amount, and that is the issue at the end of the day. He's down to his main, his natural, and this base in the bottom right, well, that one's about to die if Australia runs up this ramp and kills it. That's not going to last too much longer here. And yeah, honestly, like, Australia's got this, but what a wild game. I love it. America's delivering.
I do love it. I do love it, man. What if Eric didn't lose 14 drones to DTs? He would have had 12 Brood Lords, man. That might have done something.
You know what it is? That's what happens when you let defensive DTs do damage. Shouldn't never happen.
Defensive DTs. GG. That was a roller coaster. It was like reading a novel I've never read before. It was like watching a soap opera. Suddenly someone's twin comes in and then they're quintuplet and then someone gets murdered and then it's in outer space and then it's some kid's dream. And you're just like, whoa. Cool. That was legitimately me watching that beautiful game of StarCraft 2.
Just this game, it was just beautiful in general, wasn't it? I mean,
Love it.
just like, it's very rare that you get every phase of the game being so weird and different and just like, what the heck's going on? Like, from the very get-go, we didn't even start normally. It was early gas, early pool, into no lings, into the Roadtroran, into the no scout, into then he didn't actually make the units to make up for the fact that, you know, you had to, it was just wild. Every part of it. Loved it. Okay, cool. Eric is down a map against Estrella, and Estrella is leading by 1 over Eric here. And looking for a chance to close out his first series of the event. Obviously become one of the 1-0s. Obviously Eric's had some good runs in Latin America, and we do maybe expect Eric on a good streak to have a chance of making playoffs here in the Americas region, I would say. So a tough first 4 draw for him, I would say, over Estrella. But definitely down the line, you know, I think a few matches, you know, maybe this time next week we'll be like, okay, Eric, this is your chance. This is your run. You know, do or die. Not a guarantee, but like absolutely one of these players that can compete. And you can see why, because against anyone else that isn't as, you know, good as Estrella, I mean, how do you respond to all of that? How do you, you know, analyze the game and make it work? Well, you probably mess up quite a lot, and Eric kills you with the Broodlords, quite frankly.
Yeah. Alternatively, someone not as good as Estrella just kills him earlier.
Yeah.
Because
They're just
he's not
like,
as good
they're
and
just
isn't
like,
playing cautiously.
Scrap this, I'm gonna just warp 3 DTs and across the map. Oh, you don't have anything cool. Like, that's how, that's what's amazing. The game could have been so over if Estrella built a pylon on the other side and warps in 3 DTs. The game just ends. We don't get to see any of this marvelous thing apart from the first 3 minutes, right? Like, yeah, incredible.
Oh my god, Eric's sending out a drone. Oh my god.
Okay,
yes.
then.
Yes!
Estrella bottom right, Eric top left, drone on the map. Let's go.
Oh my god, he didn't have to do any zooms. Yeah.
Zoom on the drone. Here you go.
There you go. Is he gonna just block the Nexus? Okay, blocking the Nexus is actually the least cool option of a drone.
Yeah, that's boring. Yeah, back to intro,
Thumbs
CG.
down.
Eric is no longer my favorite player.
I am no longer entertained. It's still different, but seriously, like, to really explain this one for people who are confused, it is unorthodox, it is different. No one really does this anymore, but when you do the proxy, when you Nexus block, it's not really a proxy, it's a Nexus block, you are literally just Nexus blocking. You are expecting them to take care of this, and then you go, haha, I messed up your build order. If it's elsewhere, it's more of like a Spinecrawler Roach or Roche Rush, a Ling all in if it got a gold base or something weird like that. But this is actually kind of simple. And is it one of the worst maps to do this on because the wall off is so tight on Neo Humanity? Because I would say one of the issues for the Protoss is like they can't afford everything at once, like walling off completely if this end up being a fast pool. But it's a 2 wall off on Neo Humanity, so Eric's taking the middle base.
Okay. Yeah, I never actually really considered the size of the wall off being much of an issue, but yeah, what you say makes sense, right? You can just wall off here, and then I think you look at this as straight saying, cool, I'll get rid of this hatchery eventually, I'll make a couple of zealots, probably an adept or so after, and have a good time. So, yeah, I'm kind of with what you're saying. Middle base is fun, but still not the wildest thing out there, and Estrella does scout this pretty quickly, so he's very aware of what's going on, and to me, even more reason to just continue into units after the couple of zealots, because now you can take these couple of units, and you can obviously run across the map and put some good pressure onto that forward base. It's not easily connected, so reinforcements and queens can't help defend it easily. And that should make it kind of awkward for Eric, who is making 6 lings at this side of the map.
I'm really I don't understand what's good about the base that Eric is taking. Fast gas doesn't do a lot for Zerg, does it?
Fast gas, and I think also just the fact it's a forward position, right? So you also have the ability to say, okay, cool. When I'm spamming my all-in units, they're going to arrive faster. That would be my guess.
I mean, that's true.
As the Lings do capture the Stargates. I think it's that combo of A, the extra gas off of less drones, means you can afford more Ravages, and then they spawn and morph in closer and they just hit sooner. So that combo is very powerful.
Yes, go for Dark Shrine. Oh, damn it. Okay.
Did you just cast the Stargate and the first thing you realize is just Dark Shrine?
Yes. I was so hoping that he would do it. Because he also had a pylon or a probe that could have built a pylon in the natural. It went to go scout instead.
Yeah, boring. Yeah,
I know, right?
These units come across the map then, 2 Zealots and a Stalker. There's 2 Queens here though, so actually this can be pretty well defended, this position. The Robo from Australia though suggests he's just going to make units and go. Right? I mean, a Robo is very rarely a macro build in PvZ unless we Robo Bay and do some kind of like Prism Speed Disruptor drop. As we warp in an extra sentry, I mean, any sentry we warp in to me just says Immortals, Prism, and we just go and try and kill the guy. But there's a Robo Bay, so I guess the sentries are defensive and we just Robo Bay it up and play Disruptors. Disruptors,
Yeah,
is there a world we go Colossi? Surely
I think he could still do the 2 Disruptor opener into 1 Colossus push.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a good idea. By the way, Eric took that base and then did not make any all-in or take the gas.
Oh, perfect.
I just want to point that out, just so like someone in chat
takes
could
the
maybe help
gas
us understand. Okay.
I think it's still
All
fast gas, and you do have creep spread pushing through the middle of the map. That would not be this far forward.
That is very true. The creep spread is already fairly far forward, but
Maybe it's not about the right now, Zombie Grub. It's about the 2 minutes from now.
then why not get this as a third base?
Okay, 2 minutes from now, you need the setup from now. How about that? It's about how the
You're
right
right.
now affects the later.
You're right. Oh, it's a double robo? What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, was this a 2-base? I feel like Australia did this actually. A 2-base, 2 robo all in. I know that sounds really stupid, but I think it did it before.
Yeah.
I think so. Because then he pumps out 2 Disruptors and 2 Colossus and does the same all in.
Oh. Actually,
Maybe.
that seems kind of familiar. You also can get the second Prism as well. I actually do remember a second Prism build from Australia one time.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's the same thing then. What a game to, bring it out on.
Yeah, I mean, Australia's like, hey, you guys like game 1? Look what I got for game 2. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just very enjoyable. I mean, I think I like what Australia's doing, just to talk seriously for a second. I think I like it, but it is also potentially, I don't know, making the game more difficult for the favored player, right? Because they're doing a weird all-in, and Eric might be doing a weird all-in, but as soon as like Australia goes on a creep, it does become like Eric favored. Vice versa, then it's Australia. I'm just like, I'm thinking that it is one of the riskier things to do if you believe you're the favored player, especially when you really don't know what's going on and Disruptors are literally hit or miss.
You're trying to tell me, Zombie Grub, that you don't think trying to style on your opponent with double speed Prism Disruptor drops isn't the best way to play. I'll have you know, this is how all great players take out other great players. As he kills 10 drones, he loses a Disruptor, loses some star points there. You know, I laugh because Neeb did this to me in a DreamHack one time, and he just double Disruptor dropped me for like 5 minutes straight, and I just left the game. Oh no! Oh my god, that was disgusting.
Well, this is clearly working, so I don't have any.
We just need to shut up and deal with it. Like, it's happening. It's good.
Oh, so it's not a 2-base all in. Australia does that on a third, as well as Colossus. I mean, he'll have a very good anti-Ling army. Maybe that's what he was initially thinking of. And of course, if the Disruptors kill the Roaches, then it's also good against Roaches. But it does seem like defensively, these would be the units that you in Nana and Boo Boo the Zerg with. It's very difficult to break Disruptor Colossus defensively. So I don't know what Eric's thinking now. Apparently he's going to try to recover from all this damage, but he's unsuccessful in the attempts. He cannot recover his drone count.
Yeah, we move 7 Ravages because the rich Vespian gas has been mining, and I don't know. I mean, you don't have enough units to attack with. You lost all the Roaches. You don't have an economy to macro with. You lost all the drones. Like, Australia really hit the man where it hurt a couple times over in 2 different ways, so... Yeah, it's just rough for Eric, man. His drones keep on dropping everywhere. I'm doing a terrible job of watching them, but they are dying from the disruptors. That's what's happening.
Do you think Australia will actually get an observer and clear up this creep spread?
I think at some point you'll just make enough disruptors to just disrupt every creep tumor. Style points. That's what seemingly what this series is about. I mean, what hasn't he disrupted at this point? So
The creep tumors.
yeah, exactly. It's on the menu. It's up next.
It is funny. The first building he got was something that could give him detection to clear up the advanced creep spread that Eric was aiming for with his fast middle base.
Yeah.
I never got one. And he literally doesn't care about it. He is literally like, oh wow, good creep spread, dude, and then doesn't care.
Not just that, he got 2 robos.
Yeah, exactly.
It's even more affordable. I guess like the only thing that's been able to kill creep spread really is like, well, I guess like disruptors and so on, and maybe he just didn't want to use the shots on that because he hasn't had other units on the map for a long time. So I guess that kind of makes sense, as this was kind of a trade over here. There was some disruptors. We actually now lost 2 disruptors in the game. One was early. I think one was just then. But Eric doesn't have enough to push through or to punish this or anything.
I can't, Wardy. Do you know what would be awful with 4 Colossus, Woody?
Anything.
Extended thermal lens would just be awful.
Oh, yeah. That would suck, right? Can you imagine having to like shoot your opponent's units from further away? That's insane.
I can't believe he doesn't have it.
Yeah, that is actually pretty
Oh my
special.
god, we went to Mutas. I love it.
Cool. I mean, Muta's good choice. Apart from the fact you might want to actually have something that can kill the Colossi like Corruptors, but I mean the Mutas are good because there's no blink or anything, right? There's not really anything that deals with Mutas. So I guess the Mutas have a good chance of getting some good harassment done here, and a few Zealots is going to go after a Queen. The rest of this army, ooh, on the right side, Eric needs to be careful. Going to get force field and lose a few units. It's going to be a little bit costly for him. And the Mutas are seen as well by this Prism, so that gives a little bit of preparation time from Astray. He starts up some of them cannons.
Yeah, and it's not like he was lacking anti-air. He does have stalkers.
Yeah,
it would require a massive amount of Mutas to actually scare Estrella.
Yeah, they're just not with Blink, right? So I guess that's why I was like, oh no, Mutas. But the reality is, yes, there is anti-air, and there's also just this army that can push forward. He's like, oh, Mutas are going to attack me? How about 4 Colossi attack you? And guess what? They don't even have range. That's right, they're going to get up close and personal, baby. Let's go! Colossi, Disruptors, kind of just destroying everything. GG, says Eric, and Australia does confirm the 2-0 victory to round out our last match of the day.
It's a big brain strat. You don't get extended thermal lance, so the roaches think they can take down the Colossus, and they run into the disruptor shot. I figured it out. That's exactly what happened.
That is exactly what happened. Like word for word, you could not have made it better if you tried to. Wow. I mean, honestly, don't know how we really closed that one out, CG. That was just an amazing series. Just awesome. Quite frankly, if that's what Americas has in store for us over the next few days, I am signed up for it. Give me more of that. I am 100%
Hell yeah,
in.
man.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, make it a mud wrestle, please. Estrella, I mean, legitimately playing probably a little bit worse because he is so confused.
Oh yeah.
Eric probably faces a slightly worse player because Estrella last year was proving himself to be like really top of the world. You know, he was getting really far in good tournaments. Yeah, a bit worse of a player than that. And I'm sure Eric's shenanigans really mess him up. Like Nina or Patty Mac or even Trigger, who I don't think has had the same experience also being a bit of a mud wrestler. Like Estrella was a weird guy growing up in StarCraft. He did weird stuff. So he's kind of better suited to face odd players too, even though he's tightened up a little bit. He's not nearly as loosey-goosey as like 6 years ago, for instance. So yeah, I could see Eric actually taking out a couple of the Protoss who are so busy scratching their heads they don't. They
just don't, yeah. I can see it being a very good time for Eric and some of the other matches. I think it's going to be fun. I'm excited to see how Estrella almost levels up as his opponents level up as well, because I do think sometimes Estrella kind of matches the level of competition, and you know, it definitely felt like he was like, yeah, I'm going to bring the weird and crazy in this game number 2 as well. Check my build out, Eric. You think you're having all the fun here? No, absolutely not. A super fun day once again, ZG. This was your first day, right? So,
Yeah.
how did you enjoy it? Have fun?
Well, I still want to apologize for missing out in the first one. Total blaming time zones for that, but I thought it was great fun, Wardy. I had so much fun casting these games. This is I want to do it again.
You want to
Guess
do it
what?
again?
Yeah,
we can do it again
get to
tomorrow
do it
if you
again.
want.
You know what? I have one birthday wish. My birthday's tomorrow. You know what my birthday wish is, Wardy?
we rematch just straight, Eric.
Yes, yes, please. But also another day of StarCraft 2 casting with you.
God, I'm such a good co-caster. I've already got it for you. Little spoiler.
Oh,
You can be here tomorrow morning, nice and early.
I will be.
You will
100%.
be.
I definitely have the right time this time.
Definitely have the right time. Yeah, obviously we had some really fun matches today. I still feel like the standouts are straight Eric, 100% the best. But I think the PvPs in Europe really stood out as being very fun as well. That Lambo Milky Cow match was fun. I feel like almost the biggest letdown was the fact that Hero Marine dropped a map, and yet the series was not actually that exciting because he was just so dominant in games 2 and 3. Like, that was kind of ridiculous how that turned around. Like, when, if you tell me Night Phoenix took map 1 off Hero Marine, I feel like I would have been talking about it at the end of the day in like a really cool way. But actually, just games 2 and 3 just sort of made me completely forget about that game 1. That's still almost ridiculous how good that game 2 and 3 was for Hero Marine.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny when other commentators come in and look at the results and they didn't watch today's games.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be like, "Oh, whoa! Like, Wardy, Night Phoenix took a game off of Hero Marine. Good for that guy." And you're just gonna be sitting there looking awkward.
I'm gonna be like, you know what I'm gonna say?
Yeah.
I hate him.
I need it. I need that meme.
Amazing. All right, well, we're pretty much good to just wrap this one up, everybody. Obviously, that is the first round of Swiss wrapped up, so we should, at some point tonight, tomorrow morning, find out our matches for tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Me and ZG are going to be back to do it all again tomorrow, minus, like ZG said, the start. Of course, thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and the ESL Shop. Without them, we could not have this season of the ESL SC2 Masters, so thank you so much. And yeah, excited for more regional action tomorrow. ZG, I think, don't get too excited, but I think tomorrow we might actually only have 10 best of 3s. We might actually lose a best of 3 tomorrow. So
No! The
I know.
11th best of 3 was the best.
yeah, it really was, wasn't it? Oh, well, we'll just have to make the 10th best of 3 the best one tomorrow. It'll still be America's. I think we get 3 America's matches, though, so maybe that makes up for it. Maybe a little bit. Depends on the games, I suppose. But
Yeah, depends on who it is.
Yeah, I guess so. So we'll be finding out, obviously, who plays what tomorrow a little bit later on. We don't have that information for you all right now, but obviously keep an eye on your favorite sites. Wikipedia, the ESL site has the bracket up as well, so I'm sure that information will be up sooner rather than later. And with all of that said, I'm just going to triple check no one else wants me to say anything. Nope, I think we are good. We're going to have some highlights from that last incredible match, and then we'll be seeing you all tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Thanks so much, ZG, for casting. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you all next time.